Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Catch World Cup 2025. We are here with a round of 32 match between Chile and Spain. I'm Ash Ketchum, and I'm joined by WWWWW, or Connor, as most people know him as. How are you doing?
It's actually really great to be here. It's my first time actually on the commentary schedule. Actually do want to pick up some matches, so I'm doing wonderful. This is the first match that I'm officially commentating and not filling in for. So yeah, it's an absolute joy to be here in our round of 32 matches, getting the bracket nice and sorted as we move further along in this year's CWC.
Yeah, very exciting. We got, obviously, Chile being seed 9, the higher seed matchup here against Spain, seed 24. I mean, the thing is, with this pool though, obviously Chile is still very favored, but I could see Spain being able to play some of the maps pretty well here. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Spain being able to get a point or two, but obviously I think Chile is still definitely the more favored one. But yeah, not like, you know, anything could happen in the round of 32, basically.
I think so too. And they still have like a 2-digit player on their team. And they do have those players that are experienced with mods as well. I know specifically Music Drop, having played a lot of Hidden, being really well versed in that, to where I feel we can see a legendary performance from Spain.
Absolutely.
If push comes to shove.
I mean, last year Spain kind of overperformed. They made it to the quarterfinals with actually, if you think about it, quite a weaker roster. They didn't have Race, who's ranked like 200 and pretty consistent. Now they have him as basically their third, and Music Drop's actually dropping in for more of like a mod utility role. So yeah, they should be able to field a pretty solid roster on every single team. Or every single map, sorry.
I'm definitely eager to see the performance. I feel that's a big thing with round of 32 matches, is no matter the outcome, we're here to see these teams perform.
Yeah. And I mean, we've already seen some matches today that were pretty close to being upsets. Germany and Singapore, what a tiebreaker that was.
I couldn't believe it. Wake up, check your phone, TB. Oh my goodness.
So who knows? Maybe we'll see another close match here today, but you can see see that Chile has the first pick here, and they're gonna be banning No Mod 1. It looks like, as Spain has banned Hidden 2, and Chile's gonna go straight into Hidden 1.
Wow, interesting. I guess it makes sense. Chile has a very dominant Hidden roster. Just so many seasoned veterans when it comes to that bracket. You can definitely see why they really want to jump into that.
Yeah, especially considering that Spain banned Hidden 2. I mean, it seems like an obvious pick for Chile. And I mean, this map is AR 9.2, but it's still like the dashes are quite snappy. You know, it's kind of like control based, and so you definitely need to be pretty experienced on the mod Hidden to be able to do well on this. And so it makes sense for Chile, such a dominant Hidden team, to go for it here.
Yeah, the most common instance of Hidden to be used, like in the ranked section, it's like you're throwing Hidden, you're playing a ranked map. This map is a somewhat embodiment of that, and there's just so many Hidden veterans on Chile. It's I think it also makes sense that they went for the Hidden or No Mod 1 ban as well, not wanting that consistency test to even be a remote possibility of them losing that point and just getting it out of here.
Yeah. Also, I mean, if you're the higher seed team, you don't want to play a 4-minute consistency check on No Mod, where the other team can also do well on. It's just too much of a coin flip, exactly. All right, looks like we're getting into it.
Oh boy.
Getting butterflies in my stomach here.
Yeah, for first match I'm on the desk for. This is great.
All right. Gonna see Sprint, Alepe, and Music Drops filling in for Spain, as we see Stark, Lechu, and Pecorat on the side of Chile. I'm gonna be honest, these beginning triples or whatever you would call them are actually kind of missable if you're not ready, so already a test, but no one seems to have missed yet. I'm performing pretty solidly on this beginning.
Yeah, everyone adjusted to the swing instantly. That is something about this map, is you can be playing constant 1-4 and then have to adjust to swing rhythms really quick, but having this picked first, you don't even have to make that adjustment.
That's true. It's kind of like going from Hidden to hard rock. Having to adjust from 1-4 rhythm to swing rhythm. Yeah, it's actually it's true. You really do have to adjust to it. But the fact that this is the first map does that mean that? I mean, that's just the default. Then you don't have to adjust to it.
Yeah.
We did see a miss from Sprint there, meaning that there is a slight lead to Chile now. 1 miss difference. And now there was some Music Drops there. That's going to be a 2-miss lead now. Triple FC still from Chile. Only act drops from Pecorat and Lechu. Stark holding the SS, but so is Alepe actually on Team Spain.
Yeah, both teams are holding out really well on this. Chile is just nailing the Triple FC right now.
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, in this map pool, this is one of the hardest maps to be consistent on, in my opinion. So the fact that there's only 2 misses that we've seen so far is actually quite impressive. I mean, this is Seed 24 here. Lepe doing all he can for Team Spain, still holding the SS. But when you have 3 FCs on the opposing side, it's you know, not much you can do. And another miss from music drops there is not going to help either.
Yeah, where are the Alepe fans in the chat? Look at him go.
Look at Alepe go. Oh, Lechu's gonna find a miss there, so there is still hope for Spain. 1/3 of the map left. Oh, but Sprint's gonna trade that, and it's gonna bring things back right to Chile.
Final Ki, I would say, is a nudge harder than the other 2. So there is some more miss potential here than we've seen in the rest of the map.
Yep, 73,000 difference on a long map like this, though. I do feel like Spain's gonna need like a team miss from Chile here, or something like that. Stark now the only player with the SS. Alepe still holding the FC, though, doing everything he can in his power to hold Spain. Oh, but Alepe does find the drop there. That is tragic, and that pretty much eliminates all hope Spain had on this map. Another miss from music drops there. Pekora and Stark just absolutely popping off. Only 1 miss from Lechu as well. I mean, this is just, what can you do? Chile is just showing what Chile can do on Hidden here. So dominant.
An absolutely phenomenal performance. Almost triple FCing the first pick, first map. Still a decent performance from Spain, but not one that can topple over a hidden dominator that is Chile.
Yeah, I mean, 1 miss from the whole team there. Or, I mean, 4 miss technically. Luckily it was 1 section though. But Alepe, shout out to him. I mean, he only missed 1 section as well. 972k. Very solid score. But Stark with the SS. Pekora with an FC as well. And that's 1-0 to Chile.
That does mean Hidden is out of the pool though. So we'll see if Spain can pivot into one of their favorite skill sets.
That's true. I do wonder what Spain could actually... I mean, maybe like a Nomad or something. I imagine they'd be pretty confident in their consistency on maybe something like a Nomad 2. Maybe even a Mixed Mod could be an option, although I don't see Chile doing bad on a Mixed Mod either. They're gonna go for a Mixed Mod, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean, they got a gamble on it, I think.
That's true, and they do have somebody that is capable of the Hard Rock. Sprint should be able to handle the Hard Rock on this.
Yeah, you definitely imagine him taking that Hard Rock spot. I assume Alepe would be on Hidden. Maybe, I mean, I don't know if you put music drops or race on Nomad. Now we're going to see some substitution from Team Chile as well. We see Tydex coming in, I assume, for the Nomad. Wouldn't be surprised if Lechu stays on Hidden. Ooh, Tydex actually going to the top.
Oh, wow.
That's interesting. Tydex, I don't think played in the last Catch World Cup. I think it's a new name on the roster, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so too. I don't want to go as far to say this is their debut, but...
Yeah, maybe there's someone that played in like 2017, or, you know, one of those, but I don't know. I wouldn't know. But, yeah. Actually seems like Music Drops is going to stay in the lobby for Spain on that Nomad.
We're going to see Stark come back in as well. That's going to be very interesting, especially from the Hard Rock perspective of this map. Can definitely be very tricky on that front. While this is an existing map, definitely can see a lot more consistency from the Nomad and Hidden side of things. So I do think this is a really good pick on Spain's part. Definitely potential here for them to snag this point.
Yeah, putting their faith in Sprint here to do well on the Hard Rock side. I mean, on Hard Rock on this map, there's definitely some missable, you know, dashes and jumps, like some tricky, you know, edge dashes, if you will. So you need to have practices with Hard Rock. It's going to be interesting to see if Tidex is going to be the one to play Hard Rock on it. I mean, I gotta say, I'm not too familiar with Tidex's game. You know, I don't know what to expect here, but
I'm ready to see it.
Yeah.
It doesn't get much more baller than that. Joining a World Cup and instantly playing Hard Rock for such an amazing team. Holy.
Yeah. I mean, on mixed mode, where only one player has the responsibility of playing Hard Rock, that's kind of baller. Yeah.
And it's this guy right here. Tidex with the Hard Rock. Getting ready to perform.
It'll be very interesting to see. Now, getting into the map here, Mixed Mod 1. Like we said before, Stark on Nomad, Let's You on Hidden, and Tidex on Hard Rock for Chile. Music Drops on Nomad, LP on Hidden, and Sprint on Hard Rock for Team Spain. I mean, at the start here on this map, there's actually a few patterns that are really uncomfortable with Hard Rock. And yeah, there we see the first miss from Tidex on one of those Hard Rock patterns. It's not the ideal start for him.
Getting it out of the system for his debut, it's okay.
That's true, getting the nerve misses out. I mean, that could be huge on a map like this, you know. I on the side of Team Spain, I put a lot of faith in them actually being able to perform, especially the Nomad on Hidden. Nomad on Hidden, sorry. Yeah. A miss like that could be pretty huge, but I mean, I doubt it's going to be a one miss at the start difference between these teams. We'll have to see.
We do have this build-up part here, though. Spain managing to hold really strong while coming into it.
Yeah, it's all about consistency here, especially for the Nomad players and the Hidden players. Just as long as you keep your nerves and your focus.
Have one more build-up part before we get right back into it. Both teams are holding really strong.
It's exactly this build-up part that has some tricky Hard Rock dashes and stuff that you could be caught out on, but it seems like none of them did miss on it. Spain's still holding the triple FC, yeah? And just that one miss from Tidex being the difference. Oh, but Music Drops is gonna miss on Nomad, and I think that's gonna bring it back to Chile here because of the miss that Tidex got was at the very start.
Yeah, gonna be like a half a miss deficit in favor of Chile right now.
Oh, and Sprint missing on Hard Rock, that's huge.
A Tidex strategy was real. Miss at the start and then continue to FC with Hard Rock.
Get that miss out of your system so now you can just focus on FCing the rest. There's no nerves to be had anymore. You've already missed. And now 35,000 lead here coming into the last quarter of the map. 1.5 miss difference just about. Oh, but Let's You gonna miss on Hidden here. That's gonna be huge. I think still favoring Chile a little bit, but ooh, it's gonna be so close.
Gonna continue to have some anti-flows here as we move into one final breakdown. Miss potential is still very high here, and Alepe drops.
Oh, yeah, that could be it. That could be it. That's such unlucky timing, too. Ooh, Alepe?
Oh.
Okay, he just transformed into the Osu logo. You don't see that often in these matches, but...
Autoplay's taken over. Can't be captured.
It can't be captured. But, yeah, I mean, I feel like even if he didn't miss, Chile still had the lead there. There was half a miss difference, and... yeah, I mean, that's going to be it. Chile's going to be taking this point. Stark with the SS on Nomad. Tidex doing really well on Hard Rock, actually. Just after that miss at the start, was able to FC all of the rest of the map. And Let's You just missing that one section. They're getting 978k. Very solid scores from Spain, though. I mean, you look at... we don't actually see Alepe's score here, but Music Drops 978k and Sprint on Hard Rock 978k. Very solid performance from them, and Alepe only missed one section that we saw, so... Can't really fault that.
Yeah, it was really close. Especially with Pekorat now being on Team Spain. I think that's going to spice things up for sure.
Oh yeah. Pekorat taking over Alepe's spot there on the client. DT1 is going to be the pick. Again, when you look at Chile's roster, I mean, you see names like Auricio, you see names like Stark, You know, Pekorat. I mean, these are great DT players, especially. You know, they should have no problems with maps at this level. But we're still in the round of 32. These maps aren't necessarily too difficult where Chile would have an insane advantage. However, yeah, I could see Spain being able to field a roster that could play this well. Race actually coming in here for Alepe. We're gonna see Race's first map, it seems like.
I sure hope everything's okay on Alepe's end.
Yeah, that looked pretty concerning.
On that. Yeah.
Seem to have been consumed by the Osu logo, unfortunately.
Too powerful to play in the match. Also, to the concerned Twitch viewer, the SR is before double time. I think the SR on this is like 5.1 with DT. Something like that.
And it actually converts into AR 10 as well after DT, so it is, yeah, it's not an AR 8.5 3-star. Actually, it does say AR 10 on the client anyway.
We have the earliest trade in the world. I think Stark missed 2 notes later. Gonna have like a 400-point deficit for Chile right now.
Other than that, everyone seems to be able to get to 200 combo here.
Gonna have these snaps right here.
Ooh.
Everyone gets them.
I mean, yeah, looking at this Spain roster, definitely, I mean, they should be able to play a map like this pretty comfortably. Oh, and Pekorat's gonna find a miss. That's huge. Lead to Spain now. Oh, and also, I just realized we see Tydex actually still playing DT1. Didn't even notice that.
Look at him go.
He's
I'm a Tydex fan. Yeah.
He's kind of popping off, to be honest. Yeah, no, just that one miss from Sprint on the... Oh, and another miss from Pekorat there. Lead keeps increasing for Spain here. This is actually huge on DT1. Oh, but Race is gonna trade. Still should be in favor of Spain, though. Oh, another miss from Pekorat. Traded by Sprint, though. Music drops. Carrying Spain right now with an FC.
Sprint again. It's gonna be really close.
Yeah, it's gonna be super close. And coming to the last third of the map. I mean, will Spain be able to... Will Music Drops be able to hold out? Oh, another miss from Sprint. That's gonna be huge. I think that could actually turn things over here.
Knowing the skills that Pekorat has, he's going to find his footing by the end of this map. I don't think he's going to give another inch.
You'd imagine. Now, actually, the lead goes to Chile here. And a miss from Music Drops there, the only FC that Spain had. That's going to be devastating. As Stark and Tydex are... Oh, Tydex is holding the FC, actually. The only FC in the lobby still, as Stark did find an early miss. Yeah, to the end of the map here. Seems like it is too late for Spain, but very, very close. So close. And Tydex, the only FC in the lobby. And Chile takes yet another point. I mean, but that was... If you're Chile, you think that's a bit too close for comfort, I imagine. Like, you go into that map thinking, you know, you're going to have a bigger lead, but that's...
That was such a close point. Spain held on for so long. Pekorat just took a little bit to find his footing, and that was almost enough to win Spain the point. Tydex, though, I might call him the king by the end of this match. Amazing Hard Rock performance into a DT1 FC. Who is this guy?
Who is Tydex?
I can imagine messaging in his team chat, guys, let me in. I'll handle this.
Yeah. Maybe Tydex is some OG veteran that's like really known that we have no idea. I don't know. Ooh, Spain gotta go for Hard Rock 1. Oh, sorry?
He had the greatest training montage for like 2 months coming into CWC.
I mean, getting into, you know, Team Chile is pretty hard, so you imagine you had to show something for it, but yeah, Hard Rock 1's gonna be picked. I kind of like that from Spain. This is kind of like a No Mod 1, but you just add Hard Rock onto it. Honestly, there's not that many Hard Rock patterns on it. Just a few, maybe dashes that you need to focus for.
There's a lot of that one soft variant where there's the note between the two sliders that's not hypered. There's a
Oh,
I think
yeah.
there's like 12 of those.
Yeah, exactly.
So not the most brutal hard rock pattern. If you're well adapted to those, then you'll be able to perform on this map for sure.
We're gonna see Tydex stay in. Looks like it. I mean, why wouldn't he?
I'm telling you, Tydex is the type of guy who goes to the gym, lifts some weights, brings his computer, and plays Osu during the break time. Actual champ.
He uses the plugs in the gym to like plug in his gaming setup.
That's what I'm saying. I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
Alright, looks like we're not going to be seeing Alepe come in here for Spain. It's going to be the same lineup as on the DT1. And we're going to be seeing the same lineup for Chile as well, I believe.
And definitely, out of all of our 1 slots, this map is arguably the most consistent of them all.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of patterns, maybe more consistent than No Mod 1.
Yeah, just very soft hard rock variation of still have it be clean.
Yeah. We see a 247 point difference here at the start because of 1 accuracy miss, or 1 droplet miss, sorry. From Race. But I imagine that won't be the difference at the end of the map. And a miss from music drops there. That one hurts.
It's going to be especially punishing to give on a map like this that tests consistency so well.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Chile roster here. I don't know, it's hard to imagine them missing on a map like this.
Also want to point out, Yoshi Green in the chat said bad map. Can a mod delete that message, please? Thank you.
Wait a minute. I'm looking at the chatter and I'm looking at the name of the map. Seems to be some similarities.
Oh, yeah, Yoshi mapped this. Shoot. I guess he's allowed to say that.
No, a mod should ban it because we can't be allowing self-hatred in chat here.
True.
Oh, but Stark's gonna find a miss there.
Oh, Tydex, the king! That's gonna be enough to turn it for sure if Spain holds on here.
Yeah, now 2 combos on the side of Spain and 1 on the side of Chile.
Pekkarat definitely seemed to have found his bearings after DT1, being the shining ray beacon of hope for Chile.
How poetic.
Thank you.
But yeah, I mean, Spain did see at the break. I mean, they probably saw the misses, and they know all they need to do now is just to hold combo, and perhaps that could amplify their nerves right now. I mean, oof, they must be feeling it. Just a slight lead on the side of Spain here.
I'm
One
nervous
miss
for
will turn
them.
around. Oof.
Gonna have a few more of those hard rock patterns here, but this is mostly a wind down. Spain might have this in the bag.
Can they hold out? Can they keep focus on these hard rock dashes here? Oof.
It's so close. They've almost secured it.
Oh my god, I'm actually getting nervous. I'm like scared to speak. I don't want to jinx anything.
Jinxing isn't real. Spain's gonna secure the point right now.
Oh god, please tell me, please. That's crazy. That's the scariest thing you've done. Oh
No! Race, no!
Tydex missed! Wait, is it? No!
Tydex hold on for barely longer, and I think I owe the entire team of Spain supporter after that one. Holy moly.
Oh my god.
That was so close.
Oh, they say jinxing is real.
Yeah, I could be blamed for all of that. That's insane.
Wow.
Genuinely my fault.
That is crazy.
Wow.
That is crazy. I got a feel for Spain on that. That was so close and that miss at the end. I mean, even Tydex missing right at the end as well. Just, oof. That could have gone either way. But Chile does end up taking the point and it gets to a match point situation here with their pick.
I am curious what Chile's gonna pivot into. I believe we could see a Nomad 3 come out.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Nomad 3 or maybe even a Nomad 2.
Or sorry, I was thinking Nomad 4. I think the convert, Chile's convert roster is really dominant. Nomad 4, there it is. Boom!
There it is.
Yeah, that's what
Good
they paid
save.
me for. Yeah, thank you.
Imagine if they had already put Nomad 4 in the chat and you were like, oh yeah, I was thinking Nomad 4.
That's what I meant to say the whole time, I just said it wrong. They picked the greatest anime opening of all time. Let's go.
It's gonna be tough to restrain myself not from belting the chorus.
If we belt
Oof.
it together, we'll like
Oof.
harmonize and it'll fit with the map.
I'm honored to that you think I can actually harmonize. Alright, we're actually going to be seeing Aricio come in for Team Chile now. The first we've seen of him, and Alepe is also back for Spain.
They both love the song, so they had to play it.
Makes sense. Don't
No
blame him.
strategic purpose. Song only. Song above all else.
Can't fault it.
This map does have quite a bit of content for being the convert as well. Like, not as much fixated on edge dashes as, like, convert-style streams, I would say. So there definitely is going to be... There's going to be a lot of missed potential in this map.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was surprised when I saw this map. Like, for around a 32 convert, there's a lot of parts that you can miss on. It really tests your convert consistency. Oh, we're seeing Don't Play CDB coming in as well. Yeah, that's his first map of the match.
I am going to miss the king for this pick. But that's okay. He'll be back.
Tydex will come back and show us why he is the king.
I'm sure he has a gym routine, had to go hit it, continue his training montage before coming back.
Are we allowed to make up lore on these players?
Yeah, disclaimer, I know nothing about Tydex whatsoever. This is all a hunch by me. I think you're right. That disclaimer was important. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Ooh, an early miss from Don't Play CDB there. I mean, I'll be honest, the beginning of this map is actually, like, it can throw you off, because there's, like, so many, like, hard dashes at the start, and Don't Play CDB with another miss here.
Yeah, I feel like we talked about adjusting to certain maps earlier, like Hidden 1, and I think we're seeing that come full circle now, with having to adjust to convert-specific movements.
Oh, and a miss from Aricio as well, and Spain keeping the... Oh, another miss from Don't Play CTB. Actually, quite a substantial lead here at the start for Spain.
Oh, I am happy to see Alepe back, by the way.
Yeah.
Wow.
About that. I don't know what just happened. It looks like he froze.
I think I said his name.
Yeah.
My bad.
Connor. And music drops with a really unfortunate miss there on the slow part. Is it enough to bring things back for Chile here? I'm not too sure. Oh, another miss from music drops. Oh, another miss from Alepe.
Wow.
But a miss from Pekarat and Sprint.
That's
that's gonna be like a team miss, yeah. Still not a huge lead for Chile here. But with no combos over 200 on the side of Spain, they're going to need to build it up pretty fast and then also hope for some misses on the side of Chile. Looks like Don't Play CDB and Arisio have sort of regained their composure on this, have adjusted. Ooh, but I say that. Ooh, Arisio does find a miss as well.
This time you said the name. Oh, wow. That wiggle pattern's definitely one of the hardest of the map, and almost everyone hit it. Definitely seeing less misses as teams stabilize and adjust to the movements. It's going to be a really interesting final Ki that we soon move into.
Okay, only 19,000 point difference actually here. As Arisio hasn't even gotten to 200 combo yet. So it's gonna decrease the lead here. Slowly but surely until he gets to 200 combo. Maybe a 1 or a 1.5 miss difference here?
Alright, my Twitch chatters, prepare the Hananinate. I want to see it. You already know where it is.
Oh, Pekarat! Oh, I almost belted the. I didn't have it in. I didn't have that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. That Pekarat drop is insane. We actually are gonna see it switch over. Oh, but Alepe drops.
Oh, that's an unfortunate. Oh, and Sprint as well, actually, and another miss from Alepe. But Don't Play CDB missing as well. It's not over yet.
This is it. Last jumps right here.
Oh, another miss from Alepe. Oh, and Alepe sort of just going back and forth. There's not enough time now with a 50,000 point lead. It's gonna end on the side of Chile here as Music Drop trying to miss at the very end, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be GG. Well played. Quite close there actually at many parts of the map, and feels like it could have gone either way. Players on the side of Chile were missing more than expected, I'd say. So yeah, but that's it. 5-0. Chile ends up taking it. It kind of feels like Spain could have gotten some points as well on some of the maps. It was so close on so many of them, and ooh, they're gonna look at the VOD. They're gonna see that curse that you did on Hard 1, and they may curse you.
I expect a ping from a team channel later saying, "Connor, what the hell? Why did you do that? Why did you say that?" And I'm gonna deserve every word. But yeah, so many of these points were so close. It's one of those matches where it's like you feel like they got a point.
Yeah.
As you watched it, with how close some of these points really were, and how many of them shifted just so close near the end. Even like DT1 and Hard Rock 1.
Yeah, it was so close. I mean, yeah, and even on that convert, I mean, near the end, Spain was in the lead at some point. But with that result, Chile is going to be moving on to the round of 16 winners bracket, where they will be facing Japan next week. That's going to be a really good match. And Spain is going to go down to the loser bracket, where they will face Turkey, which I also think is going to be a pretty good match.
That's going to be an amazing match. Yeah,
like seed neighbors on both sides here, so going to be some great matches next week from these teams. Best of luck to them in the later rounds. But I believe that's it from us. It was a pleasure.
Of course, so happy to join you all for my first match. I got to curse an entire team for my first match. So
now you're really a true commentator. Yeah.
I know, I'm ecstatic. I feel like I fit in perfectly, quite nicely, if you will. Sorry to all the Team Spain fans that I let down today.
Oh, it was amazing. It was great. Now, thank you everyone. And I believe that's it from us. Goodbye.
See you next time. Hello everyone and welcome back to another match at the Catch World Cup round of 32. I'm Connor, back at it for another match. Gonna be Sweden versus Peru, seed 16 and 17. Probably the most anticipated match of our round of 32 bracket. Definitely gonna see some exciting shenanigans behold us. I am joined today by Jay, otherwise known as Elux, at the commentary desk. How are you doing today?
Doing good, doing great, AFKing on Meatball Craft while my teammates go and slave away in production as I cast this amazing match, Sweden vs Peru. And Connor, this is the first time we're actually casting together, so I can mark you off my caster bingo card.
Wow! How close are you to a bingo?
It depends. Do we count Wonderstella being on this bingo card since it's gonna be their first year casting as well? And
I'd say so. Well, where'd you
Okay,
put
then.
me? Am I in a corner? Or like, am I near the middle?
You're always in the middle in my heart.
Aww. That's the chat. That's the sweetest thing anyone's ever said to me. Wow. Alright, gonna be seeing our rolls here.
44 versus 21.
Tragic.
So Sweden is going to win the roll. They will opt to either pick or ban first. And they are excited that they actually won something this match. Let's go.
I feel like playing a match is a very mental game, and the mental's already gone from the roll. Very scary. Oh wait, that is a good point. They did get a blackjack on their roll.
They did get a blackjack on their roll. However, this is catch, not blackjack. We are not a casino.
But if it was blackjack, they're taking home the pot and the match.
True. Okay, so Sweden is going to ban first. That means Peru is going to ban second, but get to pick first. I can see Peru banning Hidden 2 here. It's definitely against a team like Sweden that has a pretty decent hidden roster. I can see Peru banning Hidden 2 here. Sweden with the Nomad 1 ban. No surprise there. Get the coin flip-esque map knocked out of the way.
I think Nomad 1 has been banned in almost every match, if not every match. Same with Hidden 2. Hidden 2 has had a 100% ban rate so far.
I hate
Will
to
it
see it.
persist?
You hate to see it.
Oh yeah, you're a hidden enjoyer and you're seeing your beloved point get taken away over and over.
I hate to see it. Peru, Tiger Eyes. What are they spelling out here?
I think they're just flexing their keyboards. They can put cool little tips on the top of their A's. Oh, or that. Oh, and we see it! Hidden 2 ban, keeping the 100% ban rate alive. I'm sorry you have to see it, Jay.
I'm not surprised at all. I talked with Voltic as soon as draws and seeds got revealed, and they were like, yeah, no, we're most likely just going to be banning Hidden 2 almost every single match we play. We don't have necessarily the best Hidden 2 lineup.
I feel the most bad for Des9. His CWC debut map has been perma-banned. F's in the chat for Des9.
We cry every time. And it's going to be Mixmod 1 first.
On the opposite end of the spectrum, Mixmod 1 is definitely, I think, the most popular map out of all of these matches so far. We saw it last match as well. Definitely something very scary with Hard Rock. The Hard Rock bracket is going to be very exciting as these two players face off.
I have yet to see this map with Hard Rock. I've only ever touched this map with Hidden.
Oh, it does definitely get spicy. There's quite a bit of choke potential spread throughout the map, so the HR difficulty is very consistent, I would say. So if one player misses, it's so easy to just trade it right back.
So from the sounds of it, this map is definitely going to be determined by the Hard Rock players here.
Yeah, nerves can get overwhelming. Even on Nomad, you drop once Nomad, it can be such a petrifying feeling, knowing that you playing the easiest portion actually dropped a note. Nerves can get overwhelming at that point.
At that point, if you do drop that note, that's when you just gotta take a deep breath. You missed a note. Congratulations. You still have an entire map in front of you to play. That's the mindset that these players have to go in, especially into round of 32 with. If you drop a note, cool, whatever, continue FCing the rest of the map. There's nothing that you can do to change that you drop that note. There's everything that you can do to continue to change the outcome of the map, though. And here we go.
Yeah. Very mental game here in round of 32.
Connor, they're making us go cross-eyed. Oh no. Satomi and Islux on Hidden, Omni SD and Marisi on Nomad, and Voltico and Datapada on Hard Rock. Neither of the Hard Rock players opting to choose Hidden. For their spiciness on reading, they choose to stick with that flat Hard Rock modifier.
Satomi just securing his spot as the leader, insisting to be in the top slot. I'm just kidding, that's not what happened, but still it looks cool. This map especially, having all these stacks early just to beef up your combo before getting right into it, just makes it that much more nerve-wracking.
We're going to see slight accuracy drop on the side of Sweden as all players get up to that 200 combo mark, so slight advantage for Peru coming out of that spinner.
And we do have a slow part coming up here, if all teams can hold. There we go.
I swear, in a map like this, it's always the slow sections that are the most nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it's still tense with Hard Rock, but hopefully Nomad and Hidden just gets that slight break.
Marisi ended up dropping a little bit of droplets there, tied with Datapada in accuracy. Scoreline says that Sweden has a 35-point advantage. Maybe Sweden were the ones who came out of that spinner with a slight advantage, maybe not.
Yeah, this is so tense. You can cut the atmosphere with a knife with how close this all is.
Second spinner, and Peru definitely comes out of that spinner with the advantage halfway through. Still a three-way full combo on both sides.
Have this tech part here.
Satomi dropping a little bit of accuracy, that's going to help Peru ever so slightly. All players up to 900 combo, and no one is dropping yet. 2/3 of the map done, 1/3 to go.
This is crazy. We have one hard part of the map left after this Ki. We're going to see a lot of wiggles up and coming. Oh, but we do see a stack drop.
Datapada overjumped the stack.
That's a big miss, too. That might just be a miss and a half, but we are coming into the hardest part here. Definitely a lot more wiggly here.
Voltic ended up trading it a little bit after. So there is still chance for Sweden to snatch away this point. Datapada just has to hold out, and Peru needs to get one more drop. But is that drop going to happen?
Yeah, this is it. This is the last section of the map. A miss could still flip it.
Does not look like that miss is going to happen. Just a slight hiccup from Datapada and Voltic. And unfortunately for Sweden, the coin landed on the side of Peru with that one. Yeah, 3 misses to 1. That was definitely the difference maker. Voltic only dropping 1 note while Datapada had a chain miss of 3 there.
What
Extremely
a first
close
round.
point. Extremely close point.
I think that just gives us all a little taste of what we're in for with this match. Seed 16 and 17. These types of outcomes are just expected, you know? Datapada already predicting that it's going to be every map. And I agree with them.
Taking the words right out of my mouth, Connor. Sweden could go Hidden 1 here, seeing how Peru banned Hidden 2.
I agree with that, actually. I could see the Hidden 1 coming out.
I could also see Mixed Mod 2 coming out, since it is a lower approach rate, and seeing how Peru... Oh, they did go Hidden 1.
Nice analysis, Jay. Look at you go.
Thank you, thank you. It's like I've been doing this for a little bit or something.
Oh, yeah. I'm the new kid on the block. That's right. That's right.
Quote unquote, new kid on the block.
This is my second match I'm on the schedule for. I'm the new kid on the block.
Says the man that goes and casts map pool showcases like it's his job.
It's not the same. That's different. This is Seed 16 versus 17.
No, I will agree. It is different. It is different. That's why I'm always like, no, please don't let me cast showcase. I suck at describing maps. I'm good at yelling into the mic when players are playing.
You are really good at yelling into the mic as players are playing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And here we go. Second point of the match getting underway. Sing a song, Hidden 1.
Now, this is something I said last match, actually, but this is definitely an adjustment type map. So we're moving into strict 1-4 into a very swing, snappy rhythm. This we can easily see an early miss here. Would be very impressive if every player held on.
No substitutes on the side of Peru. Shamemaru coming in, replacing Datapada on the side of Sweden here. Ooh, and Marisi with an early drop. That was before 100 combo, so given the map's length, it's not going to hurt them too much, as it would more in the middle of the map, but still gives Sweden the advantage.
Yeah. Oh,
ooh,
but
and
another
Isluk's dropping too. Isluk's dropped a couple there.
Based off of the performances we've seen on this map, this is definitely one of the ones where your performance seems to get stronger the longer in the map you are, just by getting adjusted to the rhythms and such.
Ooh, and Omnia C and Satomi dropping. So it's Voltic for Shamemaru for the full combo battle.
Gonna see the score bar get so close to even here.
This looks back up to 200 combo, same with Marisi. So that score is just going to keep inching towards the side of Peru until Satomi and Omni get up. But Islux drops. Islux drops as soon as Satomi and Omni get back to 200 combo, and he drops again. So that score advantage is going to get into the 50Ks on the side of Sweden before he can recover. As long as every player from Sweden holds, of course. Halfway through, Sweden with a miss and a half lead here. If not 2 misses.
Still 2 FCs on the board.
Yeah. Shamimaru and Voltic still holding on to that full combo for their respective teams. It's tied with accuracy as well. But Shamimaru drops!
That's a 4-note drop as well.
That's huge for Peru! Final quarter of the map, and Sweden is starting to lose control.
We do see a slight elevation in this.
No,
oh, Voltic dropped!
He dropped on the slow part! Shamimaru trades it!
Arisi coming back out though, 900 combo, really holding it together for him.
If Peru wants to seal this point away, Sweden is going to have to find a miss from either Satomi or Omni right now, but it does not look like it's going to happen.
Sweden will not yield.
Voltic back up to 200. Shamimaru back up to 200, and that miss will not come out from Sweden, so they will clutch away a possible break point away from the hands and the jaws of Peru to make it a 1-1 match.
Everyone knew this was coming. We're going to be seeing this back and forth all match. Absolutely incredible.
Back and forth. Shamimaru, the nerves are killing me. Completely understandable.
It's going to be interesting seeing how every player adapts in this situation. If they're going to get less nervous by playing more, settling into the atmosphere of playing, or if they're going to get more nervous with every point that goes on. The mental.
Big props to Satomi and Omni SD, by the way. They had that one miss extremely early on in the map. They just instantly recovered and didn't find a single miss from then on out. Peru cannot go into mixed mod, so I would expect a Hard Rock possibly coming here. Hard Rock or Double Time.
I can see Hard Rock. Oh, wait.
Can they do that? They can't do that, right? They picked Mixed Mod 1 first. They can't go back to back, right? They can't double pick, right? Unless the rules for this World Cup got changed.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I have to ask because AXS, when I last casted AXS, they completely changed up the ruling on how accuracy worked, and I didn't bother reading the rule change, so I was a little bit afraid that happened here. Asean trying to insist. That's a win by default, right?
I agree with them. They messed up their pick. Just give them the point.
But yeah, nah. They cannot go into Mixed Mod here as they chose Mixed Mod 1 for their first pick. So they have to quickly figure out something that they want to do here. No Mod, Hard Rock, and Double Time on the board. With their Hidden 2 ban and Hidden 1 being played hidden is completely out of the way.
Oh wow, you can.
Ooh, wait, you can. So many rule differences in tournaments and catch. Some tournaments saying, hey, yeah, you can't pick back-to-back mods. Our referee saying you can.
I feel that's a big rule with a lot of our community tournaments, is no double picking mods. But that's not the same on the grandest stage.
True. So many tournaments, you eventually start crisscrossing rules.
Yeah, we are having some verification right now. It does seem to not be a rule. I think the ref just got baited by chat.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Curse those community-driven tournaments and their separate additional rules.
Yeah, how dare they?
Yeah. And in the wise words of Chillier Pear, let that map run.
Oh, you even censored him. You're so conscious of that.
Yeah, it's not so much censoring him as I was censoring myself.
Aw.
You know
That's
me,
been-
Connor, I have a very colorful vocabulary.
Me too. All colors of the rainbow. I think that's just a challenge for both of us, you know?
It really is. And again, they're making us go cross-eyed. They are not going to be changing up their approach on either side with how Mixed Mod 1 was.
So Tomy just wants that top spot. And he'll get it.
You will indeed get it. Only substitution, Datapada coming back in.
We did actually see a very early miss from Icebox.
Yeah, extremely early miss. Unless all players from the side of Sweden full combo. That early miss would have been negligible, but
Oh, wow.
Peru, they're starting to get a bit nervous here. Parisi and Islux dropping. You saw Islux movement just ever so slightly stutter. Satomi dropping the first drop on the side of Sweden here. OmniSD, Datapada, and Boltic holding on to that full combo. Third of the way through.
Icebox again. The song is really short. We're already almost halfway done. It's going to take a lot for Peru to be able to recover here.
This looks dropping again. And Sweden just taking full advantage of this. Over 100-point difference in their favor, and this is Peru's pick. Datapada dropping, that's going to ease the tension a little bit, but Islux drops, trades it right back. OmniSD and Boltic still holding on to that full combo. Omni with no mod, Boltic with Hard Rock, but Boltic drops.
Oh, and nobody on Peru is above 200 anymore.
And nobody got caught out by that bait ending after the second spinner. Datapada dropping on the sliders. Anyone getting caught out on the second? Nope, no one gets caught out on the second bait either.
They don't get caught out in Seed 16 versus 17!
Parisi dropping, Islux dropping. OmniSD still holding on to a double S.
Amazing performance. Single-handedly not even allowing Peru a chance to climb back up here.
Not at all. Score difference of 250 was gonna be 250,000. Datapada trying to make me out to be a liar here at the last minute. But what a commanding breakpoint on the side of Sweden here. 234,000 point difference in a round of 32 map. My god. OmniSD, the lone full combo and the lone double S. Beautiful.
Very nice play.
Props to Boltic as well, only getting that one miss, but unfortunately he is only one man on a team of 3 and can only do so much himself. So with that, that makes a 2-1 match now. Sweden, what are they going to go into?
It's gonna be very interesting here. There's no more hidden or mix mod. We aren't gonna see hidden for the rest of the match.
Unless somebody throws it on with double time, which double time 3 just got picked.
Oh? Maybe I'm the liar.
Maybe you are, maybe you're not. You could be predicting the future.
I think I am. None of them are gonna play DT with hidden. Calling it.
So Connor, you got the name of the map, right?
Oh, I already had to do this once for Mouthful Showcase. I think it's your turn, actually. I feel like
time 3.
Oh, all right, all right. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is double time 3. That is how we will be referring to it for pronunciation purposes.
Yeah, one look at that and I already know I will butcher that. And I do not want to get clip farmed from butchering a pronunciation of a map name.
Huh. Okay. I'll remember that. I feel like there was a clip.
A
I feel like-
Telltale story game?
well,
Connor will remember that.
Yeah, I feel like there was a clip circulating around last week when I butchered a pronunciation. And I think you were the one who made that clip, actually.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You DM'd it to me personally 5 minutes after I mispronounced it. You're being a little rat right now, you know that?
You.
Maybe I should make you say it. Maybe you should say the actual title of DT3. You know, I'll get my OBS running. I'll record it from 3 angles. It'll be great. Come on, you should pronounce the title.
No, you.
Oh, okay. Well, I tried.
You indeed tried.
Yeah, you got me. Well played.
Don't worry, you'll eventually get me caught out one of these days, this tournament. And here we go, after that break point in favor of Sweden, they now go into double time 3. Coming in at 8.1 before double time is added on, and Islux and Satomi are going to throw on hidden with double time.
Dang it!
Unfortunately, Connor, you would not have suit Seer. You were instead a liar.
Oh, that's how I'm gonna be known for the rest of the match. I'm the commentator that lies.
Here we go, map number 4. Islux with an early miss.
Gonna be seeing a lot of these dense streams, just jumping right into it. We do have a lot of consistency with this map as well. Lighting up for a second can lead to some bigger misses with this map especially.
Islux back up to 200 combo. All players at that 200 combo mark, so it's going to be about a 3 to 4k advantage in favor of Sweden.
Have a bit of a pre-chorus here.
Ooh, and Shimimaru ends up dropping, and Satomi drops as well.
Wow.
Double miss on the side of Sweden. Satomi dropping once more, so make that a miss and a half from him. Islux trades one of those. Ooh, Asean drops. There's no more full combos or combos at all on the side of Sweden. Everyone just missing. Peru in full force. 2 players above 200 combo. Islux getting to 200 combo just now. 110k point difference in favor of Peru right now.
A phenomenal performance from Peru, making it through one of the hardest parts of the map, practically unscathed.
Satomi drops as soon as he gets up to 200 combo. That's just going to help Peru even more.
It's a detrimental miss. There's one more hard part of the map, but the score difference is so big.
Asean dropping. Still Baltic and Marisi still holding on to that double full combo on the side of Peru. Islux recovering nicely, getting back up to 500 combo here.
And we have one more burst section coming up.
And Sweden needs a complete meltdown from Peru on this section right now. Instead, it is Satomi who is going to drop. Marisi dropped, so only one more full combo left in the map at the very end, and it is Baltic.
Wow, a phenomenal performance from Peru.
Phenomenal indeed. Baltic walking away with the full combo, going, hey, we see that huge score difference in Mixed Mod 2. We can do that on DT3.
Yeah, Baltic saying, you look at the scores, you see the difference? It's cause of me, baby. IFC'd. Boom!
And just like that, we have back-to-back breakpoints, making it a 2-2 match.
Crazy. Believe it or not, I think this back and forth is going to continue no matter what is picked. The performance and capabilities that these two teams have are undeniable.
On paper, this is the match that is most likely to go to tiebreaker. Peru taking a little bit of time here to decide what they want to go into. Basically the entirety of the Nomad pool, both Hard Rocks and Double Time 1 and 2, open for them to pick.
Can definitely see the nerves behind strategy here. It feels like one wrong pick can send you down a spiral. We've already seen 2 breakpoints. Getting that momentum would be huge here.
And sometimes teams' picks and pick orders end up getting switched up just based on how either they are playing or their opponents are playing. And it will be Hard Rock 1.
Oh, very interesting. So much of the Nomad pool is open, and they do opt for a safer, arguably one of the safest maps of the pool, Hard Rock 1. Very consistent, little Hard Rock randomization. This is almost like a nerve check for these two teams. Definitely something you can see.
Asean being subbed out. Shamemaru subbing out. Soon we're going to see Datapada and possibly Omni. Yep, Omni jumping in. And I assume we're going to be seeing Datapada jumping in as well, seeing as how Datapada played both Hard Rock on the Mixed Mod.
Man, chat, this commentator knows what he's talking about. Listen to this guy. So experienced. Wow.
Hey, it's possible that he might not be feeling the map. He isn't coming in just yet.
I can see the conversation now. How nervous are you? Question mark.
That or really Datapada's just off going and getting a drink or using the bathroom or something, and we're just completely wrong about everything.
I like my scenario better.
I do too.
Yeah, thank you. Having a long, intense, heated conversation, and Datapada comes in. So you were probably right. It was probably just a drink or something, but you know.
Nah, he could have been in the map, checking out the map, checking out spinners, seeing proper spin path or something. But no substitutes on the side of Peru yet. We have yet to see Lunatic Kid coming in. He might not be available for this match.
I do hope we can see him sometime. A lot of his CWC performances have been really good.
Oh no, Datapada is on the wrong team. They tried to stop the ref, but the ref could not be stopped. I guess Datapada is on blue team in the lobby right now, even though he is in that third slot. There we go.
Satomi, I'm gonna need you to think about what you type, buddy. That phrase does not look good.
He's purely talking about aborting that map.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Abort play.
Yeah.
Go back to the main lobby.
Yeah. We do love to see the goofy mix-ups. I'm sure both teams needed this. Just a little light-aired humor to cut through the tension.
Oh, definitely. All players probably loaded up initially, just laughing, going, of course. But Islux and Satomi still sticking with Hidden on their spicy modifier.
Very curious. Instantly moving to Hard Rock here, seeing how both teams acclimate. But everyone holds.
Everyone does indeed hold throughout that beginning. All players seeing Islux just not paying attention with that spin, I guess.
I can see the strat, not even wanting to spin, leaving it as a mental distraction, and just not doing it. I respect it.
Really questionable though, but I guess it won't matter because Datapada ends up being the first drop.
He underdashed a hyper. I think that was a 4-note miss, actually.
Yeah, that definitely was a chain miss looking at that accuracy. He dropped down to 98.8%. Omni SD dropping as well. So 1 full combo on the side of Sweden, 3 full combos on the side of Peru. Yep. Third of the map done. 2/3 to go. Datapada with another miss.
Peru being so confident with their nerves right now. Triple FC.
On the flip side, Satomi just dropped, and now Sweden has no more full combos as Omni SD gets back up to 200 combo to try and slap a band-aid on the bleeding right now. But a band-aid is not enough.
This might be an ER type of situation, Jay.
This does look like an ER type of situation. Halfway through, at the break moment, Peru sees they have a three-way double S, and Sweden has no full combos on their side at all. All momentum is on the side of Peru right now for this pick.
We'll see how both teams handle seeing the scores as we jump into our last Ki here. Peru will not yield! This is incredible.
They are indeed not yielding. Still a three-way double S on the side of Peru as we're getting into the 1,000 combo mark. Sweden recovered nicely, but what can you do against a three-way full combo?
Peru is really eager to just shut the door and lock it with 5 padlocks. Absolutely incredible.
And Peru, with that miss from Omni SD, is going to take away this point and make it a 3-2 match with Sweden's pick up next. And Sweden's going to have to be a little bit careful with what they're going to pick here. If another breakpoint happens, that is match point in favor of Peru with their pick. Could possibly see a timeout situation here on the side of Sweden.
I think that would be a really good call as well. Seeing a triple Hard Rock SS on the side of Peru is just such a scary thing to see.
Definitely. And again, what can you do against that other than three-way double S yourself? There's not really much of an answer.
That's just one of those performances that's going to be the best that these chatters may see all week. Feel proud you guys got to witness it here first.
Sweden going into No Mod 3 for their pick, opting not to take that timeout, deciding to go full send.
They seem very confident. That was a really fast pick too.
It really was. diff name here, kinda implying stay calm. That is exactly what Sweden needs to do on this pick. They just
I think
need
that's
to
why
stay
they picked
calm.
Yeah.
Match is not done yet. Sweden takes this one, they can still have it tied up. Shamemaru replacing Datapada. Other than that, no substitutions. Omni, Satomi staying in, and then the three Baltic, Isluk, and Marisi staying on the side of Peru.
Yeah, this map definitely being a lot more choke-oriented with some higher points of difficulty in some sections, but remains mostly consistent in others. The diff name is very appropriate.
Fingers crossed no one misses that stack on the left side. Fingers crossed no one misses it.
I think everyone's going to hit it.
Fingers crossed that nobody misses before it.
Okay, yeah.
Satomi and Omni and Marisi with slight... Isluk's missed before one of the stacks. I was about to call out the accuracy drops. Islux misses right before the stack.
I'm 2 for 2 on being a liar today.
Isluk's back up to 200 combo. 3-way full combo on the side of Sweden right now. 2 full combos on the side of Peru. There are still plenty of areas where Sweden can end up choking and missing. Marisi dropping that zigzag stack. Shamemaru just trading it slightly after. Satomi dropping on zigzags. Halfway through, and Peru is about to have that score flip in their favor.
Wow, Marisi standing that first stack. Incredible.
Shamemaru barely banking it to that slider head. Nerves are at an all-time high. Islux drops on the slow part. Score instantly flipping back over in favor of Sweden. A quarter of the map left to go. Sweden just needs to hold here on out. Omni SD still with the full combo on the side of Sweden. Baltic still with the full combo and a double S on the side of Peru.
This last part will still remain quite tricky for its duration. You're going to see a lot of jumps here.
Islux back up to 200. Peru needs a miss to come. And it's a double miss on the side.
Triple miss. Triple miss from Sweden.
At the very end, a triple miss from Sweden flips it.
They did not, in fact, stay calm. That is crazy.
Just going ever so slightly too fast on that movement. And it's going to be match point and pick in favor of Peru.
What a triple drop. Wow.
Right at the end of the map. You hate to see it.
Can we talk about Baltic, though? Another SS? This guy's unstoppable.
Baltic is indeed playing out of his mind right now.
I wonder if we're gonna see Peru try to jump in the mix mod. Last match we saw the winning point be no mod 4, just to try to lock it out.
Connor, they cannot pick mix mod though.
No, I said no mod 4.
Oh, I thought you said jump into mix mod.
No. We saw that last match. Opting to just play the convert.
They could also go back into Hard Rock 2, and they will go back into Hard Rock 2. As I was about to say, they could go into Hard Rock 2, seeing as how their Hard Rock 1 performance was.
You know, I have been reading chat. StatsCoon said something. one of the commentators always tells the truth and the other one always lies. I think that
Which
just
one
goes to
is it?
prove it. Well, judging from that, I think we know. And that's okay. Or,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
but if I'm the one who says only truths and you're the only one who always lies, but you say you're the one who only lies, are you lying there, or did the lying not begin yet?
you caught me. Or did
So
you?
does that mean I'm the liar?
No, I'm the liar.
But are you lying by saying you're the liar? So does that mean you're the one who's telling the truth?
Yeah, I'm not lying.
Shoot, I believe you.
Yeah, alright, let's go.
Aseon coming in, replacing Omni. The Aseon, Satomi, and Shame Maru on the side of Sweden. Baltic, Islux, and Marisi still staying on the side of Peru, not subbing out anyone.
This map is
Nobi.
quite different from Hard Rock 1. I wonder if Peru can mimic the exact same performance. Aseon really hit us with the Yabba Dabba Doo. That's a
Indeed
sign that
did.
Sweden's gonna win this point. Chat,
Yabba
do you
dabba
believe in...
doo.
Yeah, chat, do you believe in the Yabba Dabba Doo?
Islux and Satomi once again sticking with Hidden. So far, every single map that players could put Hidden on for reading, 2 people have. So far, you have been a straight liar about that, Connor.
Hey, I said that for DT.
Yeah, you did say it for DT.
We also do need to take into account, too, with Peru, having such a lead could definitely make it scary and harder for them to close things out with the nerfs.
We have seen comebacks happen in the past. Can one happen here? Quarter of the map through. No one wanting to blink. 6-way double S across the board right now as we get into the 200 combo.
Sweden is not ready to lose this match. Is Peru ready to win?
300 combo, no one blinking. Approaching the halfway point. There we are, half of the map done, half of the map to go. And Kana, you wanted to talk about tension earlier? What about the tension here in this map?
I'm struggling to breathe.
Still a 6-way double S.
Have the drop up and coming.
No one getting caught out on that slight pause in the notes. Islux was about to jump over to the left, but stayed calm. Still a 6-way double S. Still a 6-way double S as we're approaching the ending. Who's gonna blink, if anyone?
Will we see a spin to win map? Oh, we do see a droplet miss.
Islux
Ooh.
drops. Islux drops right at the end.
Amazing
Sweden just needs to
performance.
hold.
I don't think there's enough time. I think they secured the point. Wow.
And they do secure the point, and Sweden lives to see another day. Break point in favor of Sweden, making it a 3-4 match with Sweden's pick. Just like we saw with Hard Rock with Peru having a 3-way double S on their side, Sweden said, nah fam, it's our turn.
Unbelievable. That one miss deficit. Can I get some TV hypes in the chat?
EB hype is definitely real.
TV hype.
Sweden is now in control of their destiny. They are opting to use that timeout that I thought they were gonna use earlier. And Sweden is probably going, okay guys, what the hell do we pick?
What an insane match. Feel like they got acclimated to Hard Rock after playing that first map and just felt way more prepared for Hard Rock 2. Though I will say, I think it's very clear, Baltic is definitely an MVP.
Never mind, no timeout, no mod 4.
Wow! We're gonna see it again!
Never mind, no timeout, no mod 4.
What a crazy sign. The team consulted, all to agree on the same pick. No discussion needed.
No discussion needed. They're like, nah, don't kill this momentum. No mod 4.
Yeah, don't kill this momentum. Let's play the greatest anime opening of all time and use it to get to TD.
I've been hearing from a lot of players. I haven't played this map myself. I do not play converts and tournaments, but I've been hearing from a lot of players that the beginning of this map is significantly harder than the remaining like 80% of the map. So if we are going to see any drops, it's possibly going to be within the first 200 to 300 combo.
There's definitely a few edge dashes in the intro for sure. I think we saw one early miss last match, but the rest of the players held on. This is one of those to where when you make it further, the nerves might just be what get to you.
Speaking of nerves, Satomi, nervous? I'm not nervous. Roll to win.
That is a high roll.
But meanwhile, on the other side, Shimimaru, his teammate, saying he has hands of a Parkinson syndrome right now. They are shaking uncontrollably, he says.
That's what good music is for, ladies and gentlemen. I think this song will soothe the nerves. They're gonna focus up, belch the chorus, and play through the map.
EB hype is alive. Sweden wins this. Tiebreaker is forced. And the good lucks are in the chat. The final pick of the match. Nomad 4. Sweden in control of their destiny right now. They have picked Nomad 4. Will they be able to perform? Or will Peru just overpower them and take the win?
Alright, here we are. We are gonna see those edge dashes very soon. Gonna be curious to see how players acclimate. We have made it, ladies and
tiebreaker!
gentlemen!
We have tiebreaker! Slight misses early on from Sweden. Chat, you might have thought it was the end of the world when you saw those misses, but at the end it flips over to Sweden and they force the tiebreaker.
Amazing performance of nerve control there. Sweden holding on to the end to secure a chance for advancing.
Amazing,
Believable they could control their nerves there.
Amazing performance from Omni and Shamemaru. Omni just dropping right there in the middle and then recovering. Shamemaru dropping early on in the beginning and then full comboing the rest of the map. Oh my god. Tiebreaker indeed has been forced, Connor.
I can't believe it.
And this is crazy because I have a match to cast in 5 minutes as well.
You ain't casting that match in 5 minutes, let me tell ya.
I am not going to be there to cast that match. I am going to be here watching Tiebreaker.
I'm sure many of our Twitch chatters are already familiar with such a diverse song. Now, Jay, you're a player in this. You have a lot of experience with this TB. What would you say makes it difficult?
Throwing on hidden. There is a few sections that if players who opt to play with this on hidden, especially in some of the wiggling sliders about 2/3 to 3/4 of the way through, is not fun to play with hidden. Other than that, the map is pretty simple. As long as you have overall really consistent reading, no player should have a struggle with this. But that's when the nerves have to be a factor.
It's going to be very interesting too, because we haven't seen a real 3-person Nomad performance from either team. Nomad 1 being banned, and Nomad 2 not being played. It's going to be interesting to see how everyone acclimates after essentially playing mods for the entire match.
For real, for real. Hidden is allowed to be thrown on for reading purposes in tiebreakers. However, I don't know if any player is going to want to throw that on. And it looks like Islux had to restart their client. They are being switched back over to the tournament server and should be joining the match anytime soon.
The seed 16 versus 17 does have a happy ending, a tiebreaker ending.
As indeed as happy of an ending that you can get for both teams. Unfortunately, one team is going to have to walk away, the loser.
But it won't just be the loser, it'll be the losers that made it to TB. Already an amazing feat in and of itself.
Man, I see Ash down there in the other casting booth just waiting for me.
He's going to be waiting for at least 7 minutes, let me tell you.
Islux and Satomi are going to be playing this with hidden.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there are a few cross-screen moments and a few kind of tricky to read sections with hidden that could throw them off.
Oh, Marisi starting off tempo.
Yeah. I mean, it's extremely early, so unless all of Sweden full combos, it's not going to make much of a difference.
With this map in particular as well, it does speed up in the second half. So early misses can definitely be punished before making it to the harder sections.
Satomi dropping right before the 200 combo mark. Marisi getting up to 200 combo, so that is going to be score advantage in favor of Peru for now. Other than that, we're still seeing a two-way FC on both sides. Baltic being one of those just dropping. Two-way FC on the side of Sweden, one full combo remaining on the side of Peru right now as we see that score flipping back over in favor of Sweden. Satomi back up the 200 combo. Marisi dropping. as soon as his teammate Baltic is starting to get combo, so that score advantage is going to continue building on the side of Sweden right now.
Sweden really holding their own here with 2 SSs.
Marisi recovering up to 200 combo. Score difference of 18,000 in favor of Sweden right now.
We do have some of the easier song diverse sections coming up here. I think we have one intense one.
Neither hidden player getting caught out with those timing jumps. Third of the map through.
I'm sure all players enjoyed that elevator music to cut the tension. Gonna see a choke point right here with the slider.
Anyone dropping the slider? 2 people drop
Mark.
the slider, Omni and Marisi. They both trade. That is going to nullify any score advantage.
Oh,
Islux
Islux
drops
missing
after
again.
the spinner.
Some soft taps right here.
Asean up to 1k combo. Islux dropping. We're approaching the halfway point. No players so far getting caught out on this lower section. Straight back into it we go. Satomi approaching 1k combo.
Asean 2 being at 1.2. We are going to head into a speed up section soon. Still anybody's game.
Indeed. Though 50k point advantage in favor of Sweden right now. In a tiebreaker map, that is a decent amount of points to be comfortable lead with. Baltic up to 1k combo himself. 3 1k plus combos on the board now.
Gonna see our first speed up here. Some one-off hypers.
Islux
Islux does miss.
And it looks like it was a reading miss as well. Possibly his reading getting thrown off with hidden there. That point advantage still continuing to grow on side of Sweden. Islux back up to 200 combo now. 65k points between the two.
Gonna see not the hardest section here, but we keep moving into these one-off hypers.
Ooh, Asean tripping up a little bit.
That was a big drop.
It was a big drop. Count that as a miss and a half here. And see the wiggle sliders coming. Satomi dropping.
Does miss.
That's why I was afraid of one of the 2 hidden players dropping there. There's still enough points on the board that Sweden isn't in too deep of water yet, but Asean dropping, that's going to hurt them even more. Hold on. It might flip at the end here. Satomi getting back up to 200 combo. Marisi above 1k, Amni above 1k combo. Sweden needs to hold here on out. They cannot afford a single miss.
Oh, but Islux drops right before the spinner.
That is huge for Sweden. Sweden was in a position they could not afford a miss. They see Islux has to miss. Sweden knows they just gotta hold on to combo here on out, and the tiebreaker win is theirs.
With one more drop, can they keep their nerves in check?
Baltic at 2k combo. This man is playing his life.
Here we go.
Satomi drops. That's not enough for Peru. They need more. Marisi drops. Marisi drops
Marisi
again,
can't
and
keep it together.
that's gonna seal it. Sweden forces tiebreaker and walks away the winners. Sweden in control of their destiny when Peru had match point in their favor and their pick. Found the break point. picked Nomad 4, won Nomad 4, and clawed it back, and now they are moving on, and Peru dropping down to loser's bracket.
Absolutely amazing comeback from Sweden, pulling it through, winning 4 points in a row, was it? Absolutely insane.
Insane performance. Omni with a 996, and Baltic, he was above 2k combo. I did not get to see exactly his score.
And Baltic did play so well. That was one of those matches that it's like if you replay it, the score will end up different just because of how close these teams are in skill.
Oh, for sure. That was 100% a coin flip match that could go either way. In a best of 3, I don't know who wins.
It was amazing to see every team have their moment. We saw triple SS's twice in the match. We saw every player shine. We saw Baltic play out of his mind for Peru.
Indeed, indeed. Unfortunately for Peru, there was one winner and one loser. And this time, the coin landed on the losing side for them. But that is all from me from this stream. I have another match that I have to hurry up and get down to cast for. Connor, it was a pleasure casting this tiebreaker match with you, my friend.
I enjoyed it. And I will say, I think Sweden won because they rolled blackjack at the start of the game. That's what I think.
Shoot. You know, at this point, I believe you.
Yep.
Chat may call you a liar, but I will not.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I am off to go cast the other match that we have going on our second live stream, and replacing us is going to be Sekre and Snow Leopard.
No, Connor.
Hello.
I know
Hello.
that you're still here. He's speaking of some blackjack. Look at Taiwan seed. Does that mean Taiwan's gonna beat your home country?
Oh, you know, it's different when you roll it. You know.
Oh, okay. So if they roll it, they're gonna win. Is what I'm
yeah. Whoever rolls 21 wins. That's what last match proved.
Got it. I'll make sure to roll 21 the whole tournament.
All right, I'll be watching. Have fun, gentlemen.
Yeah, have a good one.
Thank you
for the cast.
Of course.
Anyways, I am Sekre, joined by Snow Leopard today. Feels like it's been a long time we've been casting together, at least, you know, at least here and there.
Many years.
Oh yeah, many years at this point. But we're here for probably, I think, apart from the last match that we just watched, one of my personal favorite expectations of this week with Canada versus Taiwan. Two teams I think are just both really strong.
Absolutely, yeah. Got the bans out already. Hard Rock 2 being banned by Canada, Hidden 2 by Taiwan. And Taiwan kicking into Hard Rock 1. Mission ASCII.
Yeah, this one, I'm a bit surprised because, I don't know, for some reason, I don't really know what Taiwan's strengths are as a team anymore. They have a lot of players who kind of come in and out throughout the years. I think the new ones this year, I believe, are Flyer, and then I think there's one more player this year who's a bit newer on the team. I think it's Saraitna, I think is probably one of the other newer ones. So they have a bit of a change up in their lineup. Meanwhile, Canada, they also have a new player, Hydras, this year. And they also have Red CXA, who's gotten a lot better, who also didn't play qualifier, so their seed might be a little bit skewed as a result of that.
Definitely, yeah. And then also for those like myself who didn't know until just recently, EUK, that is Dodo Ebby. So if you've been around for a while, you might be more familiar with that name. But familiar face, just reverting back to an old name, I believe, for Taiwan's captain.
Speaking of familiar names, I know there is one familiar name in the bottom left screen for Canada. We have CTB Whitecat for Canada, but it's actually not CTB Whitecat. That's just Fui. They had a cool little name change thing. Don't worry, it's actually not CTB Whitecat.
I was like, wait a minute, is that CTB Whitecat? Wait a minute.
No, it is definitely Fui for the side of Canada.
Yeah. Legendary Fui name change. We don't see those as much anymore, the old World Cup name changes. Gotten some funny ones over the years.
Mean, you know what? You know why? It's because the Netherlands CWC team isn't playing this year.
Yeah, they need to hold the torch for us.
They really do. They need to come back next year stronger than ever.
But yeah, it looks like we're about ready to jump into it. It's going to be Hard Rock 1. Mission ASCII picked by Taiwan to start us out. We will see Hydras coming in.
Yeah, we see pretty much all three of the new players for both of these teams, Hydras, R89, and Flyer, on the first map, which is, I like to see that personally, seeing the newer players on the teams get some representation. You see Unlucky W is Fuhi on the bottom left for Canada, and then Ewick on the top right, one of the mainstays for Taiwan for a long time. And we did see in the previous match, I think it was Peru, they had a triple FC on this one. Could we see one again? Potentially, I think, honestly.
Yeah, so far, so good. Everyone's holding on. Perfect
small
accuracies
spin
as well.
advantage. Actually, I don't think they have a spin advantage anymore. I think that just disappeared with that last spin.
It was really interesting to see all the new players coming out from map 1. We'd like to start off on a strong foot at that first point, especially for Canada getting the break point. But then again, this is the early stages, some of the easiest maps that we're going to have in the tournament. So good to get those reps in early.
Definitely. But every player still holding strong now. 6-way SS even at this point. Pretty much repeating what we had with the last match, where both teams are pretty much just XCing until the very end when one player missed. That's going to be the first miss right there from Sarina. About 600 combo in.
Yeah, very small adjustment was needed there. Didn't quite make it, but recovering very nicely. And now Hydra's going to be trading that back.
And I do believe it was an equal trade as well in terms of the amount of misses they got. So I think there was like a super small advantage to Taiwan in the spin. We can look a little bit here. Fuhi's spin seems to be a little weaker. So I think there is a small advantage to Taiwan once Hydra's does catch up to that 200 combo.
Yeah, Hydra's going to be getting there. Almost. Very close.
Yeah.
There we are. Yeah, smallest of advantages for Taiwan off of that spin. To the final quarter of the map, everybody's holding on strong. Good showing all around. One miss can completely change the outcome, though.
Even a miss on the very final note, I believe, would swing it at this point. That's going to be a miss from Hydras, though. It's going to even secure it further for Taiwan. Taiwan needs 2 misses now. One of them needs to happen pretty soon. One miss won't be enough to cut it anymore.
Yeah, Taiwan looking strong, gonna hold it out to the end, it looks like. Gonna curse them? No, but Hydras will get one final miss in at the very end. But worry not, Taiwan already had that one sealed. 4 SSs across the board. Just that single miss from Sarina.
Overall, again, very solid. We've seen this map a few times, I think, so far. A lot of good scores on this one. That was Taiwan's pick, so they're feeling pretty good about that one. You know, Seed 21 taking off a point, Seed 12 still pretty decent, even considering Canada is quite a bit lower seeded than they probably should be. So, good signs for Taiwan moving into this, but it is going to be Canada's pick, and gotta wonder, what are they going to go with this one?
Yeah, and unfortunately for Taiwan, that is the one and only Hard Rock map that we're going to see this match, so... have to maybe move to Mix Mod, something else, try to get that edge again. Canada, gonna be going with Mix Mod 2, Kato. A little disappointed they didn't go for the double time too, but I'll allow it.
That's not Canadian DT2 right there. They got the 2, but not the DT.
Right, they're still learning how to spell. We'll see what they can do for their next pick.
Oh, I know why they picked this. Look at the
Oh,
background.
it's Canada map.
No,
and
look at the
cat.
background. Yep. CTB
Oh,
White.
is that a... Oh.
That's why they did it.
I thought you were talking about the, like, Osu background. I was going to say, is that one of Red's artworks?
It actually might be. You never know.
I could see it. This is, well, I guess it's guess difficulty by Yoshi, not a Yoshi set, so...
We have to go. We actually have to figure that out at some
Yeah,
point.
we need the investigation. Who can tell us?
We are seeing.
Thinking of Red,
few
you're going to be
swap-
hopping in? Okay.
Yeah. Also see Katsuragi right now on the side of Taiwan, but he's definitely not from Taiwan, so he's gonna be moving over.
Oh, yeah, people are going to be moving around for mixed mod, trying to get into the proper slots. Should be no mod on the top, I believe. Nope, never mind, it's Hard Rock. Shows what I know. Actually, I guess that makes sense, yeah.
You know, I just have to say hello to CTV White Cat in the top left, Fuhi. I just have to say hello. If you know, you know.
Alright, finally got 6 players in the lobby, so seems like Red will be playing. Got Minato Yukina also coming in.
Yeah, 3 switches here. All the players seem to be lined up. Very nice for us. Yeah, Flyer and Katsuragi on the hidden. Fuhi and Iwake on the hard rocks on the top. And Minato Yukina and Red Sixei on the nomads on the right.
Early miss coming out from Mr. White Cat.
Something I'm a bit surprised to not see here is I would have thought that Unlucky W would play this for the side of Canada, but I guess not on this one. That is one mistraded though from Flyer. Small advantage to Canada now.
Yeah, that lead gonna swing over. That miss from ETP White Cat pretty early on. Jumping into the course section, gonna get a bit jumpier. Everybody holding on though. Flyer back up to 200. So that is going to be about a 20,000 lead for Canada locked in.
That miss from Red CXCA though, not good for the side of Canada. The combo's gonna swing over, manage back into Taiwan again. That miss though is gonna trade it back.
Nerves starting to kick in, 2/3 of the way through the map. Canada gonna be in the lead, but still anyone's game. Single miss can flip it.
Another miss from Flyer. A big thing to note is Katsuragi still holding the FC with the hidden. Very impressive on their end, especially on the hidden. Iwake does find another miss too. That's gonna probably seal the deal here Canada going to be able to take away their first pick of the match. Decent margin on this one as well, but over 100,000 points in the end.
Yeah, it was really close into the end there, and yeah, that's a good point. You know, Flyer not having the greatest performance on this, but it's AR 8.6 hidden, a difficult skill set. So, very
Definitely.
understandable. And again, yeah, like you said, that really goes to show Katsuragi, huge performance there in the FC. Kick back over to Taiwan. See where they want to take us next. I was thinking maybe Mixed Mod since they were doing good on Hard Rock, but we just saw Mixed Mod and it didn't go super well for them, so they may opt over into the No Mod pool.
Yeah, either that or the double time pool could be an option for Taiwan.
Yeah, maybe if Canada don't pick double time too, at least Taiwan will get us there, but
Surely somebody's
taking their
gonna
time on this. I do wonder if Mixed Mod was one of their plans and now they're just rethinking it.
Not too sure. I mean, they did ban the Hidden 2, which does suggest that they are weaker on the low AR. But they do pick
Yeah.
No Mod 4 Convert.
Yeah, that is a good point. Mixed Mod 1 might be a little bit easier for them
Yeah.
compared to Mixed Mod 2. What's the AR on that? Yeah, 9.3 for Mixed Mod 1, so shouldn't be that much of a concern for the hidden player. Yeah, we are going to get our convert. Convert's my beloved. Love to see it. Hanani Nate.
Wish we had more of them. But we do have
we
one.
need like one per mod pool.
Exactly. Now we're
the
now we're
perfect balance.
back. Taiwan, historically a relatively good convert team as a whole, but Canada also pretty good in that regard as well. Usually you have Unlucky W and Katsuragi playing the converts, plus usually it'd be Fuhi if it's a hard convert, or one of their other members if it's an easier convert. I think that's probably what they're deciding right now at that point.
Yeah, and this is going to be, in theory, the easiest convert of the entire tournament, so might see someone else hopping in here.
Definitely see Red CXCI hop in.
Speaking of converts, shout out to Captain for allowing CWC to pick the map and make it a convert. AFB making some small edits just to round out the playability a little bit, but shout out to him.
You know, it's kind of crazy to think about how hard the converts used to be, like just even 5 years ago. There used to be literally impossible patterns in the converts that were picked. Like, it used to be literally impossible. And those were some interesting days. Thankfully now we don't have to really deal with that. So thank you to our map builders.
Yeah, I still do like having the converts in there because I think it just, the patterns being a bit more unexpected. It's a bit of a skill set, really makes you flex some different muscles. Yeah.
Sure. And we do see Fuhi hop in at the last second here.
Get everybody synced up, and off we go.
This map is notably harder in the intro. We do see the first miss come from Katsuragi, traded by Smart89 and Happiness Fist. So, bit of an advantage still to Canada. I've heard. Oh, that's
Ooh.
just unlucky.
That's unlucky.
There's no better word for that.
Unlucky, living up to the name. Only 2 FCs left on the board. It's going to be Fui and UK.
Yeah, I was saying that this map is notably harder in the intro compared to the rest of the map. So, could see a bit more stability coming out through the rest of the map. But sorry, and finds another miss. Makes it about, probably, oh, it's not looking good for Taiwan at this point on this one.
Yeah, straight in the... struggling a little bit. Has recovered. But luck switching sides over to Canada so far.
Yeah, they've got a several miss buffer at this point. Probably close to 3 or 4 misses even Canada can give away and still be in the lead or about equal.
Yeah, still half the song left. It is a medium length, 3 minutes 15 seconds, but a lot of ground that needs to be made up by Taiwan, and Canada have to be the ones to give them that opening. Even the game doesn't know what to think.
Speechless.
The game's just mad that Canada didn't pick double time too, so making them just sit here, think about their decisions.
Yeah, honestly, it seems so. It seems to be a bit of an issue with the stream. Don't worry, it's not on your end. You can still hear us. But hopefully... Okay, there they go.
There we are. Like, maybe issues from the UK, we will see. Pretty client not happy about that sync loss. I think we can blame this one on me. I show up, I get Ernie Klein issues. The ultimate caster curse.
This is... You just blame Canada for not picking DT2. That's
Yeah.
what you really... That's really
like
what it
that
comes
better,
down to.
you know? Yeah.
Yep, not our fault. Okay, at least
Yeah.
UA still is in the lobby. A little bit delayed though. But at this point, I don't think it would have mattered. Katsuragi does get another miss towards the end, but Happiness Fish trades it out, so shouldn't be any swapping of the points, even though Canada does have a 200,000 point lead. It's not 200,000 points, it's more like probably 70,000, because the E-Wake is still quite far behind. But that is going to be the map. Victory for Canada on this one. E-Wake's going to be trying his best, but can't make up 200,000 points when there's only 100,000 left, even if you're FCing.
Yeah, that's the question though. Will we get the SS? Still has 100% accuracy. Get a little mini game in between the maps. Like the Subway Surfers in the corner. He will. Beautiful SS. But fortunately, like you said, not going to be enough. Canada putting up a pretty strong showing there.
Best score in the lobby, too.
Yeah.
You know, that's something to actually think about. They've done pretty decent scores so far on all 3 of the maps, played every single one of them.
Yeah, if you just look at
And
the
of course,
seeding,
you know, it's
just-
expected.
especially with like Canada, like we said earlier, probably a bit underseeded. I believe they were missing a player for their qualifiers.
Yeah.
Taiwan hitting way above their seed right now, even though it's 2-1 scoreline. Really close maps.
That one does go for the No Mod 3 pick. Actually gonna be getting into this one. Oh wait, no we're not. I just got baited by CTB Whitecat. You'll be seeing several member changes probably.
For sure, I'm just a bad omen at this point. All the bugs. That's alright. We'll get people sorted out. Yeah, UK might be a bit
You know,
bug.
even if you're a bad omen, I'm glad you're here. If that makes you feel any better.
Thank you, thank you. I gotta keep things exciting. We can't just have a normal match without any tech issues. Where's the fun? There we go. Yeah, gonna be booting people from the lobby. Getting them back in there usually fixes it out. In the meantime, the audio you're hearing, not my fault. Part of the song. It's a pretty cool one. Tranquility
Yeah, I
Resolve.
was thinking the same thing. I'm not gonna lie.
Mapper Jack Frost, which I was familiar
Mr.
with.
Binking.
Oh, it's Mr. Binking. Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, is that
Name
a new
change.
mapper? Name change.
Name change.
is always
We love
getting me.
name changes here.
It'll be my final move before I retire. Change my name. No one can ever find me.
Yeah, you're gonna be Snow Lion instead of Snow Leopard. Nobody will know. Trust.
We do have a summer leopard who's a mapper.
Yeah.
Might even are they like BN now?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I know they've been getting into the mapping scene for the past couple of years.
Yeah, they've been around.
But yeah, so we already do have a summer version of me out there making maps. Something I can't do, so I think that's fitting.
You know, I think we should get them in here right now to commentate because if it's Summer Leopard, we need Summer Leopard to come and cast during summer. No, we don't need a Snow Leopard in summer.
That's
you know
true,
what I mean?
actually. Yeah, I'm out of season. That's why we're getting all these bugs.
Yep.
Looks like we got the
Does
players
seem
back
like-
in the lobby, though.
Yeah. Everything is getting sorted. We are getting started
Ready?
with this one. Few changes on the rosters for this one.
Bidding difficulties, stay calm as we see these kind of funky sliders coming out. Definitely
Yeah,
gotta
this one
keep your
has
nerves
one
in this
pattern.
match.
About 100 combo. If you miss it, you're gonna miss quite a bit because of that right there. Nobody misses it though. This map, I would say, is a bit harder than most of the other maps in the pool. Also because, you know, this is kind of a skill set that you don't really see too often in catch maps. You know, CS 4.8, low AR, kind of technical.
Yeah, definitely fun song. I like these kind of songs because they make for really interesting maps. Tons of different sounds that you can map to.
That is
Especially
EUA finding
UK.
the first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Flyer as well soon after. Quite a big lead for Canada now, 2 misses in total.
Luckily, those dense sliders are going to get them back up to combo pretty quickly. But fairly large deficit to come back from. Ooh, an auto going to be dropping during that buzz slider at the end.
Last member for Taiwan with the FC does fall, and all of Canada holding FCs. One drop miss from Red CXCA, but that doesn't matter at this point.
A quarter of the map left to go, but score deficit growing quite large. Never count Canada out to troll a map, but looking pretty good for them right now.
I'll honestly say a triple FC on this map, pretty impressive, all things considered. I think this is probably one of the maps I would least expect a triple FC to come out on. And they just did it.
Yeah, there we go. And Canada proving not underestimate them with that number 12 seeding. Really nice three-way FC to get their 3rd point on the board.
It's going to be Canada's pick coming into the next one. Oh wait, no, that was Canada's pick. It is Taiwan's pick coming next.
Yeah, it's gonna be a difficult pick.
They have to go for
Maybe-
DT, right?
Yeah, I was gonna
DT1.
say like maybe Mixed Mod 1 if they think the low AR hidden was the issue and that they, they're covered on Mixed Mod 1, but if they're not confident on that, then I feel like they have to go double time now. I like the difficulty name of Double Time 3 though. Nice if we could have saved that map for July 20th.
You know,
I think the tournament's gonna be over at that point.
nope, that's actually CWC Grand Finals Day.
Oh, okay. I knew it was
Yep.
somewhere in there. All right, yeah.
That is the day Grand Finals
Bring
is
it
happening
back.
on that Sunday. I know that because there was a USA meetup planned on that day. So,
Nice.
anyways, we did go to No Mod 1. The long consistency, everybody knows No Mod 1's long consistency, relatively easier map for the pool.
Yeah. Gonna be Lunatic Mirage by Elfension. Shout out to our mappers for helping me with that pronunciation. Yeah, 3.5 minutes. So, about what you'd expect for a No Mod 1 map.
Yeah. This year they are a little bit harder overall, it seems so far for the No Mod 1s than they were last year. But again, it is a No Mod 1. Everybody's played these kind of maps. That's pretty much, the meta, you could say.
Yeah, I do like the AR 9.5 might seem a little fast for this stage, but it's a nice AR.
It might be, but you know what? I like it. Let's push the earlier rounds a little bit. We're still getting a lot of triple FCs from even like mid-seeded teams. We can push it harder. We are getting started. Don't think we have any swaps, if I remember correctly. We might have one. Yeah, Katsuragi is coming in, I believe, for Unlucky W on the side of Canada. And then on the side of Taiwan, Happiness Fish coming in for EOA, or no, for Minato Yukina.
Yeah, I think they swapped slots as well. But into the intro, nothing too unexpected here. Decent spinner. Seemed like Taiwan won that by
2 bananas.
400. Yeah.
But there is a droplet miss from EOA. Might matter in the end. Never know.
Yeah, still a very close race. But that's going to be a miss from Flyer. First one in the lobby.
Yeah.
Will flip it over to Canada.
It was actually a relatively denser miss as well. So was Katsuragi's. Both of them missing more than one note. You can tell by the accuracy of the miss. I think it was 4 each or 3 each.
And there we go. See the lead heading back over to Taiwan. Does seem like an increased lead actually from before the
Yeah.
misses came through. Not by a
There was
ton,
another
but
spin.
that is true. Taiwan, the spinning team.
DTB Whitecat does go down on that stream. Traded by Happiness Fish though.
Yeah, just trades back and forth in these two teams. Not quite at halfway through the map, but just about there, so this is still a battle open for anybody to win.
Yeah,
Break
here we
section.
can see a little bit of the spin difference. See, Earwig has 3 more bananas caught than Red CXDA, the only 2 FCs left in the lobby.
Dancer section, everyone gets through it okay. Score lead is slowly dropping. Might be some droplet misses there.
Yeah, but that's
But
not
that
a
missed
droplet right
Kasaragi.
there from Karasaragi, yeah.
There's
It's
a
gonna
bona
make the
fide
lead even
miss.
further.
Still a quarter of the map left to go, but Taiwan looking a lot better on this compared to the previous couple maps. Be a huge point for them. Keep Canada away from match point. And just be a second point they can take off of probably one of the top contenders to go far in this tournament.
There's a miss from Flyer. Gonna need another one come out very soon if Canada has a chance to pull out on this one. Last stream.
It's getting close at the end.
This map doesn't end, but there it is. 1.9 thousand points for Taiwan in the end. Gonna be taking their second point of the match.
Yeah, very well done by them. 2 FCs, one on each team, Red and Uick. Overall, pretty low miss count. Yeah, it's 12 for the whole lobby, so not too shabby for a 3.5 minute long map. Does mean we go back over to Canada though for their next pick. Double Time 2 is still there. It's waiting. Calling for them.
Waiting. They better pick it. Come on.
No, come on.
Wrong number.
They
Disappointing.
learned how to spell. They forgot how to count. Yeah. Chukufuku Saratesai can be coming out. This one is going to be 2.5 minutes after we get double time slapped in there. They're 8.1, so that comes out to about 9.73. Does make this the longest of the double time maps by just a little bit. And it's going to be a
surprising.
fairly
Usually-
dense one.
Usually it'd be DT1 that's the longest. Usually.
Yeah. Just about a couple seconds. DT1, 2 minutes 27 after double time is applied.
Big thing to note about this map as well, that is CS 3.3, so circle is going to be quite a bit fatter than usual that you would be used to.
Yeah.
A bit more ripe, you know what I mean?
Nice and juicy.
Oh yeah.
But the real question is, will Canada get to match point, or is Taiwan going to steal that map pick back and get us tied up? Like Hydra is going to be coming in, so some confusion there on that. All right, yeah, Hydra is gonna be staying in. So that message could have just been about Hydra's not being readied. I'm not sure, but
Hopefully.
we'll have to see.
You do see one swap for the side of Taiwan. Sarina coming in on this one for the place of Flyer, I believe. Also see Happiness Fish staying in with Eoic. Side of Canada, pretty much like a relatively full team swap except for except for C2B Whitecap.
Yeah, Canada flexing that strong roster. Definitely a benefit a lot of the higher seeded teams have. Hydra's gonna miss right at about 200 combo.
Yeah, it was right after it as well, so he's gonna get the maximum penalty from that miss.
Yeah, pretty healthy lead for Taiwan, but single miss will flip things back to even. And Happiness Fish gonna be taking full advantage of that right now. That miss, so they're gonna be just about tied back up.
That one was a bit of a denser miss, but then Hydra just missed the whole stream as well on his side too, so not looking good for Canada. They're gonna have a bit more than one miss of a gap because of that whole stream miss from Hydra's. Both teams holding pretty steady at this point, getting close to the end of the map already as well. Only about 1/4 left.
Yeah, got 4 players on a 4-digit combo. Hydra's Happiness Fish over halfway there.
Hydra's dropped again, traded by Sarina though. Still reachable for Canada here. As well as Happiness Fish. Wait, I didn't see that one drop. It's gonna get pretty close at the end, but I think Taiwan still has enough point lead with these closing sliders.
Yeah, there you have it.
They
Taiwan
brought it 5 or 3-3.
gonna get a break point. 3-3, and all I can say is Canada, come on, man. Double time 2. How many times we gotta teach you
If
this
that was
lesson?
double time too, they wouldn't want it, you know? But that is also Eoic's 5th FC, by the way. 5 FCs and 1 miss so far in this match.
Yeah, absolutely huge performance coming out from Taiwan's captain.
I believe Fuhi as well, C2B Whitecat. 4 FCs, 2 1 misses, I think, on his side as well.
Yeah, honestly, I mean,
Crazy
Taiwan
performance.
might be a bit underseeded as well, or just you know, popping off today.
I mean, Taiwan's always been that one team that they kind of seed relatively in the middle, but they always put up a fight, a really good fight against one of their first 2 matches. It always happens, without a doubt, every single year.
Yeah. Start to struggle a little bit as we get to those endgame pools, but yeah, definitely strong opponents. Do not want to take for granted. They're showing it here, tying up Canada. It is their pick now, too. So they could get to match point before Canada possibly steal the match or even bring us to tiebreaker. But now is the hard decision.
It has to be Nomad too, I think, right?
Maybe
DT2!
Dotan, yeah, I was gonna say Dotan's been going well for them. They're gonna do what Canada couldn't and finally
They
pick
picked
double time
DT2.
too.
Let's go. This one, probably my favorite song of the whole pool as well.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Thank you to Zyrox for mapping this. This one, you will see not many SSs on this one. I can guarantee you that. The droplets on this are very tricky. I think the slider SV is like slightly less than a full dash. It's like in between a full dash and a walk, so you can't just like, you know, can't just hold dashed. I love that about this map. So we're gonna be seeing some pretty low accuracies, I feel like, from these players. Even if they FC, we're gonna be seeing some like 99.4s. A lot of potential for droplets to cause some chaos in this.
The other interesting thing is that AR 7.8, which after you slap double time on there, that comes out to 9.53. So pretty much the same approach rate as Nomad 1. Pretty low for double time, but does keep things pretty interesting. Really have to have control of your catcher because it's going to be moving at that double time speed, but the actual movement of the notes is going to be a lot slower than you're used to. Yeah, I do like this pick out of Taiwan. I think we saw Nomad wasn't going well for them. Hard Rock was good, but they only had the one pick, so double time seems like their best option. They did it one time, let's see if they can do it again.
Very early miss from Sonami. This is actually their first appearance so far in this match. And with that, I think we also get all 6 players from both teams playing so far in the match, which you never see that anymore.
Yeah, definitely love to see that. Especially in the early round, where the map's going to be the easiest. It's probably the best time you can justify making sure everyone gets a fair share of their time on the stage.
There was also a miss from CTB Whitecat in the bottom left, a little bit before 200 combo. Sonami does find another miss, so still advantage for Canada on this one. One miss in this map is going to be worth quite a bit compared to other maps because of the low density as well.
Yeah, Sonami is recovering now, but may have been some nerves being the first map they've played. Still fairly close, but it's up to Canada now to give Taiwan another opening.
Big spinner there. This is where we're going to be most likely to see another miss in this section here. There it is.
Katsuragi gonna be the miss.
That's going to be enough to swap it, especially with that second miss. And another one from Unlucky W. Hold on here. Taiwan surging into the lead right at the very end.
Yeah, it was looking tough for them, but Canada, in classic double time 2 fashion, may have choked at the finish line.
Sorry, and the misses at the end, but it doesn't matter. Taiwan takes their own point, their last pick, to go up 4-3 versus Canada. And honestly, I just want to point out, look at the accuracies from Eoic and Tsarina. Those are some really good accuracies. 99.92 on that map. That is crazy. And Canada instantly picks Hidden One. I think that's definitely got to be the right choice.
Yeah, I said no more playing around.
Yep.
We don't want to get knocked out already, or knocked down, I should say. So, they're going to make sure that we take it to tiebreaker, but Taiwan, they have an opportunity here to do the funniest thing.
They do. That they do. the winner of this match does go on to play against the winner of the France-Denmark match. So that one's going to also be quite a banger as well.
Definitely. See some roster swaps. Red coming in for Canada, Happiness Fish, and for Taiwan. Like Tsunami might be coming back in for another map.
Getting out all the older players on this one. Just do an age check. Whatever number is greatest, you put them in on the hidden map. That's how it usually goes.
You'd think you'd want the young guns for the better eyes, you know? But
No. It's the better brains, not the eyes.
I see.
Yep.
Yeah, you gotta just visualize the notes as they're
GT is
turning
the eyes
invisible.
and hidden is the brains.
Yeah, that's fair. That is true.
I mean, we have Elux on the team. He's pushing 31. He's our hidden player.
Helix definitely a huge brain on that man. We're gonna be loading in, so that will be locking it in. Minato, Happiness, and Tsunami gonna be playing for Taiwan.
You know, crazy thing as well, the best two performers from both teams, Ioic and Fuhi, not playing this one.
That is kind of
Both
wild.
of them. They were the ones who were FCing pretty much every map up until now, and neither of them are playing the hidden, which I don't blame them. I don't want to play hidden either.
Intro going well so far. Which coming
Lots
off
of-
of a double time is also, something you gotta be worried about.
Ooh, 3 misses right there. Katsuragi, Unlucky W, and Sanami. I was gonna say, lots of droplet misses so far. 3 more misses as well. And another one. Nobody's enjoying this one, except for Red, I guess. Red is having a great time with a 250 combo as the highest one in the lobby again only.
Everybody's sweating bullets right now, and Red's just over there singing along, I'm sure.
I think so far in this one map, we've had like more misses than the last 3 maps combined. And it's only been 1/3 of this map. That's what hidden does to someone, you know? The hidden effect.
Hidden players are different beasts. Minato, gonna be finding another miss. Well, that is actually the teal
That's the whole team.
Yeah.
And this lead is going to be very, very hard to come back from. I assume most of the early nerves that you would get on something like this are gone from Canada at this point, and they're already storming up to over 130,000. Probably going to be close to 150, maybe even 160,000 points, which you just can't come back from that unless you, I don't know, maybe a meteor hits or something. But like,
Yeah.
good luck with that.
Another 2 misses out of Taiwan, and yeah, we're going to tiebreaker on this one. Canada not messing around, showing us why they instantly picked Hidden 1 as soon as that double time 2 ended. Lucky did find a
Unlucky
miss,
miss.
and
Unlucky
an
again.
unlucky one again, yeah. Fortunately, despite the unluckiness, Canada is going to be getting the W on this map, I think.
Yeah, this lead is absolutely massive at this point. 200,000 points. You know, I bet right now, if you looked online and pressed F9, there is 3 players that you would see playing the tiebreaker. Flyer, Ewig, and C2B Whitecat. They're just probably sitting there playing the tiebreaker right now.
Oh, I'm sure they have to be.
They're
As soon as the map was
100%.
picked, they're like, all right, it's going to tiebreaker. Let's get prepped.
100% they're just playing the tiebreaker right now, which, you know, good for them. They're going to have to come in here in about 2 minutes because that's when they're going to be starting it.
Yeah, I don't want to discount it because, oh my lord, Red had an SS.
Yeah,
That.
SS is pretty crazy too, because droplets we saw not friendly at all either. So massive score from Red.
But yeah, we're gonna be going to the tiebreaker. No hints here. Good old classic Bunray map. Well, Bunray is a classic mapper, but this is a custom map for CWC, as you would expect.
You know, something that I just thought about is Bunray's probably been mapping longer than some players have been alive at this point.
Probably, and that is a scary thought.
That's really scary. Oh my gosh. I don't want to think about that.
Yeah. I do want to think about Bunray maps, though. Love Bunray maps. They're always a good time. All that experience shows. Be just shy of 6 minutes. AR 9.5 will be the final boss that Taiwan needs to face if they want to beat Canada.
So many tiebreakers already, and it's only the first day. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this match itself slightly delayed for the tiebreaker of the previous one, so
Yeah.
getting eaten good tonight.
And you know who we see in this match so far in the tiebreaker? CTV Whitecat, Earwig, and Flyer. All three of the ones that I mentioned before. They definitely were playing it. They had to have been.
Yeah, I mean, you have to expect it's gonna happen.
See Red CXA and Unlucky W for the side of Canada rounding out their roster. Happiness Fish rounding out Taiwan's roster.
Bunray, master of mapping, also a bit of an artist as well. The little character sprites you see are also created by Bunray. We heard it a bit in the preview, but we're going to get a lot of song swap-ups throughout this. Unlucky, with the first one fall victim to that.
Yeah, that one was before 200 combo, so it's not going to be as punishing as any misses from here on out. Again, CTB combo cap 200, and then it stops scaling. So 200 is the magic number over here.
I do really like the concept of this map with this song. You get to swap up the mapping style very frequently throughout. Keeps things interesting. Got to stay on your toes.
The thing about this though is I don't think it provides a lot of like that nerve factor. We do see another miss from Red CXCA over on the bottom left. It's gonna make the lead for Taiwan even larger. Still 3 FCs. But I was saying that usually you don't get a lot of that nerve factor when you play songs like this because it's not like building up, you know what I mean? It's just changing.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah, it's like
I think
playing
that
a ton
plays
of
massive
15-second
part.
maps.
Yeah, it plays a massive part into how the nerves are gonna build up for these players. I mean, you're still gonna get a lot of nerves because you know you're tiebreakering in round of 32, but might be a little bit less.
Yeah, I mean, so far, it's working out well for Taiwan. We got the 3-way FC. So, got the nerves under control one way or another, as Red finds another miss.
And Unlucky W as well on that huge long slider. This is really not looking good for Canada, but Flyer does find the first miss for Taiwan, but they're going to need at least 3 or 4 more misses from Taiwan to be able to equal it out.
Yeah. Flyer recovered well. Just got tripped up by that kind of weird section on the song chains.
one.
Happiness Fish gonna drop now as well.
That's a... whoa. That might be
Ooh.
more than a miss. I don't know what's going on there. They're not having a good time, that's for sure, though.
Banjo doesn't know what to think anymore. I think seems likely Happiness Fish probably having some slight connection issues. Saw it earlier with UK. Hopefully stays
Maybe
connected
it was an
and
alt
recovers.
tab. I hope it's not an alt tab.
That would be absolutely tragic.
It might have been an alt tab. Because I'm looking at their accuracy. The accuracy looks like it... Don't tell me they got window updated. That'd be really sad.
Oh no.
It happened to Canada before.
Whatever it was, it's what Canada needed. Take
Yeah,
the
I
lead
guess
back,
the
but
meteor
unlucky,
hit.
gonna drop.
The crazy thing is, even with
Like,
that, they're
Even
still
with
in the
that,
lead.
Taiwan's taking it back.
Again, we don't know whether that actually is like full misses. I don't know. But for
Could
now,
be,
we'll go
like,
under the assumption
client bug.
that it
Yeah.
was. We'll go under the assumption that they all tabbed for like 10 seconds and missed 2% or 3%. Hopefully, that's not the case. But it seems pretty likely. Red CXA does find another miss, but even with that, they were up 20,000. One miss from Happiness Fish here, but they need another one. Canada needs another miss out of Taiwan still. That's one of the other
Happiness.
misses, but it's traded. It's traded by the FC from CTV Whiteout on the top.
It is gonna bring the
Only
score
FC
closer
left
though.
in UA. And it's gone. No, no. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Oh,
what
no.
was that? Missed like 10
The miss is all over. It's like completely tied now.
Unlucky missed again though, so it's gonna be back to Taiwan's small advantage. Everybody missed that little wiggly slider thing.
Yeah, the songs pop-ups are getting more and more intense, as is the mapping. Flyer gonna find another miss.
Oh, it's too close.
It's anyone's game now.
It's like a half
Actually-
miss lead for Canada right now. 1/8 of the map left. Just that
You
little
can't
sliver.
trust anything.
Trades
the
right
mapping
there.
keeps changing up.
One more
Anyone
in
can
favor
find
of
misses.
Taiwan. Taiwan has a bit too many misses on that part. Canada sees the break. Up 13,000. Still increasing.
A miss from Flyer that might seal the deal.
It might. But again, we do have to make sure about Happiness Fish's PC problem. Maybe they have some points. I don't think they do though. And it just seems to be total collapse on the ending from Taiwan for Happiness Fish and Flyer. UA trying to hold strong with the best score in the lobby by quite a margin too, but it just seems like it's not going to be enough. And we do have the MP link. Taiwan, that is the almost correct score. Taiwan wins it by about 72,000.
Yeah, Happiness Fish. It looks like about the right score. 877,000. According to the
Yeah.
MP link, so.
The
But unfortunately
fortunate
not
thing
a
you could
client
say-
bug.
Yeah, I guess the fortunate thing you could say is even if they didn't have that, their PC issue or whatever happened, they would have still lost by maybe 15, 20,000, I think, doing the math. So it's unfortunate, but in the end, it wouldn't have changed. Either way, still a great match between these two teams. Third tiebreaker
Yeah.
so far.
Yeah, Taiwan definitely should have their heads held up high for that one. Huge performance from them. Just nearly sent Canada down, but Canada prevails in the end, so congratulations to them. They will be moving on in the winners bracket, and we will see more of Taiwan in the losers bracket.
So many banger matches already, and we've got more to come. make sure you're sticking around for this whole weekend because it's gonna be some bangers this weekend. That is for sure.
Yeah, that is the last match for today, though. So thank you guys all for watching. I hope to see you tomorrow, bright and early, 10 UTC, for the UK going against Australia. Don't want to miss out, and we'll see you then. It's been Snow Leopard here with Sekre.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the 2025 Oz Catch World Cup Round of 32 for our very first match here between Germany and Singapore, the 13th and 20th seeds, respectively facing off in the very first round here for this much anticipated beginning of the weekend. I am Maito, and I will be joined for this match, for this battle, by Toph Daddy. What do you think of this one?
I think it's going to be a really good matchup. 13 versus 20 seed, pretty close together, not too much of a seed disparity, and you can see from their qualifier scores that both teams are quite consistent, and even with Singapore being a little bit behind in terms of overall scoring, definitely has a few areas of attack. I'm excited to see where Singapore kind of takes it. They had some really good low AR scores on that Hidden 2, and their Hidden and Hard Rock seems to be a little bit more equivalent than the other, than the Nomads and DTs. So I think we could definitely see some interesting mod play come out of Singapore, whereas I think Germany's going to be probably sticking with the mechanics, the Nomad and DTs here.
Yep, 100%. That's a pretty succinct analysis of both teams, I reckon. Singapore definitely probably having that hidden advantage, at least in terms of low AR over Germany, but they have, I believe, Germany can't actually see right now, but I think, yeah, they both banned hidden here. Wow, that is quite the interesting turnout, but not too surprising to see, considering how much better Singapore was over Germany on the low AR, and how much better Germany was over Singapore on that kind of normal hidden consistency. So interesting bans to start off. Hidden is off the table, and I guess we'll be getting into the picks in a second.
Yeah, definitely pretty interesting. I am curious to see where Singapore is going to go as far as their pick strategy goes. I did say that they had some pretty good Hard Rock scores, but Germany also some pretty strong Hard Rocks. But looks like they were already in their first map. That's going to be DT1, Germany's first pick there. Of Vitalization, so not too far off on the going for the mechanics picks from Germany here, going for maybe the most straightforward map in the pool outside of Nomad 1.
Yeah, absolutely. DT1 is just total standard consistency, and unsurprising pick here from Germany, although it's even so far. Sorry for the little late start. We had some technical difficulties, of course, to start off. We couldn't be a Catch-World Cup without a few things going wrong, and just got them out of the way. So hopefully nothing more should be happening. But a miss from Yun will give Germany the lead.
Yeah, first miss coming out here from anyone. All 5 other players holding on to the full combos. All 3 players on Germany actually holding on to double S. XF and Heating CTP holding on to the FCs, but did drop a droplet or 2 down, dropping that accuracy. And that is enough to give Germany that 28,000 point lead, but one miss is all it could take to even this right back up. That accuracy difference I don't think is enough to really give that big of a difference, unless it comes down to just those droplet misses.
Oh, and there it is. Just as you're talking about it, a drop comes down. The single miss difference for Germany is going to be essentially eliminated, and things are going to be tied right back up. Yun making his way back to 500 combo here for Singapore, but finds another drop, of course, as I say it, and Germany retaking this in around the same manner.
Yeah, and it actually looks like there might have been a bit bigger of a drop on Marvmala's side, so getting that miss from A and then now XF as well, dropping the combo is definitely going to work well for Germany in that case. Might have been a little bit closer if we saw them holding on to the combo, but Marvmala does trade it back again, but Germany's still about 1 miss ahead at this point, and we have just the final few patterns of this map. And it looks like Germany, on a strong opening DT1 pick, going to take their first point of the match.
Yep, first point of the match and of this Catch World Cup. They are the first ones to gain the advantage in a match, so a bit of a fun little moment here at the beginning of the tournament, and it's a strong pick from Germany. They did well. A double FC from Lume and Wonderlife. And it's over, to Singapore now. And I wonder what they go for. Wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a Hard Rock.
Yeah, I could see a Hard Rock coming out. I'd be interested to see if they want to go with those mixed mods, honestly. Maybe go for that mixed mod 2 with the anti-mod pick because of their strength on the low AR hidden compared to Germany.
Mixed mod's definitely a way, as we discuss quite often, for maybe some lower seeded teams that don't quite have the full modded firepower compared to their higher seeded opponents, but they can put in their best mod players on the mixed mod and pretty much even it out, which is why mixed mod is such a fantastic mod to watch. The best kind of mod players from the teams compete against each other. So could be interesting to see that pick come down, but Aang just taking a little bit to decide, which is fair enough. You want to start the match off with a strong pick.
Absolutely you do, and you don't want to give Germany a 2-0 lead to start off this match, especially on what you would imagine is Singapore's strongest pick. Now, I would have expected Hidden 2 to come out pretty much immediately if that stayed open, but with that being banned out, the decision-making tree for Singapore gets a lot more complex because of how strong Germany is at pretty much everything.
Yep, and it's okay. It's actually going to be no mod 3 here. Interesting decision from Singapore. They go with no mod 3. Tranquility Resolve, I believe. Which is, of course, our gimmicky map, as it always is. Tons of stacks and doublets all around the shop. This is a real technical test, honestly, in terms of keeping your movement in line. That AR8 CS 4.8. So they must have practiced this one hard, because I think this is a map where a lot of practice really pays off.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's a lot of pretty awkward spacing throughout this, so the precision that is needed maybe might be even higher than you would have expected from a No Mod 3 from last year's tournament. Just with the constant changing of the spacing, and then, like you said, those stacks just brutal.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad to see this so early on, because this is a fascinating map. It's always awesome to see teams face off on the gimmick and see them go to work. So I think Singapore's definitely going to be able to stick this one up to Germany pretty well. I mean, it's their first pick, so obviously they have to have some confidence. Don't think them taking a little to decide really means that they're not confident. Just thinking which map would be the best to get them off to a good start.
Yeah, kind of a mix between what I imagine is the comfort on a pick like this and their thoughts on how well they'll match up against Germany on something like this. And I mean, we mentioned that Singapore had a great great hidden 2 score in qualifiers. Low AR certainly comfortable for them, and I guess they're in the mindset that potentially it will translate into this Nomad 3 pick. And out of all of the Nomads, I do think that this is the best pick for Singapore. So interested to see if they're able to take this and even up the score with Germany.
Yep, and it's just going to be Excel coming in here for the first time. Yang and Yun remaining, but a couple of misses early on out of that bottom left corner for the Singaporeans. All of the Germans doing well, holding on to their FC so far, and they'll gain around a 1.5 miss advantage to start this one off, but that's going to go down with that miss from Marshmallow.
Yeah, that's a couple misses too, so it looks like Singapore should be able to take this lead back. Excel dropping pretty much right at the start, so that should actually favor Singapore since they weren't able to, or didn't get up to it. But Marshmallow and Excel trading back and forth. Yuna for life, the next miss. So 2 FCs on Singapore to just 1 on Germany. Lume trying to hold up the German squad at this point. And Ang, CTB, and Excel both dropping combo there. That's going to even out as Marshmallow hits that 200 combo cap. And start moving towards Germany, but it is just 1 FC to 1. And as I say that, Aeon is going to drop it for Singapore. Last FC remaining is Lume for Germany, and they're going to take a lead out of it. And this tough stack section catching 2 players off guard.
Look at Lume go, still holding on to that FC, almost up to 900 combo now, and there it is. But despite that, the consistency from the other 2 Germans is simply not there at the moment. Singapore with around a 1 miss advantage. Hyang and Excel with really nice combos. Yun above 200 as well. Lume trying absolute best to keep Germany in this, and in this last little bit, they do have a chance, but they need to absolutely hold on, and both teams are doing that.
Yeah, all 6 players now above the combo cap. Marshmallow going to be the first one to break and give Singapore a little bit extra lead. I was going to say it was less than a miss of difference, just about 22,000. But Marshmallow missing a few times here in this, ending with some more of that awkward spacing, going to give Singapore quite a strong lead, approaching 70,000. And Singapore going to get a strong first pick of their own, evening out the score 1-1.
Yeah, what a great first pick here from Singapore. Doing superbly, really, really good scores, consistent across all, and that's kind of what propelled them forward. Germany just fighting misses as they build up and then dropping that combo again, allowing Singapore to fully capitalize when they were at that max mark. And that's what led them to getting that pretty convincing win in the end by around 70k. So great start here for the Singaporeans against their high-seeded opponents, and it's back to the Germans for the next pick.
Yeah, I mean, on that, even with Singapore's great performance, Lume doing everything they could with that. The only FC in the lobby, but just a really great performance from Singapore all around. And Germany's next pick coming up, that I mentioned that was probably the best Nomad pick for them, and Nomad 4 actually going to come out from Germany right after, going for the Convert pick early on in this matchup.
Yep, we have Hananinate, I think much beloved song by many looking at this pool in the week leading up. So a lot probably excited to see this one being picked, myself included, I have to say. Everyone getting down to cat jam to this, and yeah, it's the only convert in the pool. A little bit of an edit for it, but it's definitely converty, that's for sure. Pretty standard convert. It's honestly consistent as long as you have some pretty regular convert ability, and it's Nerfu coming in here for Germany, I believe, as well as XF for Singapore on the convert here to balance the scales.
Yeah, so getting some swap outs on both sides. This team, the same team that we saw in qualifiers for Germany on the convert, a little bit different for Singapore. XL and XF both coming in For qualifiers, Singapore had McButt in as that third player alongside Hing, CTB, and Excel, but getting a little bit of a different swap in here for the Convert. Probably maybe a little bit difference in comfort compared to the difficulty that we saw in the Convert for qualifiers. Though this one definitely not the most straightforward map. I mean, for people who like Converts and play them a lot, I imagine this is going to be pretty comfortable, but you still have a lot of patterns that are just so easy to miss if you're not fully prepared for them. So this is the kind of map that I would think you would need to practice a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, that kind of goes without saying for most maps. So usually practice the more
Usually,
practice, the better.
yeah, usually.
You know, I would say that it's usually a good idea to not sight read the pool. I mean, some madmen out there like to completely sight read, but yeah,
Certainly
this is definitely
not.
one where I think we might see the practice show off that the Convert players for sure going to shine on this, and it's Lume and Marvmello in yet again, Hiang and Excel as well, but it's actually Hiang the first to drop as well as Excel kind of mentioning then missing, and it's a good start for Germany.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough intro for Singapore there. XF holding on to the double S to keep up with the German players. Nerfu going to be the first drop for Germany, but it is still 2 full combos to 1, and now not even 1. 2 combos to 0, and Germany is going to have a very big lead coming out of it. About 3 misses of difference already.
Yep, Germany looking really, really nice here. Lume and Marvmello. Marvmello, I think, maybe settling in a little bit. Had a couple of misses early on, maybe not exactly start they would have wanted, but looking good so far into the first chorus, the first Ki. Excel, another drop. XF is building up for Singapore too, but if those misses keep coming down, it's going to be difficult for them to gain their footing and to start chipping away at that German lead. All of their players was going to say at 200, and miss from Nerfu there, but look at Lume and Marvmello.
Yeah, both still holding on to the double S, and Hiang and XF both above the combo bonus limit, so at least taking care of that part of the score. Excel trying to build back up, gonna shrink the lead a tiny bit with that Excel being a little bit closer to that 200 than Nerfu, but everyone's staying consistent as soon as they hit the 200, Excel drops again. And Germany is going to take an even bigger lead, though one of the FCs now gone from Germany. Lume, the only player left with the FC in the lobby, trying to pull off another Nomad 3 only FC in the lobby performance. And so far, that is proving to be extremely valuable for Germany, who have a 115,000 point lead up to this point in the map.
Lume doing superbly so far, has for sure been standout player of this match at the moment. Another drop for XL. XF and Hiang are doing superbly. They're keeping their combos up really high. They just need that third player support, and they're not able to get it on this map, at least for now. Still a quarter left to go. Germany would have to fall pretty hard from now to throw this one away, but it's not completely out of the realm of possibility for Singapore, but they need that third place support.
Yeah, definitely need that consistency from Excel to start showing up, but at this point you also need a lot of misses from Germany, and that third player support does fall short a little bit with Excel finding another drop, and Germany just showing so much consistency. Lume looking for the double S still. Marvmello does find a drop, but with Excel's earlier drop, that's just going to be a trade ultimately as we hit the final patterns, and Germany going to have a dominant win on Nomad for the competition here.
Yep. Really, really nice here from Germany. A perfect pick yet again for them, and that is 2 FCs in a row from Lume. Losing that last pick, not quite able to have the support, but it was here in force for Germany, and they go up 2-1, looking strong. And yeah, that's it's scary to see when a player is really feeling it, and you're on the other side. You're thinking, man, it's going to be difficult to take Lume down if it comes to a 1v1 type of situation where 2 players need to hold on.
Right, and I think even just seeing this kind of consistency from one player, you know, if you're on Singapore's side, you're looking at that and you're saying, we need someone to FC to just neutralize this one player on the other team. And for as difficult as some of these maps are, you don't want that to be the situation that you're up against.
No, you really don't. It's a scary proposition when an opposition player is really feeling it in the moment. And that's definitely what's happening with Lume, just on a tear for now, 2 FCs in a row. And it is over to Singapore's pick, however. They have a chance. That first pick was really nice to follow that one up with another nice choice, but I wonder what they're going to go for. Could they finally, or could they now venture into Hard Rock, I wonder?
Yeah, I mean, I think avoid Nomad and DT. I think that's pretty much clear for Singapore at this point. I think the decision really is between Hard Rock and Mixed Mod, and if between the two, I think you go either Hard Rock 1 or Mixed Mod 2. Go for the straightforward Hard Rock, or go for the anti-mod Mixed Mod to keep. And I think those are the two best options for Singapore at this point, but against a team like Germany, you got to be really careful with your picks, and Singapore was and made a great one in Nomad 3 to start this match off for them, but they're going to have to make a few more if they want to keep up with Germany here.
Taking all their time here to start this off, and what do you know, it is indeed going to be Hard Rock 1. Waiting until the last moment to finally go for this one, and yeah, I think this is a good pick for them. This is just totally standard consistency Hard Rock. There's really nothing of note here that kind of caught my eye playing through and checking this one out. The Hard Rock players should come in and have a pretty easy time. It's really just a true battle of who can hold their combo.
Yeah, it really is. This is a big consistency test there. There's no real memorization patterns throughout this. The density is high enough to keep reading through most of it, and even if there are a couple patterns that might throw you off, this map does kind of just repeat twice, so most of the map you'll see a couple times, and you'll be able to practice the different types of patterns throughout it. Even on a couple of playthroughs, you should get a lot of practice on them. I expect this to be a pretty pitched battle. I imagine it's going to come down to one or two misses.
Yep. Apart from some complete crash out from one player, I do have to agree with you there. This is hopefully going to be a really close one, which probably isn't exactly what Singapore want for their second pick here. I mean, you want a second pick like Germany had, where they just cruise to the finish line, but yeah, I think this one's going to be close. Mick Butt coming in here for the first time for Singapore as well. His very first appearance for the Singaporeans, and his first miss as well in this Hard Rock 1.
Indeed. Unfortunate early miss, but that is before getting to the 200 combo mark. I believe, is this the first time we're seeing Wonderlife as well for Germany? So first time swapping for two players here.
I believe we saw Wonderlife in the very first point on DT1, but hasn't been in at all until now. So taking quite an extended break, and it's a miss from XF2 on Singapore. So Germany off to a really nice start with 3 FCs.
Yeah, really is. That's two misses for Singapore, and trying to hold the fort for Singapore. But does get back up to that 200 combo mark, as we are starting to approach the first chorus in about 150 combo, where there's a little bit of a difficulty spike and that density starts to increase, but it shouldn't be anything too worth noting. McButt is going to find yet another break, though, shortly after getting to that 200 combo. XF now above 200 combo, but all three players on Germany holding the consistency super well, all holding on to double S's alongside the one double S for Singapore and AN, and just a few misses being all the difference. Germany needs to take that 80,000 point lead.
Looking super strong and consistent here, Germany. They are only half a map away from taking their first breakpoint, and Yun drops again. XF follows it up pretty shortly, and it's eclipsed a 6-digit lead here for the Germans. They can see that they are completely in control. 3 double S's. Lume on the brink of FCing 3 maps in a row as well if they can make it through this last little part. I would say the difficulty does spike a little in the ending, so do have to watch out for that. But Germany just totally cruising.
Yeah, absolutely insane performance so far here from Germany. XF going to find another draw as that sort of pretty much just to extend the lead for Germany. 150,000 points, probably about 6-7 misses of difference. So it's going to take a little bit of a collapse, I think, from Germany for Singapore to have the chance to get back into this. But they also need to hold on to that consistency. There's been there haven't been very many moments in this map so far that we've seen Singapore holding on to consistent combo across the board. But they do get one miss from Marshmallow, so they have at least a little bit of a way in, though. Going to need a lot more than that with still 2 double S's from Lume and Wonderlife.
Yeah, the triple FC, the triple SS was not meant to be. Marshmallow can't quite complete it, but ultimately that won't show up on the final scorecard. What matters is that they take their first breakpoint here. Lume with 3 FCs in a row now, full comboing the last 3 points, and has been incredible. 1 miss from Yun, a really nice score there. 2 from McButt. Honestly, pretty strong. It was just, yet again, a 3rd play difference here for Singapore in the end through XF, where he just wasn't able to quite keep up with the other 2. And it's Germany's pick now from the breakpoint.
Yeah, 3-1 gives Germany an opportunity to get this to match point, and they've got 2 nomads available. They got 2 DTs available. I could see them pretty much going for any of them. I would maybe see DT3 coming out as the general selection. You know, seeing that the stream consistency on Hard Rock goes so well for them, I could see them wanting to go for another stream-based pick like DT3 or even Nomad 2 if they really wanted to. But I'm wrong. They always prove me wrong. They go with Nomad 1, they go with the pure consistency
Okay.
map.
Interesting. Wait, hold on. That's Hyang.
Oh,
hold on just a minute.
I didn't read that right.
It's
Singapore
all good.
trying to pull one over on us and
on the casters. Hey man, it's alright. I've made that exact same mistake in multiple tournaments, thinking that it was.
Okay, I wasn't wrong. We
No,
did it.
good job. It's indeed DT3, and this is certainly an interesting map. I'm sure you know it's the low CS map. I think it's like CS 3 point something, and yeah, this is pretty unique. Kind of 2 points to look out for in this one. One kind of around the quarter-way point until halfway, and one like right before this really long slider near the end, where the difficulty kind of jumps through the roof, and that's really where we're going to see the kind of make or break stages of this point. So look out for that one. This is a really interesting map.
Yeah, I mean, we saw from the first DT pick, first map played in this whole match, that Singapore did a pretty good job of keeping up with Germany, a few additional mistakes. So I would almost expect generally to see like full combos up until those difficulty spikes. But those are, like you said, going to be the really important points to look out for because of how much more difficult that they are than the rest of the map. And like you said, CS 3.3, really big circle size, and an AR that doesn't quite hit 10. 8.1 gets to about 9.7, so shouldn't be too uncomfortable as far as reading goes for anyone here either.
No, the reading is pretty chill and the CS helps out. I think it really helps balance out those super difficult sections where your movement has to be pretty precise and you really have to get kind of in the flow of this map and know how to move around the patterns properly. So practice, sure. This is another really heavy practice map where you really need to get the feel for it. And I think Germany going for this one, they've most likely done quite a lot of that. And those sections kind of make me scared for Lume's FC streak, to be honest. But let's see if they can pull through, or if Singapore can break right back.
Yeah, and the other side of that too is that because there are those spikes, they do kind of almost come out of nowhere in a sense. So you have to be able to transition from going through the consistency with easier spacing streams, and then immediately be able to swap your play to the much more difficult and precise patterns of those two Kiai sections. And out of the intro, everyone doing well. Wonderlife actually going to be the first drop, so Singapore going to get a little bit of a lead in this easier section. Was before 200 combo, going to be a little bit less impactful, but it was pretty close, and Singapore should be able to get nearly a full miss worth of points as a little bit of cushion before the more difficult sections start to come up.
Yep, about 100 combo left to go here. It's around 400 where it really starts hitting those super difficult patterns. And yeah, it's a good start here for Singapore, just able to hold on through this easy section. And we're about to get into the first really tough part. McButt misses just before Yun also goes down. Yang holding on for the moment. And Wonderlife has also built up, so Germany's going to retake the lead. All of their players above that max combo mark. And everyone actually doing pretty well to hold on in this part for now, except for these two early misses. And it's around a 1 miss lead, but McButt finds another one.
Yeah, so it's just gonna be about a 2 miss. Lume holding onto the double S yet again. Nerfu holding on to a full combo as well. Like you said, Wonderlife able to recover very well, comboing through that difficult section despite the early drop. Yang trying to keep up with the German players here with a full combo of their own, and I was gonna say was recovering from the single miss in that transition, but does find a couple more misses in Germany in a great spot to take this to match point now. Just one more difficult section left to go, and if they're able to perform like they did on the first section, they should be just fine getting through it.
Yep, Lume and Nerfu look super comfortable there. Wonderlife, despite that early miss, has built right back up. Yang trying his best to keep Singapore in this, but they're going to need a miracle from this point. Not much of this map left to go. It's 93k for Germany. Here we go into the final difficult section. McButt's the first to drop. Lume does finally miss. Can't keep the streak alive, but Nerfu and Wonderlife both above 1k. Nerfu's still, in fact, on that FC. Yang does the same, but Germany walk away with another dominant victory here on double time. And they go up to match point.
Yeah, an unfortunate drop from Lume to break that FC streak, but Nerfu backing them up, getting the FC for Germany to neutralize Yang's FC on the other side, and Aeon and McButt just having a little bit of consistency issues, especially when those difficult parts came up.
And Singapore really under the pump now. It's their pick, but okay, well, we kind of saw what they were thinking before, and they don't waste much time here in deciding what they want to choose to keep themselves in the winners bracket for now, to stop themselves getting knocked out for at least another point against Germany. And it's the consistency Nomad won.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to go for something like this. They did really well in that Nomad 3. They want to pick something that they know that they can hold consistently on, and this, is pretty much the definition of that. And it's a little bit of a rough spot to be in for Singapore, because now you're hoping for misses from Germany. Because I think when it comes to consistent maps like this, it's about, singular droplet misses or one combo break in a random spot in the map, and you don't want to be hoping for that against a team that's shown the consistency that Germany has today.
It's going to be a tough battle here for Singapore. They're going to need to work really hard, and just sorting out their rosters now. You want the players that are just feeling the most confident, most able, and probably even maybe not your strongest players, but just the ones that are feeling the nerves a little bit less and can hold that combo just a little bit more. That might be the deal breaker here, just a couple of misses, because all of the players on these teams honestly can get like easy 950k pluses on this, but it's really about doing it in the match when there's 300 people watching.
And here we go. Singapore's potentially last pick. They're trying to keep themselves alive in the winners bracket through round of 32. Nomad 1 consistency map, 3.5 minutes, so they're going to have to keep that up for a while. And compared to previous years, definitely a little bit more difficult than we would normally see from this. It has a little bit more of that speed element. And Nerfu actually going to miss twice in this intro, give Singapore a little bit of a lead. So, and I mentioned this is the kind of map where it's one miss or one droplet that can mean a lot more than on other maps. And if we're already seeing that miss from Germany coming out, Singapore might just be in a great position to start running away with this if they can hold the consistency.
Yeah, for sure. It's a good start here for Singapore yet again, keeping all of their FCs. And Nerfu's actually dropping, which will mean a lot more. Those early misses not quite allowing Singapore to capitalize as much as they would hope, but that drop there from Nerfu just for this first Ki here, giving Singapore around a 50k lead. All of their players still on FCs, as well as Lume and Wonderlife on the other side. And it's a drop from Excel. Oh no.
Excel is going to find that drop, so 2 FCs to 2. I don't believe that's going to be enough to give Germany the lead. Nerfu's been missing quite a bit, but XF missing is going to get rid of another one of the FCs for Singapore, and Germany is going to start clawing that lead back. Nerfu and Wonderlife are both going to drop though, so Lume the only FC on Germany, Hiang the only FC on Singapore. It is 1 against 1 right now as more misses continue to come out from Germany, and Singapore taking a 50,000 point lead in this second chorus.
Yep, Lume and Hiang battling it out for the moment. Two of the standout plays here for either team. Lume for sure has been incredible and is holding Germany just in this one for now, keeping that consistency going. XF and XL building their combos back up as well. It's going to be yet again around 50k here for Singapore in the guitar solo. Will there be any more drops, or will we have to wait until the next Ki? Any drops could decide this one. Germany needing a lot here from Singapore, but everyone holds on.
Yeah, it looks like about a 2 to 3 miss lead for Singapore at this point. As we hit the final Ki of the map, everyone getting that consistency back under their belts. Lume and Hiang still the only 2 FCs on the board, canceling each other out for the time being. And Wonderlife is going to be the first miss in this last chorus. Singapore going to build up that lead even more, as we have just about a quarter of the map left, a little bit less so than that. The chances for Germany to close this match out dwindling away on this Nomad 1 pick, and looking more and more like Singapore might be able to take that second point in the match and keep themselves alive.
They just need to hold on for a little bit longer. That's all they need to do. Just keep their combos for the last around 20 seconds of this map. The final section here. Nerfu finds a drop. That is the dagger for Germany. They will lose Nomad 1. Singapore takes it. Their second point here, and what a time to do it. On consistency, they prevail, and they keep themselves in it by around 100k on the dot here. And what a time to do it here for Singapore, and an amazing FC from Hiang.
Absolutely. Keeping their winners' hopes alive here in the round of 32. 4-2. It is going to go back to Germany's pick, though, and they have a few potential options. There is that Hard Rock 2, which Germany did quite well in qualifiers on. They've still got a DT map, and they could dip back into Nomad if they felt comfortable on Nomad 2, though, seeing that Nomad 1 might push them away a little bit.
Yep, I would not be surprised to see DT again. I feel like they're just generally pretty confident on double time in general, at least compared to Singapore. So would be pretty expected to see something like that. But honestly, all of the maps remaining except for maybe the mixed mods, I think definitely do favor Germany. Even that mixed mod one, I would probably put them a little above Singapore. So it's going to be a difficult battle from here for Singapore to make it to that tiebreaker, which that's their only option at this point. They need to make it another 2 points now.
Don't roll the pick.
No way they're rolling for the pick.
Well, 3 says no. DT. 3 says DT2, I think.
It does. Is that what Wait, no, but Wonderlife isn't the captain here, though. To be fair, I think
No.
Marvel is the captain, right?
Let me double check that.
I'm pretty sure Marvel is.
Marshmallow is the
the
captain of Germany. They go with Nomad Do, so they don't even
Okay.
roll the pick.
They actually decide to lock in and think it through, and that's all of the Nomods exhausted now. Nomod 2 here. This is another pretty unique map, not your standard kind of tech pattern-y type of Nomod 2 with a lot of kind of wiggles and anti-flow.
Yeah.
It's a lot more like a convert, I'd say.
I think I would agree with that. It's quite stream heavy, but the platter control you need through the streams is pretty heavy, much like what you'd see in a convert, just maybe a little bit more comfortable. Pretty important to note too is that this is Germany's last pick. It doesn't matter what happens from here on out. Germany won't get another one. So if it has to be their strongest, it has to be what they feel the most confident on. But if Singapore wins this, it goes to Singapore's selection, and they get to choose what they want before either Germany takes it or they go to tiebreaker. So this is a huge point for Germany here.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is definitely a difficult one to go for. I feel like if you're not feeling super confident on the day in terms of Nomod 2s and maybe this really difficult mechanical control type of pick with a lot of micro movements to kind of stay on the path of each section. If you're not feeling super confident, it's going to be difficult to keep up with the other side. But I think that kind of goes to both. So interested to see how this one goes. Germany's still with an opportunity to take this match away here, but Singapore not going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned that this is kind of comparable to a convert, and Germany had an incredible performance on the Nomad 4 earlier in this match, so you'd expect them to have the advantage, but with the slightly more straightforward patterns, not super, not quite as spaced as you might see from the Nomad 4, there definitely is an opportunity for Singapore to kind of have a way in on a pick like this.
Yep, it remains to be seen in these next 2 minutes and 23 seconds of Nomad 2. It's a chill start for both teams, expected to see them all hold on until we get into the first pretty tough section. Here we go, Marvel, the first to drop actually as we get into these wiggles, and actually it's Wonderlife as well as XF, so a 2-to-1 trade here in advantage of Singapore, and another miss here for Wonderlife. Right now it's Excel and Hiang who are both holding on to their FCs compared to just one on Lume for Germany.
Yeah, so 60,000 points of lead, 2 FCs to 1. Marvel and Wonderlife did not have a great start to it, but both are now above 200 combo as the more consistent streams start to show up. Difficult stream patterns, not catching anyone off guard at this point, and we're seeing Wonderlife with the drop there is going to help Singapore increase that lead, but XF is going to trade that back, and actually looks like maybe a little bit bigger. Oh no, Excel also dropped at the same time, so Singapore's lead shrinking quite a bit here, down to 30,000 points, and looks like maybe even just one miss worth of score difference right now for Singapore.
Yep, it's yet again Hiang CTB versus Lume, and it's another drop here for XL, although Wonderlife missing just before that. Marvbello also goes down. Singapore's lead extends out here, actually. XF and Hiang holding down the fort for Singapore. Lume doing their best to keep Germany in Nomod 2, but the map is coming to a close, and I think, our beloved viewers, we are going to another point here. Singapore's pick as well. What a performance here from Singapore on a really, really difficult map under the pump. When they need to perform, they get it done, and it's only a single point away from the tiebreaker.
It certainly is, and Singapore gets that pick. There are 3 maps left in the pool. We've got DT2 available, and then we've got both mixed mods available. And I think there's one pick in particular I think they should go for. I've been saying it for pretty much the whole match, but Mixed Mod 2 feels like a no-brainer in my eyes for Singapore to go for, but Mixed Mods kind of by definition are always going to be risky because even if they do give lower seeds the opportunity to kind of get their best like single mod players in on each of the maps, that also means that your opponents get the same opportunity. And Germany, very strong one way or another, so if they want to go for a Mixed Mod, it's still going to be quite a high-risk pick.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of like that No Mod 2 where Germany was gambling on Singapore not being able to kind of find their technical abilities as well as themselves. And yeah, it didn't pay off. Didn't pay off for Germany. It kind of fell apart near the end there. Singapore had a really nice team score as well. I mean, 2.9 mil on a map like No Mod 2. When you're down match point is a pretty unbelievable performance. That really was incredible. Definitely a highlight to start this Catch-All Cup off here. And I think everyone's back for Singapore's next choice. Of course, they don't have much left. Hard Rock 2, DT2, Mixed Mod 1 and 2. And it's probably going to be a Mixed Mod, I reckon. But every time we predicted something here, it's not being correct, so I don't even know what to say anymore.
In Mixed Mod 1 it is.
So
that's about what you expected. I would have expected Mixed Mod 2 to come out, personally. But makes sense to stick in that Mixed Mod pool as the final regular pick of this match. Either Germany wins it or we see the tiebreaker in the first match of round of 32. But this map is pretty interesting. It's it is kind of the only fully technical map of the pool, which is interesting to see as a Mixed Mod selection.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, this is the mod-friendly one as well. It's only CS 4.9 for Hard Rock, and it's AR 9.3 for Hidden, so really not a difficult reading challenge at all for either. This is also a fantastic song as well. I just have to mention too, and a great map by AFB. I think this is awesome to see where the stakes are so high between Germany and Singapore. Singapore is 1 point away from tiebreaker. The question is, can they do it? We've seen them pull through on the consistency before, and consistency is for sure needed on a map here like Mixed Mod 1. And a couple of lookouts as well, I think, for both teams. I believe Yun coming in here for XF, and Nerfu coming in for Marvmello. Lume staying in. Lume's been in for every single point, by the way. The only player to have been in for every single point.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how this ends up going for the mods. Okay, it looks like Excel's taking Hidden, Yoon is taking Nomad, and Hiang is taking Hard Rock, and the same positions match up for Germany. So Lume, Hidden, Wonderlife, Nomad, Nerfu, Hard Rock.
Yep, those will be the battles here for both teams. Nerfu against Hiang, Excel against Lume. Wonderlife versus Yun. Those Nomad players still probably having a little bit of responsibility just to keep that combo, because of course this map is a little trickier, modded, at least for most players. So maybe a little bit of extra responsibility they're feeling on their shoulders. But a super chill dart for this, although actually it's Nerfu who finds the first miss.
An early break for Germany. Singapore going to take a small lead to start off. Everyone else above 200 combo. That is a miss before 200 combo, so it's not going to be a full miss worth of score difference to be given to Singapore as advantage. And Nerfu hitting that 200 combo now, so things are evening out. 23,000 points a quarter into this map.
Yep, everyone else maintaining their FCs, actually double S's. Everyone is holding a complete accuracy for now, and a small lead for Singapore, but things could all change as we make our way into this next section here. Kia coming up in a moment, and it could all change with a single miss. But everyone's showing really, really strong consistency up until this point.
Definitely are. Just that one miss coming out from Nerfer really early on, but we're going to get into another difficult section here. Technical patterns coming back to haunt you, but everyone holding the consistency. We do have a 3-way double S on the side of Singapore, 2 double S's from Germany, just the miss being the difference right now. And that lead has not changed at all. Super consistent from everyone here as we get out of this technical section into a little bit more straightforward of a section. And everyone just looking so strong on this pick.
Yeah, this is an absolute nail-biter. Can Singapore hold on, keep those FCs until the end? That miss from Nerfu might be the decider here for Germany. No, Lume, who has been so consistent for the Germans, falls. And Excel is still holding on to that hidden Nerfu, who finds a drop as well. Singapore are looking poised to bring this to a tiebreaker. They're still holding a 3-way. Oh, it's actually they're still holding a 2-way. Still holding a 2-way FC.
Have one more section to get through. 2-way FC, Ian and Hiang with the Nomad and Hard Rock. Wonderlife holding on to the FC on Nomad for Germany, but 50,000 points means that a few misses are needed in this end section, and it's getting closer and closer to the end. Only 40,000 points of available score left, and a double FC nearly may just give Singapore the tiebreaker.
Unbelievable comeback here from Singapore. They looked down. They looked like they might just be out, but they weren't. They fought back. It's 4-4 suddenly, winning the last 3 points in a row. And Germany not able to consolidate any of their match points. That might hurt them here on the tiebreaker, on No Hints here by DM Dokuro. And wow, what a journey this match has been, Toph.
Yeah, I mean, Singapore was performing well, but they didn't have quite the consistency that we were seeing from Germany, and Lume was looking to be kind of an unpenetrable force for the German side, and then something changed, and Hiang started FCing everything. And I mentioned, when you see someone like Lume performing like that, you need to have someone just neutralizing them, and Hiang has been that neutralizer, and it's just been players 2 and 3 for Singapore getting that consistency back up and doing just enough to get themselves back in and come back from a 4-1 deficit. Absolutely insane performance from Singapore so far.
Yep, that is so important to point out, actually. I feel like maybe we weren't giving enough credit to Hiang, who has FC'd, the last 4 maps in a row. We were talking about Lume's FC streak, but Hiang has been absolutely incredible. The captain standing up, playing a captain's battle when it mattered most for Singapore, and unbelievable that we have reached this point in the match where Germany looked like they were just taking control of things, taking it 4-1, and I can't believe that we're now at the tiebreaker, and this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, definitely interesting. This tiebreaker a little bit different than normal tiebreakers. It certainly is a change in form compared to what we normally see. I think the biggest difficulty of this is the consistently changing BPM, so you can't necessarily get comfortable in a map like this.
No, you really can't. The map changes all over the place. It jumps around between songs all the time, and the sections definitely mimic that as well. So you're absolutely right that you can't find any comfortability. You constantly have to be on the lookout, be ready for the next section, for the next change. Next change of patterns. And this is such a unique tiebreaker. It's really, really interesting. And I'm so excited to see it on the very first match of the Catch World Cup. We already have a tiebreaker.
Yeah, really exciting. It's good to see the tiebreaker. Sometimes you go through a round of 32 and don't even see it, but good to get that out of the way immediately, make sure that we get pretty much every map guaranteed in this pool to be played, but it's going to be really exciting. And when I was walking into this match, especially like early on into this match, if you said it was going to go to tiebreaker, I would have told you that I expect Germany to kind of take it. But as far as consistency at the end of this match, Singapore has been absolutely outperforming Germany on a consistency level. They won the Nomad 1 and the Nomad 2 and took the Mixed Mod 1, which was kind of a consistency mixed mod. It was pretty close, but you had that double FC from Singapore, so I could see this going either way, but currently I think Singapore has the advantage.
Yep, they for sure do, and it's that consistency, and it's also the momentum that they're carrying here into the tiebreaker now, winning these last 3 maps. Hyang also feeling his absolute best as well, FCing those last 4 maps, and could even make it 5 for an unbelievable performance, but we'll have to wait and see. 6-minute tiebreaker coming up here now, mapped by Bunray. It's pretty tough. One of the toughest, if probably not the toughest map in the pool expectedly. Ooh. And is that an early miss?
It looks like it. Just didn't hit the hypers and had a little bit of a chain miss there, dropping really low early on, but a few misses before 200 combo, not going to be as impactful. I've mentioned that a few times, and even through this, I'm surprised that the lead is not bigger.
Yep, and we have our first kind of swap out of songs here into, well, here comes another one as well. XF building that combo back up, and yeah, it's basically a nothing lead here for Germany. Was before everyone even reached 200, and yeah, as you said, the misses early on, especially in really long maps like this, won't affect things just as much. We'll really have to wait until the end here probably, as everyone's looking really, really nice to see who is actually going to take this.
Yeah, lots of genre changes already. We see a triple double S from Germany so far, and XF going to find another break. This one going to be a little bit more impactful now that everyone's hit that 200 combo. Hyang holding on to a double S as well. McButt with the FC, just a few droplet misses, but that entire lead right now just from the misses on XF's side. And Wonderlife is going to trade that though, so the lead's going to shrink a little bit and probably even out right around that 2,000 mark that we had been seeing for pretty much the entire rest of the chart up to those misses.
Yep, XF now with the advantage over Wonderlife in terms of combo, reaches 200, and it's maybe going to even dip a little below 2k here. It's actually going to essentially even out between the two teams. Will Singapore even take this one back? They might just do. Hyang and McButt, who has come in for the first time in a while as well. Don't think we mentioned still holding onto those FCs, Lume and Marvmel as well. But as I say that, Hyang drops the FC critically here for Singapore, and that is a big first drop for them.
Indeed, Marmel is going to trade that miss back though, so it's only one FC to 1. Going to be McButt and Lume, those top 2 players. And that is going to, it looks like, favor Germany extremely slightly. Maybe not even. This might just be straight up a tie game right now.
XF, though, will find another drop there, losing that combo. Hyang's back up above 200. Germany with around a 1 miss lead yet again, but this is staying so close. We're up until the halfway mark, and almost nothing has separated these two teams. I think this is the largest lead that any team has had of this map so far, and it's only 20k, but McButt,
the FC gone from Singapore. Only one FC left on the board, and it is Lume, the player we pointed out early on in the match for being a force to be reckoned with. Now the face of consistency for Germany, and the reason that they're holding on to a 30,000 point lead, as all 3 players on Germany now above 200. McButt just about there, and that score lead's going to even out just at around 31,000 for Germany here. Looks like about 2 to 3 misses of advantage for them here.
Yep, they are looking good, and that's going to increase even more. XF finding another drop. Germany slightly starting to pull away here now with the consistency. Wonderlife above 900. Marvmello almost above 700. A really intense section here where misses might come down, but it looks like everyone is holding on. Wonderlife now above a 4-digit combo. Yang is building up, trying his best, but Germany is finding their form, finding their consistency when they need to.
Oh, and Wonderlife is going to find a break on one of those stream transitions there. Lead's going to shrink a little bit, but Germany should still have a little bit of cushion, a few extra misses on top of that. And XF and Marmello are actually going to be trading there.
That is an important trade. Another big combo down for Germany. Yang and McButt holding onto their combos nicely, but look at Lume, the shining beacon of hope for Germany. Up to 2,000 combo here now. That top player, Germany. McButt drops his big combo. XF above 200, but Germany on the back of Lume are starting to really pull away now. Not much map left to go. This is an unbelievable switch from Lume. No! Drops the FC.
Combo. We got a big spinner. Germany should still have the lead here, but right before the break, Lume loses the full combo.
That is a very unfortunate drop.
We still have this ending here. The map's not over yet. It is only a couple of misses of advantage for Germany here as that lead starts to shrink a little bit. Lume finding another break, and that lead is shrinking more. All three players on Singapore are holding on really well here in this ending. Wonderlife and Marmello holding on to the combo as well. Yang trades that miss from Lume. It was getting a little bit close, but with that miss, it might just be enough for Germany to lock this one away and take the tiebreaker after such an incredible matchup. Germany looking in control of the match for the until they got to match point 4-1. Singapore mounting an incredible comeback, but Germany locking in when they needed to and holding on to survive in the winners bracket.
Yep, they move forward, and what a performance it was, especially from Lume, and actually really, really nice consistency, honestly, all around for all players. Getting pretty close in the end there. It was a really, really hard-fought battle for Germany. They had to work at their absolute best here. They really were under the pressure. Singapore had the momentum coming into the tiebreaker, but they were able to pull through. And here is your winner, everybody. Germany, the 13th seed, move forward into the round of 16, and Singapore drop down.
Yeah, luckily we don't have to say goodbye to Singapore. They put on a wonderful performance and will move down into the losers bracket where they will try to make a great run. And if this match says anything, I think it tells us that Singapore is going to be a dangerous losers bracket team.
Yeah, they're honestly a real dark horse. They're only, they're not the highest of seeds, but they've shown today that they can work really, really well as a team. And I think they're going to be a little scary to face in the losers bracket. So good luck to them as well as Germany. And I believe we'll go down for just a minute and we'll be back up for the next match, which is going to be Indonesia and Vietnam, with me and you as well.
Yep, so we'll be sticking around, but like you said, the stream's going to go down for a minute, but we'll be right back getting ready for Indonesia versus Vietnam. We'll see you guys in a minute. Alright, hello everybody. Sorry for the little bit of a break, but we are back for more Osu Catch World Cup 2025. More round of 32 action this time. We've got a little bit more of a seed disparity. Indonesia, seed 7 versus Vietnam, seed 26. We've got the same commentators here. It's me, Toph Daddy, joined by Maitu. How's it going?
I am going very well. Still excited to get this one underway. Indonesia, a really, really strong team this year. They are looking poised to make a deep run. Vietnam, doing well to see it up here at number 26. And they have quite a few nice players and scores to show for that too. And I think in this early round, we could see some tight battles. Indonesia, of course, do have the advantage with this, honestly, one of the strongest rosters we've seen out of them. Chroneco, Upampan, Nedamaru, to name a few. But Vietnam with some strong players too. Shu and Stardust Prism. And excited to see how this one turns out. And
Yeah,
hopefully we're getting to the rolls.
I believe they're already done. We've got the bans already. Finished.
Oh, okay.
Indonesia banned out Nomad 1, Vietnam banned out Hidden 2. I think those are reasonable for both teams. Indonesia doesn't want the consistency kind of to mess with them. Vietnam taking away that low AR hidden. Indonesia, historically an incredible hidden team, and that is no different this year. So getting rid of that makes perfect sense, and DT3 going to be the first pick from Vietnam.
Yep. Not too surprising to see a DT pick from Vietnam. They're honestly a relatively even team, except for, of course, that low AR hidden, which they do struggle quite a lot on. But banning that away is going to mean that they don't have to worry about it at all. And I'm honestly surprised to see DT3 coming out so early. I feel like against a team like Indonesia, a sort of difficult map like this where you need to hold through the diff spikes is fascinating to see out of Vietnam early on, but clearly they've practiced this one up and they feel confident.
Yeah, I mean, you said that you mentioned the difficulty spikes. In my eyes, maybe as a low-seeded team compared to someone like Indonesia, this might be the way that you kind of want to push them for misses. Like, when you have difficulty spikes like this, it becomes much more likely for players just to miss in general. And I think Vietnam in this case is hoping that they're able to hold on well enough to keep up with Indonesia and hope for a few misses. I think that's kind of what I'd be looking for if I was in Vietnam's spot. But with a team like Indonesia, it's a tough ask.
It definitely is, but they're going to fight and give it their all here. Give it their best shot against Indonesia. Vietnam, Shu, Stardust Prism, unsurprisingly, and Aurel as well for them. Zvenks, Minang, and Chroneco for the Indonesians as we make our way and kind of cruise through this first 400 combo, hopefully.
Yeah, in the previous match, we did see a couple of misses come out in this early section, but ultimately, those did not matter quite as much as what we were seeing in the main KI sections, where that difficulty spike starts to come around.
Yeah, everyone just holding on super well. Nothing of note to start this one off. A few droplet misses from Aurel. I think that's only one, so it's just a single droplet in the favor of Indonesia. And,
I mean, even then, I think the spinner might have even evened it out one way or another.
I think so as well. It's looking super close. We're about to get into a part that might change that. Actually, 2 misses here out of Vietnam. Shu and Stardust Prism Zvenks. Oh, it's a trade.
Yeah, and even trade on both sides. A few extra misses from both the players on Vietnam, but it is 1FC to 1FC. Chroneco and ARL holding on to the combo at the moment. But a little bit cleaner of drops from Indonesia, and that's going to give them about a 14,000 point lead. But ARL is going to trade with Zvenks there, and Chroneco now the only FC on the board, about 20,000 points of lead here for Indonesia as we get into a little bit of an easier section here where we're seeing pretty consistent combos across the board. And now it's just about that last section. The last one is a little bit shorter, so there's less of an opportunity to miss, but also misses matter more. But Stardust Prism going to get a bit of a drop there in the slower section here and give Indonesia a pretty big cushion. Looks like about 2 to 3 misses now.
Yep. Indonesia, a little bit shaky in that section there, was a little unsure how they were going to come out of that one, but they've done it well. Kroneko here with a superb score, and Shu also finds a drop for Vietnam. That's really going to put the nail in the coffin here for Indonesia. I think Zvenks finds a miss, but the map is going to end out shortly. Really, really impressive performance here in the first point from Kroneko, a player I think we are going to be seeing a lot from as the tournament continues on, and Indonesia take their first point, and it's a break.
It absolutely is. Kroneko with the FC. A couple of 2 misses coming out of Stardust Prism and ARL. ARL, I think, just missing 2 notes in the same spot. So really impressive score from them. A 1 miss from Manang. And Zvenks missing quite a few times, but had some good support from his teammates. And Indonesia going to take a break point right out of the gate. And Indonesia on the board and ready to pick. Looking at their qualifier scores, I mentioned the Indonesia extremely strong at that hit, and especially the low AR side, but their hard rock scores very, very good too. So I could see them going with that hidden one or sticking with the hard rocks just because of how well their performances were.
Yep, but it's going to be hidden. Unsurprisingly, Indonesia going for the hidden pull early on. We know how good of a hidden team they are. Getting ninth in the qualifiers, of course, hidden 2 a little better, but in general, they are a really scary team to go against on hidden. And this is actually the first hidden that we're seeing in this Catch World Cup. Last 2, last match, both of them being banned, so a new map to talk about, and this is pretty normal hidden consistency, but it is a little swingy. A lot of the patterns kind of snap onto each other, requiring a couple of quick taps, but I don't think hidden players should struggle with this one too much.
Yeah, I don't think so. Honestly, when it comes to swing patterns with hidden, that can honestly be kind of a good way to track where the movement and where your hyper dash is have to be, because I think that can be one of the hardest things with hidden, is making sure that you don't overdo your hyper dashes. And with swing, it's really easy, I think. At least in my opinion, it is.
Yep. In my experience, it surely is, but I'm not the strongest hidden player, so that might be a little skewed, but I definitely agree that for a reasonable population of hidden players, that is the case. So could see a little bit of over movement, maybe over adjusting instead of just kind of feeling the flow of the map here. But Vietnam, a very difficult task here to take Indonesia down, to bring that breakpoint right back to themselves, and it's early misses here from a new player coming in, Mother Nature.
Yeah, a few early misses there from Mother Nature. The other 5 players holding on very strong. 5 double S's. Stardust Prism is going to find a break as well. And Indonesia already looking very strong on this with a 60,000 point lead. But Ipanpan is going to drop combo as well as Madoka Aikawa. Mother Nature dropping a few times as well. But just 2 full combos left on the board with Manang and ARL now, the only 2 there. But the consistent misses there from Mother Nature enough to kind of keep Indonesia with a very strong lead. And that FC is now gone from ARL. 1 left on the board. Manang holding on to the double S for Indonesia as that lead skyrockets to 120,000 points now.
Indonesia expectedly taking control of this hidden pick, and Vietnam doing pretty well through Stardust Prism and are up until this point to kind of keep within the realm, but it really was that third player difference through Mother Nature, at least early on. Finding some more combo here now, maybe just settling the nerves a little. Drops again, but yeah, doing well to keep up for a little bit, but it's hard to to do so for an entire map against such a potent hidden team. And it's still Minang, by the way, with a double S.
Yeah, halfway through the map, still holding on to the double O's. We had those misses from Panpan and Madoka Ikawa, but they did a great job of recovering from it. Stardust Prism as well, recovering very well from that miss early on, but ARL and Mother Nature having a little bit of trouble sticking the landing, keeping that consistency for up to the 200 combos, and Indonesia just looking like a powerhouse. If Panpan is going to find another drop, but that is not going to nearly be enough here to make a dent in that lead right now.
Absolutely not. And we might, if this last quarter holds up, see an FC here from Minang. An unfortunate drop from Pam, but the lead is 400k for Indonesia. This might be one of the largest blowouts we'll see this entire weekend. Stardust Prism, it has to be said, doing a fantastic job to kind of keep on pace with the Indonesians here, as Madoka Oyakawa finds a couple of drops near the end here. So a great performance here from Stardust. And will Minang hold on for this final FC? Indonesia, of course, have the point well and truly secured. And the FC is secured as well. What a performance here from Minang.
FC for Minang, not quite the double S, dropped a few droplets there, and Stardust Prism, I believe, dropping just in one little spot at the beginning, and otherwise getting the reverse choke on the hidden one pick. So really good performance there, but it really came down to the other players in the lobby. Panpan and Madoka, just such strong hit players as well, able to outclass Vietnam there.
Yeah, and it is indeed back to Vietnam's pick here. They have had a rocky start to this match, of course, down the first 2 points, but they're not out. They may be down, but they are definitely not out. They still have points to play for, and they're gonna go for Mixed Mod 1 here, which I think is a pretty good decision. As we said before, lower teams may not have, like we saw, all of the firepower to kind of compete against higher seeded teams who kind of have that 3-man roster on mods. But Mixed Mod gives them an opportunity to put their best mod players in and to really give themselves a chance, which I think Vietnam will do.
Yeah, I am kind of curious to see how the mods shake out here, particularly for Vietnam. Because, I mean, Stardust Prism feels like the right choice for Hidden. It's really Hard Rock and Noma that I'd be a little bit confused about. Looks like Shu and ARL are going to be taking one of each there. But I'm just not totally certain. On the Indonesian side, I'd expect Netamaru to take Hidden, and then they can pretty much do either or with Panpan and Zvenx. Zvenx as for Nomad and Hard. Well, maybe Zvenx would take Hidden. In qualifiers, the only maps that Zvenx did play were the hidden maps, so it's possible that they're taking that.
Zvenx is a very, very nice hidden player, I'm pretty sure. Netamaru as well. Pretty much their whole roster can play hidden, honestly. I mean, it's hard to find a weak point, really. They're all swapping around, so who even knows who's going where?
Okay. If I'm guessing right, they're all positioning themselves right. Zvenx is hidden alongside Stardust Prism. And then maybe Netamaru Noma? No, Netamaru Hard Rock with Shu Hard Rock.
On the left this time.
Yeah, opposite of what we saw from the Germany and Singapore match.
Yep, Hidden still on the top, and Zipanpan and ARL on the no mods here. Vietnam looking to finally get a point on the board. They've had a rough start, but they're not going to go down without fighting for every single point. And we kind of wait through this slow early section with these stacks. Did see a drop here as well in the last match, a bit unexpectedly. Everyone holds through as we get into the more technical patterns.
Yeah, and everyone hits 200 combo without issue. No even droplet misses so far. So now it is all a consistency battle. Shu with the first droplet miss, but that's not going to really mean all that much, especially on Hard Rock. But it's all about that consistency from here on out, and no one blinking first yet.
No, they're all going strong for now. 3 FCs, 5 double S's, and a single droplet miss separating these two teams for now here. And it's just the waiting game. We're playing the waiting game. Who will be the first to drop it? Shu in the slow section on Hard Rock. This is something that can trip players out, and it has got Shu in a difficult spot. Indonesia going to take a 1-miss lead.
And here we go, the next difficult part. Shu actually going to find another drop, transitioning into this tech section here. Going to expand that lead for Indonesia to a little bit, probably around 50,000 points once it all shakes out. As long as we don't see any other breaks, and we're still seeing an extremely impressive performance out from Indonesia as a team, but also ARL and Stardust Prism still holding on to the double S's themselves. So the difference right now, only within the Hard Rock players, just a couple of misses from Shu enough to give Indonesia a little bit of a lead, but it's only a couple of misses, and we still have some very difficult patterns coming up in this final TI here. Still plenty of opportunity, and Vietnam doing a good job of keeping themselves within striking distance of Indonesia.
Yep, ARL and Stardust Prism, I was going to say holding on superbly, but it is going to be a drop from that bottom right corner on the Nomad. Ipanpan still going strong, as well as the rest of the Indonesian team. They could be on for a 3-way FC here. Shu finding another drop. Stardust with a fantastic combo, but the support is just not there for Stardust Prism. And we're ending the map out. Will we see a triple SC for Indonesia? I think we might just do. Passes 1500, all of them hold on. And it's a 3-way FC for Indonesia. A dominant display, and they take yet another breakpoint.
Yeah, maybe is that the first 3-way FC we've seen?
I think it might be. I don't think we saw one in the previous match. I think we got pretty close multiple times, but there was just a few misses that kept that from occurring. So easily the best team score that we've seen, at least on this stream. Haven't been paying the utmost attention to that Japan Turkey match, but still nonetheless, what a performance there from Indonesia, and it's their pick too.
No more hidden to go with, but like I said, their Hard Rock scores were very impressive as well. So I would hope, and never mind, I'm gonna stop talking. They go with a Mixed Mod 2, which I don't like as a pick, if I'm being completely honest. A 3-way FC, very impressive on Mixed Mod 1. I will give it to them, but this is still within that realm of maybe approachable by Vietnam because of the nature of Mixed Mod giving their best players the opportunity to do what they're good at.
Yep. I think that's definitely true, but one thing that I'm kind of worried about here for Vietnam is seeing Shu struggle on that Mixed Mod 1. This Hard Rock is a lot more difficult. Of course, it's much more precision based, and you know, as it is mod unfriendly. CS 5.4, which is super difficult, but the rating just feels uncomfortable on this map. The density is really low, and even a few light memories, I wouldn't say they're completely memory based, but the Hard Rock players are definitely going to have to look out. Of course, a tough reading challenge for the hidden as well. It's AR 8.6, but interested to see how Vietnam goes here, and we just have one player who is ghosting the match.
Missing.
What is going on here? I think someone is actually not in.
Yeah, Indonesia is missing a player. I don't know what happened to Netamaru, but they were not in the lobby for a second there.
Yep. Netamaru in now, though, so luckily we don't have to delay too long before getting into this next point. Another great song, I have to say as well, Kato here by O2I3. Not sure what happened there, but we're on the way now.
We got everyone in there. All 6 players now in. Netamaru and Shu on the Hard Rock, Ipenpen and ARL on the Nomad, Madoka and Stardust Prism on that Hidden. So not having Zvenxen for the Hidden this time, Indonesia swapping them out. Vietnam having no one swap out, same team as they had for that Mixed Mod 1. And we'll have to see how all of this shakes out. Stardust Prism with a rough start there, finding the first miss in the lobby. But you mentioned the Hard Rock is also going to be a point of interest. The low density definitely makes it a little bit difficult to read in certain sections.
Yep, Shu doing well to maintain that FC for now, as well as Netamaru, both keeping up with each other. It, of course, is just going to be that single miss from Stardust, making the difference for now, but Indonesia, their first drop through Netamaru now, and it's suddenly going to swing back to Vietnam. Well, it was, but ARL finds a drop and still going to stay pretty close.
Yeah, Stardust Prism's first drop was well before 200 combo as well, so it should be less than a miss of advantage right now for Indonesia with that trade and miss between Netamaru and ARL. So Vietnam definitely still within striking distance to try and take this if Indonesia does make more mistakes. And we're only about halfway through this map, but Stardust Prism is going to find another miss on that Hidden and give Indonesia a little bit more room to work with.
Yep, that drop is really, really painful here for Vietnam. They were doing well to keep in a close distance to the Indonesians, but they're really pulling away now. Another drop from Stardust Prism. Shu and ARL have good combos, but that third player support is simply not there as it is for Indonesia. All of them hitting their stride when it matters. A third left to go, and they're almost up by 100k into the next guy.
Yeah, that Hidden performance from Indonesia is super strong. I mean, expected, I think, from a team like Indonesia. But even then, holding on to this FC is Madoka and really being the difference maker, able to take the advantage from Stardust Prism. Netamaru is going to find a drop on that Hard Rock. Shu doing a good job of keeping up and actually beating out the Indonesian Hard Rock player, but a few too many misses from Stardust Prism and ARL to keep themselves close enough in this, and that looks like it's going to be just about 70,000 points of victory for Indonesia, taking them to match point here.
Yep, Indonesia just cruising through this match for now, up 4-0, and Vietnam is going to have to dig really deep to have any chance of pulling this one back. It's, of course, not over until it's over, until the final note has been caught.
Yeah, interestingly,
it's gonna be hard.
One FC per mod on that run there. One Hard Rock, one No Mod, one Hidden. Shu having a very good Hard Rock performance there. Really impressive score from him there.
Yeah, rebounding after that, maybe a little unexpected performance on Mixed Mod 1 where they could have done a little better. But yeah, great Hard Rock FC, it has to be said. And honestly, Vietnam, they didn't have a terrible team score, but it's just almost impossible to go up against a team with 2 FCs and a 2 miss. You know, it's yes, really, really tough.
Especially getting that Hidden FC on the low AR is just so difficult to go up against. But it is going to be Vietnam's pick. They have the pick of the litter. They have the opportunity to get themselves back in this match on their own terms here. There's a lot left in the pool. They did pick DT early, so they might want to go at that, but it's hard to say what they would want to do. I think the biggest thing, just avoid Hard Rock, I think is the biggest one against Indonesia. But after that, I think it's about comfort.
Really good hidden team, and it's gonna be really tough to go up against them on that. And Vietnam are taking their time to really decide what they want. They finally locked down Nomod 2, Island of Orchids by Wangle Line, and we get to see Nomod 2 again, which is just great. We have the unique patterns here by Malai. And honestly interested to see how this one goes. I'm a little surprised to see this one out of Vietnam. I honestly would have expected them to maybe go for a DT again. They did come pretty close on DT3, which is probably the most technical out of the double times and the most difficult, but deciding that their best chance is on Nomad 2 to stay in this match.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see the confidence come out from Vietnam here. If they're picking Nomad 2, I think it really is just about feeling more comfortable on a pick like this and feel like they can be more consistent on it, which I'm excited to see. And in the last match, we saw Germany pick this against Singapore, and Singapore's consistency started really bumping up, and they were able to get some really nice combos and scores. Certainly within the realm of possibility for Vietnam, despite being potentially against the wall that is Indonesia.
And surely everyone has the map, right? Surely everyone's put practice into this one, because
Surely.
This is for sure a map that you need to get your hands on and get them in good. Otherwise, it's going to be a difficult battle, a real uphill battle in terms of who's practiced and who hasn't. I feel like we may possibly see the results of that to come, but I definitely assume that Vietnam has had this one under their belt, had this one practice up, and it is their best shot, they believe, to keep in this at least for another point. Indonesia on match point, but as I said before, it's not over until it's over.
Alright, and here we go. Long spinner to start off the map before we get into the quite diverse stream patterns. And here we go. Vietnam trying to stay alive with their Nomad 2 pick. Last chance to stay alive in the winner's bracket. Indonesia trying to close it out here and move on to the winner side round of 16. No one finding any breaks in this early section. Indonesia getting quite the advantage from that spinner, despite having a couple droplet misses on Pan there. Still have a lead, and Shu is going to be the first drop right after the 200 combo, and is going to give Indonesia a bit of a lead, but that's a double miss from Indonesia, and that's 2 full combos now for Vietnam versus just 1 on Indonesia, and that is a 20,000 point lead and growing, but ARL is going to miss as well.
Oh no. It shoots right back the other way. Suddenly Indonesia, that scoreboard just flip-flopping around the place. Indonesia back in the lead. It's only around a single minute, but ARL finds yet another drop. And Indonesia up to 50k here now. Netamaru and Kroneko stabilizing in Pan with a fantastic score. A really good combo play, by the way. It's expected to see them doing super well on a map like this. Shu find another drop before too, and it's looking a little bleak now for Vietnam. They don't have that much map left to go, around a quarter. Can they do anything here? Can Stardust Prism take them through? Will Indonesia just simply be too strong? ARL finds yet another drop, and it's above 100k now for Indonesia.
Looking a little dicey at first for Indonesia. They had a couple of misses all at the same time, and Vietnam was looking like they could possibly take it, but the consistency from Indonesia after those 2 misses starts to really show. and Vietnam not able to hold on with them. 126,000 points of difference right now as we come to the end of the chart, and Indonesia going to complete the sweep 5-0 to move on to the winners bracket round of 16. And Vietnam, unfortunately, not going to stay alive in the winners bracket, but is not eliminated from the tournament and will move down to the losers bracket.
Yep, they still have another chance, and it's, I think, showed good signs here today against Indonesia despite the sweep. I think they showed that they can put up some nice team scores. Obviously, it's a little. I think the score doesn't entirely show that they have some really strong players. That kind of key three in Shu, Stardust, and ARL. ARL around the 4-digit mark, who is still performing at a super high level. So excited to see what Vietnam can bring in the future. But here are your winners, of course. Team Indonesia, the 7th seed. They are looking strong. They are looking super dangerous this year, and I'm excited to see how they move forward in the Catch World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be exciting to see that. But with that finishing up, that's going to be it for this short block of matches. We'll have more coming up for the Saturday set. And the next one looks like it's going to be Chile versus Spain in just about 2.5 hours. So going to be a very exciting match coming up. You will not want to miss it. You have anything else to say before we sign off until then?
I would like to say that, of course, the banners are available in the store to go get. So have to do a little shout out, a little plug in to go and get your banners, go support your favorite teams and the game, of course. Please make sure to go do that if you can, if you're able to. It's awesome to see them. They look really, really nice this year. They have superb designs by our artists. So please go check that out. But apart from that, stay tuned for Chile versus Spain. I have been Maito, joined here by Toph, and we will see you all later.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Osu Catch World Cup 2025. Today, at this moment, we have another match for you. Seed 2 Argentina versus Seed 31 Israel. We also have on the A stream, we have Canada versus Taiwan against each other, but here on this B stream, we're going to be having this matchup. Now, this is a pretty interesting matchup actually, because Israel, for those who don't know, seeded 31st while only having 1 day to practice the qualifier map pool. The map pool came out on a Sunday, and they played their qualifiers on a Monday, which is very, very rare. But yet they still managed to qualify. They still managed to make it. And I mean, Israel has some pretty solid players, especially in the round of 32 pool. I mean, you have Gal1, who did really well in the qualifiers, and Nendes also did pretty well. But coming up against Argentina, C2, they got 2nd place in the last Osu Catch World Cup, only falling short to the United States of America. And so it's going to be a pretty big challenge, pretty big uphill battle. But I mean, anything can happen. It's round of 32, and it seems like Israel has won the role, so they get to pick if they want to have the first pick or the first ban, and they go for the 2nd ban, so they're gonna have the first pick. So we're gonna be seeing an Argentina ban first, maybe a Nomad 1 from Argentina here if I had to guess. Could be like seen as like a coin flip map that almost everyone in the lobby can play, and it's long. I could very well see Argentina not want to necessarily play that. Maybe a mixed mod 1 angle as well. actually going to be banning Hard Rock too. I mean, I suppose that can also make sense. I think Israel's Hard Rock is actually pretty decent. So, I'm not too surprised. Actually, now that I think about it. And Israel's going to go straight for a hit and 1 ban. And they're going to go pick Nomad 2. Yeah, I mean, Israel has to be, like, going for, like, the, you know, Nomads that are, like, you know, adjacent to, like, Nomad 1 or yeah, Nomad 2, which is, like, not low AR or gimmick or any sort of, like, just kind of Nomad consistency. Because I believe probably everyone on Team Israel is able to play maps like that pretty consistently, but it's always going to be hard against a team like Argentina. You're going to have to hope for a miss from Argentina, where they have this, you know, crazy roster of Surganza, Story, Velper-K. Even their fourth, like Narks, you know, like, it's going to be very tough. Actually, interestingly enough, we don't see Gal1 here on the side of Israel. Not sure what's up with that. You see Narks coming in as the third instead of Velper-K there for Argentina on Nomad 2. This has been has improved a lot in the past year. Definitely deserves his place on the roster here for Team Argentina. I mean, and it's a tough roster to crack. I mean, they got second place in the last Catch World Cup. Yeah, looks like we're not going to be having Gal1 here on the side of Israel. That is definitely going to make it harder for Israel, I believe. Quite the surprise, actually. I wonder if he just isn't able to make it or something, but we have Story, Surganza, and Narks on the side of Argentina here. Lil Lightmare, Nentis, and Turbo playing for Israel. Getting into Nomad 2 now. Now, this is, I mean, as opposed to Nomad 1, the patterns on this aren't necessarily, like, you know, generic or easy flow. You actually have to be pretty precise and have some control to hit some of these patterns. Then already quite a crazy spinner tiff, actually. But yeah, getting into the map now. Early miss from Turbo there. Gonna give an early lead to Argentina. A couple misses from Turbo. Turbo looks like he's really struggling on this. Oh, another miss from Nendes there as well, and yeah, lead's already pretty huge for Argentina. And a miss from Lil Lightmare now, although traded by Narks, but no FCs on the side of Israel anymore. Whereas Surganza and Story are keeping the double FC, the double SS. And the lead just keeps growing here for Argentina. Only that one miss from Narks. Lightmare with another miss there. And Turbo struggling to adjust to this type of map, it seems. Missing on a lot of parts and sections here. Still, Lightmare also finds some misses. Nenda's actually doing pretty well. Basically tied with Narks on points. As we are now joined by my co-caster who was being kept occupied by the other match that was going on the A-stream, which was Sweden Peru, which I believe has ended now. Looks like Sweden actually won on tiebreaker.
It was indeed
Elux.
Hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. Coming in. Okay. Argentina with the commanding lead here, I see.
Yeah, it looks like Israel doesn't have Gal1 at their disposal here, which is pretty rough.
Yeah, it is pretty rough.
Looks like Nendes ended up getting another miss there.
If you have been keeping up with recent events in the world, it is completely understandable why Gal1 may not be able to play this match.
Indeed. There you go, though. Look, I mean, pretty solid score from Narcs, though. 950k. Can't fault it. But up against Team Argentina, it's going to be pretty rough. Only that 1 or 2 miss from Narcs. And Sirganza and Story just doing what Sirganza and Story do best.
Indeed, indeed.
Argentina
I saw
going
Hidden
straight
2
to
wasn't
Noma
banned.
3. Oh, true. We could see Hidden 2 here for, like, what, the first time? I believe it's been banned for, like, every other match, right?
Yeah, it indeed has. This is the first match that Hidden 2 has not been banned in.
Wow. That would be awesome to
Nor
see.
the first match that Nomad 1 has not been banned in either. I
True.
saw what was it, Hidden 1 and Hard Rock 2 being banned? On that quick
Yep.
on that quick pool jump scare that we had.
There you go. But we're going to be seeing Noma 3 here. I mean, I'm pretty sure Argentina can comfortably pick almost any map here, but I mean, this is also pretty good for Argentina, this type of map. It tests just your control and precision on low AR, which Argentina are pretty good at. You look at players like Story, one of the best sort of control players in the game. It'll be the same roster, though, for Argentina, Story, Sirganza, and Narcs, and Israel without Gala 1. Looks like they have to just go for these same 3, as they only have a 4-man roster, actually. Lil Lightmare and Turbo have found early misses, and Lightmare makes that too. And Nendes also going to drop the FCs, so already no FCs for Israel, whereas on the side of Argentina, we have 3 whole FCs.
Not just 3 whole FCs, but a 3-way double S on the side of Argentina.
Yeah, that is quite the contrast here already early on into the map. Only a 4th in.
Yeah, and we see none of the Israeli players having a fun time with this map. We see Nendes being the only one above that 200 combo mark. Was Lightmare, but he dropped and he's dropping again.
Yeah, the Lightmare seems to be just kind of struggling here to keep anything now. Turbo actually got over 200 combo now, but
Oh, you cursed him.
there you go.
Yeah, but against a team like Argentina, it's an extremely tall order, and you have to be playing perfect.
Yeah, because Argentina is quite literally playing perfect right now. I mean, we have 3 SSs. The only way to beat that
Nendes
would...
recovered quite nicely, though.
Oh yeah, Nendes' score is actually really good. Over 700 combo. Seems like the only beacon of hope here for Israel.
Double miss on the side of Israel. Lightmare and Turbo dropping there. But it's not really much that can be done with this pick. The Argentines having well over enough points to secure this pick.
And then just gonna find a drop through as well, dropping that huge combo, but Argentina holding the triple SS. It's ridiculous. And there it is. 3 million score. 3 million plus. Triple SS on the side of Argentina. I mean, gotta give it to Nendes. A 2 miss on this is very, very solid. If they had Gal 1, they maybe would have had 2 900k plus scores. But even then...
Huge props to Nendes, just having those few misses early on and then recovering quite nicely, but unfortunately for them, it was not enough. There's not much that you can do against a triple double S, other than do it yourself. It looks like Hard Rock 1 is going to be picked.
Indeed. If the Israeli players feel comfortable on Hard Rock, then, I mean, I could see them doing pretty well on this.
Nendes asking, can you pick Mixmod 1 next?
You're gonna win any of those fun maps. I mean, Argentina may as well, right? But yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, like, yeah, if the Israel players are comfortable on Hard Rock, then I mean, this is probably a good map for them. But the problem is they're up against Argentina, so
Yeah, they're against number 2 seed. So
Yeah.
It's always a tall order, especially in round of 32. I always like to say that upsets can happen in round of 32 no matter what, but it's always going to be a tall order when you're the lower seed facing the higher seed.
And Israel without their top player Gal 1 as well, just making it even harder for them.
And Story agrees they will pick Mixmod 1 next after this map.
You love to see it. Alright, getting into Hard Rock 1 now. I'm actually quite curious to see how Israel will do on this. I mean, it seems like they did pretty decent on Hard Rock in the qualifiers, relatively speaking, but they also did have Gal 1 on their side. So far, perfect start for every player in the lobby. Yep. At the break, it's
so
all
far,
tied
so
up.
good.
Let's see the spinners here. Looks like Argentina slightly etched out that spinner.
Ever so slightly. Lightmare gonna be the first one to drop on those streamy stacks.
And then doesn't Turbo keeping the FC? Ooh, Turbo gonna drop as I say that, unfortunately, but still they got an FC on their side. Although when you look at the Argentina roster, it's hard to imagine them missing on a map like this, unfortunately. You never know, though.
That is true, you never know. Everyone is only human after all.
So we think, at least.
So we think. Turbo dropping as soon as he got back up to that 200 combo mark. That's going to continue the Argentine score lead. Same with Lightmare. Only Nendes still holding on to any combo on the Israeli side. Story ended up dropping though.
Story, human
They are human.
accusations confirmed.
The Story is human. Now Narcs and Zergonzo on the other hand, jury is still out for them.
Hasn't been confirmed nor denied yet. Nendes still holding the FC for Israel. He's doing all he can here. In fact, if you just look at it from a 1v1 perspective, Nendes is actually beating Story right now.
That is true.
At least he can say that.
2 full combos on the Argentine side, 1 on the Israeli side, but the Israelis are going to need those full combos from Argentina to drop if they want to come back in and steal a point or two.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough. Turbo with yet another
Turbo.
miss.
Another one not having a fun time recovering at all.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
we
like,
just see him under jumping those 1/4s.
oh yeah, things are really going south for him right now.
Yeah. Lightmare dropping as well. Nendes still holding on to a double S though for them.
Yeah, Nendes actually doing really well, must be said. Has been playing really well for Israel in this whole match. Ooh, shouldn't have said that.
I mean,
Sorry,
still
Nendes.
playing really well this map though.
Oh yeah,
But the
absolutely. Potentially gonna have a better score than Story as well by the end of it. Or maybe, I don't know, Story could catch up here.
I think
Story may have
Story's
caught
catching up.
Oof. And
I think
cursed
Story
that as
may
well,
have caught
though.
up.
Yeah, well,
Story
still.
caught up, right? Yeah, because Nendes had a 3 miss there for Story's 1 miss.
I mean, Little Lightmare also getting over 900k on that. It's not bad, actually. It's just...
No, it's not bad at all. It's just, what can you do against Argentina?
That's true.
Especially
True.
being down arguably your best player.
It's a rough one. It is a rough one. Narcs and Gonza with the SS indeed, and Story just that 1 miss. Almost a perfect score, yet again. And now they're actually gonna follow Israel's wishes here of picking Mixed Mod 1. Perhaps Israel feels that that's maybe their best map or something, and they just wanna try their hand at it. They want to have the possibility of playing it, which you can't blame them. They want to show what they can do. Zeus seems to be coming in here for Argentina, actually.
Indeed, indeed. Now the question is he going to be the Nomad player or the Hard Rock player? I assume
Good
Story is
question.
going to be the hidden player.
Yeah, and I assume on the side of Israel, Nentis is probably going to be hard rocking. A little Lightmare perhaps on the hidden, and Turbo on the Nomad. I actually don't know if they have any hidden players like that would call themselves hidden players.
Yes. The Israelis confused, being like, wait, we're not going to go in mod order? They were looking out for us, Ash. They want us
they
to
don't-
not be cross-eyed.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen in a couple of matches today, the order has not been followed when it comes to mixed mods. Which, I mean, I guess it's fine, but it does make it a little bit harder to focus
Yay!
on. Oh, yeah, okay,
Story
at least
is not
Sergansa
the
and
hidden
Nentis.
player.
Oh yeah, he's playing Nomad actually. Zeus is coming
is
in for
playing
hidden, but yeah.
Man, now in this match, I'm the liar instead of the truth teller. Dang it.
Well, I mean, I also thought Zeus would be playing Nomad or something, so count me in as well. Yes, but as we expected, Nentis is going to be on the Hard Rock, a little Lightmare on that hidden, and Turbo on the Nomad, and already a Nomad miss from Turbo. Arguably the most comfortable mod on this.
Just jumping a little bit too slow.
Only one miss though. Oh, but another one as I say that, and that looked like a chain miss.
It did. Ooh, Zeus is gonna drop. Turbo Lightmare trading it though.
That's a 2 against 1, yeah.
Yeah, that door was kind of cracked open a little bit, but then immediately got pushed back shut.
Unfortunately, yeah. Nenda's still keeping the FC on Hard Rock though. Nenda's has really been playing well for Israel.
Indeed, he really has been. But
I gotta stop.
just moving just ever so slight. Just not moving enough. Missing that note by what seemed like a pixel.
I'm sorry, Nenda's. I feel like I've been cursing you for quite a bit. But really, still playing really well.
Turbo Lightmare recovering nicely. Nenda's
they're-
recovering back up to 200 combo.
Israel's playing pretty well on this. Hasn't been a lot of misses at all.
Ooh, Nenda's, as soon as you say, ends up dropping. He's trying to stand still that wiggle. That was really questionable. Might not have expected the wiggle to come up. And so far, Story and Sergansa still holding that double full combo.
Yeah, Story and Serganza just doing what Story and Serganza do best, and that is SSing every single map they play. Well, not every single one, but might as well be. Turbo actually recovered really nicely on this map.
He really has.
Ooh, Serganza actually going to be the
Serganza.
one to drop here.
Ooh. The Story's the only one with the full combo left in the lobby. See, Serganza is human as well.
So it seems. So it seems. I'm still not convinced. That could have been to throw us off, you know.
Hey, if that could have been to throw us off, then Stories was as well.
Oh, now it's all a mess. Well, there you have it, though. Story, Surganza, and Seuss going to be taking that mixed mod 1. Although you look at Israel's scores, those are really good, solid scores all across the board. Almost all over 900k, except Nenda's on that hard rock, which, to be fair, is the hardest mod on this, and basically getting 900k on that. Pretty solid team score from Israel, especially considering their seed 31. But Argentina just too strong.
Yeah,
Gotta be taking
Turbo
that
recovered
point.
quite nicely, though, almost getting 1200 combo.
Yeah, true, wow. After missing quite a bit at the start. Argentina at match point now, though. And it is Israel's pick. Do they just go, like, no mod 1 or something? Just try and stay consistent on it? And hope for an Argentina miss? Or maybe they go for a mixed mod 2 angle. Just to show what they can do on the mixed mods, I guess.
Ooh. Uh-oh. It's possible that Israel might not have enough players here. Lightmare saying they were getting emergency notification on their phones.
It's not a great sign.
We hope everything is all okay over there. We never like to see any of our players be in any sort of danger, no matter what country they are from. I am a lover, not a fighter. I love everyone.
So do I. Double time 3 is gonna be picked. We just turn off phones.
We just turned off our...
Oh my god.
Honestly, that's pretty based.
Oof, risking it all.
That is pretty
That's fucked
based.
up.
Here you go, double time 3 being possibly the last map of the match.
Not this with the question marks in chat.
Don't know if Nendes is confused about why Argentina is subbing out, or confused about his teammates turning off their phones when they're getting emergency notifications. Or just likes putting question marks.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
could
it
be
seems
always
like seems like both of them love putting question marks in. It's like quite the question mark spam there. Okay,
Oh.
we're getting a wait. Oh, Turbo's PC may have run into some issues. Gonna be calling a timeout.
Yeah. Turbo's PC crashed. Hopefully he has insurance. Doo-doo-ch. No car insurance pun? Okay, I'll just see my way out.
sorry. I was reading Twitch chat. They were saying apparently it's in question marks because they were writing in Hebrew, and maybe the stream client doesn't
Oh, really?
support that. Yeah. I mean, that would make sense to me, actually.
I mean, yeah, that would make sense.
All right, Narcs coming in here for TT3. We're not going to be seeing Velper K today, it seems. Oh, no, actually, never mind. He's in the lobby. What am I saying?
My man is blind over here. How dare you be blind to the GOAT Velper K?
I'm just so used to seeing Story be perma-lobbied, I didn't expect Velper K to be there.
Ah, the disrespect.
I'm glad he's playing.
Turbo is back. Seems like he's just needing an infight.
Yep.
switched to the tournament server, and he is back in the lobby.
We got Turbo back. And looks like gonna be getting started pretty soon with DT3. Pretty tricky map in terms of DT movement. It'll be interesting to see how the Israeli team does on this. Little Nightmare saying in chat, let us have a point, please. Although,
if you want a point, you are gonna have to fight for it, I'm afraid.
yeah, I doubt Argentina would show any mercy at this stage, unfortunately. They're here to win it. Alright, getting started here with DT3.
No one putting Hidden on, all sticking with that flat DT modifier.
Yeah, I mean, I think this map in particular, out of all the DTs, would probably be the hardest to add Hidden on, even if you think it's more comfortable. Oh, Turbo with an early miss there. Gonna be a lead to Argentina. But yeah, because of the...
Velper with an early miss as well.
Wow, so it's actually favoring Israel right here at the start. But yeah, as it's precision and movement heavy, Hidden may actually make it a bit harder, but... Nendus gonna find the drop right before it switches over to Israel, but Velper K trading as well.
Trading it.
Okay.
Turbo getting back up. Velper K dropping again, trading with Nendez.
Hold on a second.
Turbo
if I
dropping.
Ooh, yeah.
That one hurts a bit more. Velper K dropping, Turbo trading. And it seems like Velper K is just not having a fun time with this map whatsoever. Nightmare finally falls. No combos on the Israeli side now. Narcs and Serganza still holding on to that two-way FC for the Argentines.
I wonder what's going on with Velper K. Maybe some technical issues or something, but...
It could also be that he's just not comfortable with this type of double time map.
I would highly doubt that. I could be wrong. In any case, Serganza and Narc still holding the double SS and doing enough to keep Argentina well in the lead as Nendez and Turbo finding misses here.
Nightmare dropping, and with a quarter of the map left, unless there's a disconnect from the Argentinian side.
It's looking pretty rough now. Turbo also finding a couple more misses. Even though Velper K seems to be trading a lot of it.
Triple miss on Israeli side.
Yeah, and Serganza and Narcs just holding that FC. And getting into the end section here, it's basically over 260,000 point difference. Looks like Argentina will be taking this match 5-0.
Indeed it does.
A Little Nightmare with a pretty good score on this, honestly, all things considered, 920k.
Oh, yeah.
Velper keep booting out of there real fast. But, yeah, honestly, pretty well played from Little Nightmare on that map. Very well played, and, I mean, they did their best. I mean, they didn't even have Gal 1, but they showed some pretty good scores on some of these maps. Some great individual performances from the Israeli team. However, against C2 Argentina, it's gonna always be pretty hard to go up against almost nearly perfect scores every time. And Argentina is your winner for today. They will be going on to face the winner between Finland and Brazil. No, sorry, that's United Kingdom and Australia. They will be facing the winner of Mexico and Colombia in the winners bracket round of 16, whereas Israel will be facing the loser of Mexico and Colombia next week in the losers bracket round 16.
Yeah. Hopefully with Israel, Gal 1 will be available for next match. Fingers crossed for them.
Fingers crossed. And best of luck to both teams in their future matches. believe we still have Canada and Taiwan on the A stream on Osu Life. So make sure to go catch that. And yeah, catch. Thank you. But for now, I think that's it for us. For now, I've been Ash Ketchum. I've been joined by Elux. Anything else you want to say?
I apologize for showing up late. That is about all I can say.
Well, it was a pleasure regardless. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you guys later. Goodbye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Osu Catch World Cup 2025, here with our unexpected first match of the B stream this year. We've got a little bit of overlap and a very exciting tiebreaker happening over on the A stream right now between Germany and Singapore, which is why we are having a match down here today. I am Chilirepair. Today, we will be joined by two exceptional teams. Sort of towards the higher end of things and the lower end of things, an 8th versus 25th seeded match. It is Japan versus Turkey today. We have a couple of roster switches for both of these teams from previous years. Japan switching through into Senko Hanabi joining the roster this year, as well as Sawarabi. So 2 new players for Japan, based on their last year's roster, and Turkey as well, with 2 switches in, at the very least Zeus, and then I was unsure if there was a name change on the other player here, but Aller as well, switching in for Turkey. So actually the same number of roster switches for these 2 teams this year, so we're running 4 from last year, and 2 new players on both sides. Japan and Turkey both running with somewhat similar qualifiers results to last year's Catch World Cup, if you checked them out in 2024. Minuscule differences in the seedings for both of these teams. Turkey improving from 27th seed overall to 25th seed this year, and Japan in 8th seed, which is exactly the same as their seed from last year. So we are looking spot on for results for them. Same as usual, a strong team. Players to really look out for, especially on that Japan side, going to be Molkus and Sawarabi there. 2 of the higher performing players in qualifiers overall. Actually, the 17th and 18th seeded players by performance throughout all of qualifiers, which is quite the statement, I would say, in terms of showing up to this early round match as an 8th seed here. Teoman actually going to be the #1 performer for Turkey, just barely missing out on top 100 at 104th overall through qualifiers. So a little bit more strength on the top end for Japan here. as Turkey is the lower seeded team in this matchup. And I apologize, actually, Lorem Ipsum going to be the #1 performer on Turkey this year at 77th seed overall for qualifiers. So Lorem Ipsum and Tiomen, the two players to look out for on the side of Turkey. Shimu very close by as well, actually 72nd seed, very slowly just working my way up the line here. So very condensed, actually, for all of these players on Turkey. They're all around that 70 to 100 range for that qualifiers performance, which might make a difference in these early stage matches. You know, you get to a little bit more towards that consistency range, maybe being able to put up a good team score overall versus having that star power that some other teams have. And that's sort of something that Japan might have a little bit of trouble with in this match today compared to where Turkey might sit in terms of overall confidence as a team. Japan does have two of the highest performing players in the lobby, but their next closest player drops all the way down to 71st seed as a qualifiers performance. So you've got two star players, and then your next closest is a little bit further down. So we are looking for a closer-knit team in Turkey's performance than we are for Japan. Now, again, the skill cap might still take effect. We might still have some differences in the early accuracy on maybe some of the tougher picks in this pool, but as we go into map #1 here with Kato, it is going to sort of be our first look into how both of these teams are going to navigate this match, how Turkey is going to be able to use that overall team score into try and take a couple of points here against Japan, again, a team who is traditionally quite strong in Catch World Cup. Again, usually a top 8 contender for overall strengths in this matchups. And Turkey going to try and cut into that just a little bit here. If we do take a look at the stats from the Catch World Cup last year, both of these teams were participants in that year. Japan did get knocked out in the round of 16 by Russia last year. They ended up making it through another round to get knocked out of the tournament by Poland, who was extremely strong last year. Turkey did end up playing through the first round, losing to a very strong team, France, in the round of 32. They went into the round of 16 and had to play against the Netherlands. Didn't have an amazing time against them there. Did end up losing 3-6. So Turkey looking for maybe a little bit of vengeance this time around, maybe a little bit of an opportunity to try and take a couple of extra points in the round of 32, potentially maybe get a match on the board, a win under their belts to try and prove that they have made a little bit of a change this year going in. Again, 27th seed up to 25th seed, so we are seeing an improvement overall from their performance, so we are expecting them to move up in the world of placements overall here as we attempt to get Bancho to return to us today. In news, while we're waiting for Bancho to come back to us, Germany has defeated Singapore 13th to 20th seed in tiebreaker 5-4 as our first winning team of the round of 32 in Catch World Cup. So congratulations to Germany. Early onset of this map, seeing a couple of drops from the side of Turkey. We are going to see Shimu drop that max combo pretty early on here. A decently clean break, but a little bit too far behind for comfort. Right now, we do see some act drops for Japan on some of these droplets here, but really nothing too major for them. We do see that last double S dropped on the side there. Zeus going to be the one to hold for Turkey right now for the long time. And it's really just going to come down to what happens in the later sections of this map. That one break for Turkey is doing more damage than these accuracy drops by quite a bit. Both of those players down at the bottom, Shimu, Lorem Ipsum sitting closer to that 99.3 and 4, going to do a little bit more damage than a couple of players dropping a singular droplet on the side of Japan. We do have the hidden on Hiroshiki and Shimu, who is going to find another drop. Again, the hidden quite difficult on this map, spacing a little bit awkward. Some of these fast patterns and the switches between the hyper dash is really going to catch players off guard if you're not super comfortable on the hidden, and Hiroshiki is going to be doing a little bit better of a job navigating those. Molkus, Lorem Ipsum both holding pretty strong on the hard rock right now. These do get pretty small here in the early round despite that, and both of them doing pretty well for themselves right now. Nobody seemingly matched up to Zeus. Finally does drop the first bit of accuracy that we've seen for this match. Again, Zeus a new addition from not playing last year, I believe has played previously in the past. Who's a long time player of Catch, at least through the Catch World Cup. So a good addition to Turkey this year, definitely going to be a big help to them, especially on these early picks going through. Volka's going to find a drop for the side of Japan, which is going to give a little bit of score back, but as we approach the final quarter of the map here, we are starting to run out of time, especially with Shimu continuing to trade out these breaks on the side of Turkey. I think it is too far too gone. That's still 80 to 70 to 80,000 score difference between Shimu and Molkos, and that's on the accuracy alone, not to mention the amount of time spent out of max combo. Lorem Ipsum also going to be dropping the Hard Rock combo towards the ending here. So not quite going to match up. They are still going to outscore Molkos based on holding for a little bit longer. But Japan, a fairly handed victory there, 100,000 points through pick number 1. That was Turkey's pick. That is a break point to start the match off for the 8th seeded Japan. And a fantastic FC there from Zeus Sawarabi and Hiroshiki, all coming in with some great plays there. A couple combo drops on the mod players down at the bottom, but still looking pretty good overall. For both sides, actually. I do have to say, Shimu having a little bit of trouble on the hidden there, but I'm a little bit biased as I am not the biggest fan of Hidden, but I'd say that's pretty understandable. Hidden on that map, very difficult, very, quick, dense snaps between some of those hyper dashes. It really does tend to throw you off. But that mixed mod out of the way for Turkey there. They didn't have too much of an advantage on those modded players on the mixed mod there. So they may want to navigate elsewhere, where they have a little bit more strengths overall. The Hard Rock pool, potentially good for them. That is generally an avenue that players are a little bit more uncomfortable on if you don't have a full roster for it. And we've already seen that Turkey's Hard Rock player did outperform that of Japan's in that first pick on the mixed mod there. So we do maybe have a bit of an advantage out of the gate for Turkey there, but that's to see and save for the next pick out. It is Japan's first pick of the match. It's Nomad 3. It's Tranquility Resolve right now. Gonna be looking for instant roster switches, by the way, for these two teams. We already have all 3 in. We already have a good luck. Now a little bit RNG on the Nomad 3 here. Understandable. Wait and see until we get into the map again. I want to save all of my reservations, picking strategies, map, stylistic predictions for, when we get into maybe some of the later stage matches. It's quite difficult to predict what's going to happen for pick and ban strategies, especially when you get these further seed matchups in the round of 32. It doesn't generally fall into line with what some of the late round strategies are overall in terms of picking and banning skill sets, whether or not that's, the precision, the density, a little bit of tech here and there, as we work through these early picks here. And Japan gonna just try and consolidate this breakpoint now. That's really the name of the game as we go through map number 2 here. Just try and get a couple of technical items fixed. For those of you that are also interested, we do have another match overlapping with this one right now as well. Significant number of overlaps this morning just because of how close everything was scheduled together. So if you are interested in watching this match, another match, or 2 matches at the same time, we do have Indonesia versus Vietnam up on the A stream right now. That is a 7th versus 26th seed match, so basically the same as this one here. They're just going through their ban phase now, so plenty of opportunity to catch that entire match. Again, Germany, Singapore ending up in 5-4 as we slowly work through this round of 32 with all of these teams very close fashion thus far. Hopefully this match can start to live up to the expectations of being a closer one at that. Japan making that first map look a little bit less than doable for Turkey, but plenty of opportunities to get back into this as we see a couple of very early breaks on here as we work through the early sections of the map. A quarter of the way in. Again, very dense, very close-knit patterns here. Very awkward. These very short length zigzags going on through here. Very, very hard to hold consistent combos through here, as shown by Sawarabi and Lorem Ipsum here, both struggling to get over that max combo there. Here's one of the more annoying sections of the map as it does claim Molkos. So again, these dense patterns, really unforgiving, really RNG is sort of a word I would use to describe them. Very easy to mess up a snap on one of these, just off by a little bit, you lose the entire pattern, and we do see this section claim all of Team Turkey, as Senko Hanabi is the one to hold for the lobby right now. Japan now taking that 100,000 score lead. Turkey, they had a pretty good advantage to take that lead back there. They had Zeus and Shimu both holding combos into that section, but again, those dense patterns really claiming far too many players. As we work through the last couple of sections of this map, we do lose most of the larger combo section here, so it really is just down to Senko Hanabi holding right now to try and give Japan as much score difference as possible, but Turkey is far too out of it at this point here. No max combo on anyone besides Zeus right now. Does hold well after that break. It was quite a clean break at that. But Lorem Ipsum having a little bit too much of a struggle on this pick overall, sitting down at that 750k. An unfortunate situation, but this is Japan's pick. They are looking to consolidate, and they do just that, increasing that score lead, 250,000 for Japan. Again, the 8th seed strutting their stuff through these early stage matches. Not going to let anyone have an in, especially on these early picks that they're looking to be confident on, as Senko Hanabi puts up the only full combo in the entire lobby. Molkus, extremely good accuracy at that, 99.93%, just a singular 100 dropped there. Very, very good plays overall there. Zeus and Shimu doing pretty well for themselves overall. 200s, 4-100s, 99.86.52. Lorem Ipsum struggling just a little bit too much, which, you know, it would not have won them the map. They definitely got outplayed as a team in terms of the overall... Comfortability is really not a word I like using, but that's sort of the word that fits on that map as an overall roster there. So even with that better play from Lorem Ipsum not being down at that 98.9 something, it certainly would have helped keep that score lead mitigated, but overall, Japan working their way through these early picks here as Turkey tries to navigate through now to pick number 2 for themselves. They are going to look to try and get a point on the board now. Again, not too bad of a situation right now. They lose a break point on the first map of the match. Japan consolidates it. It's done. It's dusted. It's over. Now they need to find the opportunity to reset. Now they need the opportunity to try and take a pick right now to get this match back on track. This is still an early round, so we are in best of 9, which means that there is not a ton of room for breaking in here, but they do end up going for the Hard Rock 1, as I sort of mentioned after that last pick. Turkey seems to have an advantage overall on that precision, on those smaller hits there. They looked a little bit better on the mixed mod overall on the Hard Rock player, especially with the way Lorem Ipsum was playing through that pick comparatively to Japan's Hard Rock player. The question is, does the rest of the roster match up for Turkey? Are they able to go 3 for 3 on the Hard Rock pick in order to shut out some of Japan's higher level players on here? You know, we really haven't had to see Japan's top end go through and struggle on some of these picks, and I'm really looking at Molkus and Sawarabi right now going through on the Hard Rock to try and have an opportunity to gain an in on these picks. So it is Mission ASCII on this pick right here. It is a little bit longer, up at 3 minutes and 19 seconds, but we are looking for Molkus to have that repeat performance on the Hard Rock that we saw from the mixed mod. They looked really good, 99.75, 963k overall there. Lorem Ipsum just besting them by about 15k, 978,000. Despite having lower accuracy, they did hold for a little bit longer towards the ending. And consistency is going to be the name of the game on this one here, especially kicking it up to 3 minutes and 19 seconds in length. This is the longest map we've seen picked in this match thus far. Now, granted, we've only seen 3, but I digress. We are kicking it up from a 2 minute and 13 second previous pick, and the first pick 2 minutes and 45 seconds, so about 30 seconds longer. And we saw players struggle to hold the entire duration of the mixed mod pick, which was longer, so it really is just going to be about who holds the max combo for longer, who stays over that cap, and that is really the question, especially on a Hard Rock map. Now, not entirely the smallest pick ever right now. I do have to say we will get just increasingly more difficult, smaller as we go through. If we compare this pick to the Hard Rock on the mixed mod, this is actually a little bit bigger. Mixed Mod 2 was a CS 4.2 base. This is CS 3.9 base. So we are looking a little bit more comfortable on this one, which may help some of Turkey's other players navigate this map, as we do surprisingly see Zeus find the first break for Turkey on this. They've definitely been one of the standout players for them in this match thus far in terms of how comfortable they've looked overall, and these picks, Zeus being the highest performing player on Mixed Mod 2 and the second highest by only 2k on Tranquility Resolve. Japan does not follow up that early break from Turkey here. In fact, they are going to hold the 3-player double S through this first third of the map right now, as Turkey once again tries to find a break in the armor, tries to find an opening in this Japan roster right now. They are certainly not going to be finding it currently on this Hard Rock as we slowly approach the halfway point. They are down, but they're not out of it, and there it is right there. Hiroshiki finding a double break, actually going to give quite a bit of score back over to the side of Turkey, and as long as they're able to hold these combos, and Zeus now once again over that combo cap there with a very clean early break is going to give them the opportunity to pull the score lead back to their side, and for the first time this match, Turkey has a score lead by even the smallest of margins. It is going to make a difference. Soarabi and Molkus both doing well to hold Japan down right now as Teoman finds a break literally right before the pause, and that could spell certain doom for Turkey right there if we don't see something happen from Japan now. One of the most unfortunate positions to break in there for Turkey, seeing it right at the pause. Now, luckily, Zeus is over that combo cap, and it was a very early break for them. It was very clean as we hit this build-up section right here. No extra breaks for either side. It's really just down to who finds the next break. Is it on Turkey, or does Japan drop one more of these combos? And unfortunately, it is Zeus. It's 10k straight back over to Japan. Now 15 going on 20. They're going to take this lead back in the final quarter here, and Turkey needs to find just a glimmer of hope in these final seconds of the map in order to not let this one slip by. This would be an absolute heartbreak to go through now and see this map slip away. Such a good opportunity to take a break point back on this pick right now. They could totally slip this one through, and unfortunately, it just doesn't look like it's going to happen. Japan looking so good on this Hard Rock pick right now. Molkus and Soarabi, the double S on both of them, holding strong right now. Lorem Ipsum, that strong Hard Rock player from the Mixed Mod, really strutting their stuff on this one for Turkey, doing whatever they can for their team to hold it down, but those breaks on Turkey, just far too few to let Japan slip away on this one. It does end up in our closest score margin we've seen in the match thus far, just under 30k. But unfortunately, there is really not much you can do against that onslaught from Molkus and Soarabi. Lorem Ipsum needed just a little bit more help on that pick there. Teoman or Zeus, if one of them found one less break, that was absolutely a pick going over to Turkey. But Japan just stronger as an overall roster on that map there. I mean, 2 players being at the double S of Lorem Ipsum and Hiroshiki effectively matching the last player on the side of Turkey. 947k does best Zeus by about 1k, which sort of leaves that middle player unchecked, and an exceptional performance from Japan and Lorem Ipsum on that pick there. Always good to see a couple of double S's. Good to see that confidence early in these matches. It's about carrying it into the future. So now, we're at a bit of a dilemma point for Team Turkey. They are now down 3 points to 0. And with the number of break points that factor into that one, you do have to wonder, is time running out? Are they slowly running out of picks? Are they slowly running out of motivation and drive? Are they going to be able to find a way back into this match this late in? And again, especially in a best of 9, you know, we talk about a 1 breakpoint difference really doesn't make too much of a negative it doesn't have too much of a negative outcome overall on here. But once you start to get into that second breakpoint, now we're in the danger zone, because now your confidence is a little bit shot. Now Japan has 2 of your picks on their side, one of them consolidated behind one of their own points. And they're able to potentially get another one here. The only way to mitigate this now is if Turkey is somehow able to steal a breakpoint from Japan right now. Because regardless of what happens on this map right now, Turkey will either need to win 4 maps in a row, or they need to win 2 of Japan's picks, which is an uphill battle to diminish the amount of effort that is going to require for Turkey to get back into this one. So we are looking for hopefully something a little bit more confident from Turkey as we go into these further picks here. We're seeing something sort of similar up on the A stream right now as well. Indonesia is the higher seeded team, looking pretty good against Vietnam, taking a break point on the first pick, consolidating it on the second one. And that really is just, sometimes how the cookie crumbles on these early round of 32 matchups. You do have these higher seeded, top 8 seeded teams, right? Like, these are some of the better teams in the tournament. If you are top 8, you are expected to make it through quarterfinals winners bracket, effectively, compared to a bottom 8 seed, you are expected for a round of 32 finish. So to place anything above this is an impressive performance, and it is effort in and of itself, and it is a statement piece there. And it's just on Turkey to see whether or not they can make that happen right now. They're really just looking to get a point on the board at this point. The second you get that first point, that is like the barrier broken. That is the entry point into the match that you are looking for if you're Turkey, and that's where you need to sort of find that confidence. You need to find that drive, and that's really all that they're hoping to find right now as they go into their first DT pick of this match. 222 BPM, not too high. Decently high, though. 220. Starting to kick it up a little bit in the round of 32 very early. Getting at least to that speed range. I'd say 220 is where that cutoff starts. But a little bit more awkward on this one, a swing style DT, so the patterning going to be more uncomfortable. So even though we're not sitting at super high speed DT levels of BPM here, we are getting a little bit more awkward in terms of the rhythm and therefore the patterning and what these players are going to have to focus on right now. We do see a very early break come out from Zeus, but it's early enough that it's really not going to make a difference in the grand scheme of this pick, especially with some of the accuracy drops that we're seeing from Hiroshiki right now. Now, Shimu is trading those out, but they are holding combo. And Yasin going to be finding a break for Turkey. I hope I pronounced that name correctly, but that's going to be 2 combos lost to now on the side of Turkey. Japan losing none. And with a pick that's under 2 minutes, though, that's not something you love to see too much there, as we do see one more break on the side of Turkey right now to lose just a little bit more score, as we see 115k now slip through for Japan as Molkus and Sawarabi continue to hold for them again. We mentioned it, right? Molkus and Sawarabi, 2 top 20 placing players overall in qualifiers. They are among the best players overall in this tournament through qualifiers that you are going up against in the round of 32 right now, and that is an uphill battle to say the least. They are really just trying to prove why they are where they are and to get their team through this round of 32 matchup, especially when you're one of these higher seeded teams. If you can make it through these early round consistency based matchups, you can start to show off that skill cap a little bit later on into the tournament. And Japan doing a great job of that right now on their pick, as Turkey struggling to find an avenue into this one. Shimu doing a really good job holding this full combo down, and Zeus with an unbelievable recovery from the side of Turkey. It's just unfortunate that there is not much that you're going to be able to do against what is almost a triple FC from Japan there. Hiroshiki going to find a break right at the end of the map there, but not before putting up just barely shy of that 3 million, 9,000 score. Basically, that is the difference between Hiroshiki finding a break and not, and Shimu, the only player above it for Turkey, putting up a great performance there. 99.4% accuracy, a little bit on the lower end, and Zeus with a very, very unfortunate early break. The possibility for a double FC for Turkey very much alive on that map there. Yasion struggling just a little bit more there. Those 3 misses sitting down at 850k does do a little bit of damage on the side there. Unfortunately, someone's got to play this DT, and Yasion maybe not the one that wanted to, but they stepped up for their team. They did pretty well for themselves. 860k, certainly not bad at all. And Turkey, once again, fighting just to get a pick in of this match there. We've seen some big performances from Lorem Ipsum, some big performances from Shimu, Zeus top scoring a map. Now they just have to take those players and put them together on one map. Now you need to take those top performers and really look in to try and get something on the board here. That's really all Turkey's looking for right now, is to try and get 1 point up. They want to try and get something here to boost that morale, to get that motivation started. And this is effectively their last opportunity to do that. Japan 1 map away. They're on match point. They are just shy of being able to shut Turkey out of this match, out 5-0. They need to put a stop to this immediately. Now, it is going to be a difficult situation for Turkey right now to get to tiebreaker if they want to stay in the winner's bracket through the round of 32 at this point. They need to win 4 maps in a row, 2 of which being Japan's maps, as we do see Mixed Mod 1 come out. It is going to be Function Phantom Euclid. It is going to be the CWC edit of Spectator's Overdose of this map on the difficulty here. Euclid going to be a classic pick through here. Great song, seen it many times before. Map, a little bit more on the awkward side here, really looking again for those players on the hidden to step up, especially on a map like this. Hard Rock I'm not too worried about right now. Normally I would say on a mixed mod pick that, you know, the Hard Rock players would be maybe just as volatile as the hidden players, but you know, given the circle size of a lot of the maps in this pool, even on the Hard Rock side, you know, we're really not seeing anything too far above 4 yet. Mixed Mod 2 was the closest to precision that we've seen in this pool, sitting just barely above. But Turkey really just looking for Lorem Ipsum to give a repeat performance on the Hard Rock. They've been one of the best Hard Rock players in this lobby today, if not besting Molkus on, or matching most of the picks right now. So Turkey certainly has an advantage on their side in that 1v1. The difference is who's going to win the difference on the hidden map and the player, and can the Nomads match up? I imagine they're going to be running the same roster, maybe Lorem Ipsum, Hard Rock, Shimu, Hidden, and Zeus on the Nomad. Likewise with Japan, I think Soarabi going to be running on the Nomad, Hiroshiki, Hidden, Molkus on the Hard Rock. I don't anticipate any changes in those rosters, especially on an early round matchup with how they are going to be running through these picks. And with one final point remaining to take for Japan, Turkey now sitting at their last stand in the round of 32 winners bracket here as they try and stave off falling to the lower bracket round 1 through the round of 32. It is going to be the mods we expected. It is going to be Zeus and Soarabi on top with the no mod, Hiroshiki, Shimu on the hidden, matching on the left, and Molkus, Lorem Ipsum on the Hard Rock, matching on the far right-hand side. It's always nice to see the mods line up this way so you can start to compare the two here. The only thing that would be even nicer is if you could see, like, Lorem Ipsum and Molkus right next.
Alright, hello everybody, and welcome back to some more Osu Catch World Cup 2025 round of 32 action. We've got an incredible match coming up. Our number 14 seed Belgium versus our number 19 seed China. This is going to be an exciting one. We've seen a lot of tiebreakers in these closely seeded matches, so I'm excited to see how this one ends up going. I am Toph Daddy, one of your commentators, joined here by Wonderstella. How's it going?
Hello, Toph. It is great to be back for another round of matches. I am doing very, very good. I am so excited about this match. It should be a banger. 2 close seeds here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the overall qualifier results, and Belgium getting that higher seed, but has a little bit less consistency overall with the scores. China, a very consistent team, so quite balanced on their end. I'm interested to see what the pick strategy looks like. But Belgium, strong on that, on those like mechanics type maps, the nomads, the DTs, and like I said, China quite balanced overall. So I could see them trying to go into the mod categories, trying to get whatever advantage they can without pushing Belgium's strength on those mechanics.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to see Belgium winning the role. They're going to decide to pick second ban first. Well, they only choose to pick order, so second pick. But it's going to be curious to see where both these teams go in, what direction they go in when it comes to the bans. You often see higher seeds banning something like a Nomad one, the consistency. But yeah, we're gonna see what they're gonna do.
Yeah, it's interesting to kind of look at that, because you are right. The higher seed has been banning Nomad 1 a lot this weekend. But in this case, I don't know if that's something that Belgium is going to want to take out of the mod, or not of the mod, but of the map pool, just because they had a really great performance on Nomad 1 in qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure.
And the first ban does come out from Belgium. That's going to be a hidden 2 ban. So getting rid of the low AR. I don't know if we've seen that not banned this weekend.
It's been left open twice. The earlier match today, it was actually left open but never picked. Which was unfortunate. I do want to see the low AR be played, but and we're going to see China ban double time 2 against a team like Belgium. That does make sense.
Yeah, I mentioned that Belgium quite strong on the mechanics type maps, and DT2 definitely sitting in there. I almost would have probably wanted to see a DT1 or DT3 ban if they were going to go for any of the DTs, but one way or another, it does get something that Belgium is certainly comfortable with out of play in this case.
Yes, indeed. And we're going to see what China decides to pick. It's going to be Mixed Mod 2, and I do think that is a pretty good pick. I like that pick from them. They have solid players, very consistent players all around, like you mentioned earlier. And getting a player on each mod with that consistency, I think that could be a good strategy to start off.
Yeah, for sure. And we've seen this kind of strategy come from the lower seeded teams very often this weekend already. Usually they'll go for that mixed mod because one of the reasons that many of the lower seeds tend to play slower when it comes to qualifiers is they might not have a full 3-man team for a certain mod pool, where they have 1 or 2 really good players on Hidden or Hard Rock, but they just don't have that full squad to be able to really perform at as high of a level as they might otherwise be able to. And in this case, they don't need that full team. They can allow their best players kind of to go in on the mod that they're the most comfortable with. And strategy coming out once again from China here. And I think that makes a lot of sense, especially going for the anti-mod selection of Mixed Mod 2, where they can really test the Hard Rock and Hidden, which I said were going to be probably the weaker sides of this Belgium squad.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right in what you're saying here, and we're gonna waste no more time and get right into the map. We see Jesse and Cornet on the Nomad, Zend and Cyphos on the Hidden, and Elskefe and Dazule on the Hard Rock. All of that makes a lot of sense. They knew exactly what they were gonna play when they got into this.
Yeah, if I had to guess if there was a certain mod that was going to be very important to look out for, I think that Hidden mod's going to be really important for these two teams. Both teams probably looking at Hidden as their weaker of the three mods in this case, but we'll just have to see how these performances are able to go. Early on, no misses so far. We do see a few droplet misses on both sides, so kind of evening out as far as that goes. But now that we've hit 200 combo, the misses are going to be more impactful, or at least as impactful as they can be. Maximum impact if we do start to see those, but everyone's still holding on as we get to these long sliders.
Yeah, people are holding on strong, and I do also want to point out that the Hard Rock is also something to keep in mind here. The precision required for this map on the Hard Rock modification, it's not something to scoff at. And Cypher is going to be the first to fall on the Hidden mod though, for China, giving the lead to Belgium.
Yeah, not too dirty of a drop, just a couple of notes missed there, dropping down to the low 99s. But that is going to give a 30,000 point lead, and Cyphos can find another miss. So back-to-back misses for Cyphos on that Hidden mod. Zend is going to trade one of those back, so it's going to even up the score probably just around to that 30,000 mark. But Cyphos gonna find yet another drop, so 3 drops for Cyphos, 1 to Zend. We still have 2 full combos on the Nomad and Hard Rock for both sides.
Yes, indeed, and the 53, now 54k lead to Belgium is holding as we're entering the last third of the map. Everyone holding on until the spinner.
Zend built back up to that 200 combo. Cyphos right behind them, so this lead's probably going to even out right around that 60,000 mark. Looks like a couple misses worth of difference. Zend finding a break, going to shrink that lead a little bit as Cyphos does find a little bit of consistency. And a double miss from Belgium. All 3 full combos now gone. And China immediately takes that lead back right at the end with those misses.
Yeah, China is going to want to capitalize on this chance right here. And Elskefe is going to find another miss, but Cyphos and Cornet both miss, so the score is slowly going to go back towards Belgium, but they're going to need more than that at the end here.
Oh, Dazule with the miss in this ending section. Dazule's shrinking really fast, and Belgium's going to take it right at the end.
Oh, Dazule with the 2 misses on the slow section at the end. And that's going to be barely a point for Belgium, a break point to start us off.
I can't believe it.
I mean, we're starting off with a banger already, it seems. What a close point to start us off.
And the immediate Nomad 2 pick from Belgium, going for the kind of awkward, varied stream pick, looking for as, in my opinion, maybe the most difficult of the Nomads. I mean, you could say that, or I think Nomad 2, 3, and 4 all have arguments, but I would consider this probably the most heavy on the control.
Yeah, when I play through the pool, this has been the Nomad that I struggle with the most. But I do think it's a very good map, especially for the round. It's something that all these players can play, but it's not a free map by any means. You really need to be on it and really need to be focused. But I do like the pick from Belgium here. They have consistent Nomad players that they're going to want to show here.
Yeah, and it's also one of those maps where I think the skill ceiling on something like this is a lot higher than some of the other ones, where if you're really good at this, you should not really have too many problems. But if you start to have some inconsistencies, I think they're really going to show, especially in the second half of this map.
For sure, and we're going to get right into this map. Aja coming in for Zend makes a lot of sense. When it comes to technical maps, Aja is your player to look at. Also scales very well into the tournament as a whole. Belgium seeming to take the edge on the early spinners here.
Yeah, it looks like about 3,000 points of advantage for Belgium just off the spinners, but hopefully the spinners are not what matters here. It's going to be about making sure that you keep your combo. If we see a 6-way full combo, I don't know, man. That would be kind of crazy.
That would be crazy, but I would love to see it as well. But Cornet is going to make sure that doesn't happen, being the first to fall. Elskefe not far behind though. Gonna give that early edge to China. Oh, and Aja as well, yeah.
Yeah, so 2 full combos gone from the side of Belgium, and China going to take an early lead here with 2 full combos from Cyphos and Gazale so far. Cyphos going to trade that miss with Aja, so now it's 1-1. Jesse and Gazale, the only 2 left with the combo. Elskefe did build back up to that 200 combo, so combo advantage currently on the side of Belgium, and they're going to take that lead right back.
Yeah, but the lead isn't big, and any miss will flip it. And we're already in the second half, and Gazale is gonna miss there, giving a lead to Belgium again. And Gazale again finding another miss. The score is gonna increase even further to Belgium.
Yeah, after those early misses from Elskefe and Aja, they really recovered, both hitting that 500 combo now. Cyphos and Cornet not too far behind, but the misses from Gazale are giving quite a hefty lead, and Cyphos gonna match another miss and give even more of a score lead to Belgium, as their consistency in this ending is really showing and extending that lead and showing why they picked this first. Even with a couple of misses, that consistency on this Nomad 2 selection really started to show up, with all of the players getting to just about 800 or more, and Jesse still holding on to that full combo.
Yeah, those early misses are but a memory, as they're gonna be ending this map with those high combos. Jesse dropping the double S, but man, what a good score. What a performance from Belgium here.
Yeah, really good scores. The single full combo for Jesse, but very good backup combos as well. Almost every single Belgian player beating out all 3 of the Chinese players. Aja kind of matching Cornet and Cyphos in that score, but Elskefe and Jesse did a great job. So 2 points to 0. Belgium in the lead right now. A break point ahead. China needs to find something. And I mean, that Mixed Mod 2 wasn't a bad pick. Got a little unlucky right at the end with a couple of those misses from Gazale. So I could see them wanting to go into Mixed Mod again, but they're going to go with Hidden.
They are gonna go with Hidden, and if I've seen correctly, Belgium are missing TWXC, who is one of their strong Hidden players. So having that knowledge maybe makes sense to go into Hidden, as they have a solid Hidden roster on the China team.
Yeah, absolutely. Jin going to be the replacement there for what would normally be a spot for TWIC, you'd expect at least. But China hoping that that's going to be enough for them to get a little bit of an advantage. That their qualifier scores very close together on that Hidden 1 pick. So yeah, a little bit risky, but I think it's a calculated risk on the side of China here.
It does seem to be a calculated risk, and I think with the lack of TWXC, maybe that is what gives them the confidence to maybe edge out Belgium here. But we'll see what happens, and we'll see who China decides will be the 3rd player. Yui and Cyphos are staying, or are in here. Gazale coming back in, it seems. Yui making their debut in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Not too surprising to see that come out from China, but assuming these are the teams, just gotta wait for the ready-ups, and we'll be getting into those hidden pick. China looking to get back into this match. Very important for them, because this would be a 2nd break point in a row if they are not able to, and Belgium might just be able to take this to match point very quickly.
Yes, indeed. And here we go. Will China be able to get a point back here? Only time will tell. This map with all these swing patterns and weird spacing, definitely a tricky map.
Yeah, haven't been seeing too many full combos on this. Combination of hidden and some of the trickier chorus patterns where the swing really starts to increase that spacing. So we'll have to see how the composure holds up on a map like this. The other hidden map was banned out by Belgium, so another situation where you're kind of expecting China to have a little bit of an advantage if Belgium feels a little uncomfortable on hidden mod as a whole. But we do see 2 misses pretty early on. Cyphos and Jesse going to trade misses back and forth, and the lead's going to stay relatively similar to what we saw at the beginning. Belgium might have a slight lead off of just accuracy and right at the start, but that is not even useful. It's a completely negligible score lead right now with 1 miss on each side.
Yes, indeed. Has to be said though, keeping high accuracy on this map is not the easiest thing, so seeing the double S's still on the side of Elskefe and Dazzle is very impressive, as people, Jesse and Cyphos have gotten back to the 200 combo, and the lead is ever so slightly with China.
Yeah, so the 1 miss at the beginning evens out, and both players able to recover very well. And now everyone above 200 combo misses are going to have maximum impact from here on out, and about halfway through the chart, no one wants to be the first to blink.
These are the moments where Yui's gonna find a miss. I was gonna say that these are the moments where the caster is kind of scary because you don't want to say anything.
Yeah, Yui did this, but Jean also traded that right back. So another situation of an immediate trade, and the lead's going to stay exactly where it was, similar to the first set. So 1 full combo apiece, Dazzle and Elskefe holding on, but Jean finds a drop, and China going to take a small lead off of that second drop from Jean there.
Yeah, and we are slowly approaching the last third of the map. And as you mentioned, China with the lead, but this match isn't, or the map isn't over, because any miss will flip it once more. But man, Dazzleye and Cyphos having built that good supporting combo, not looking like they're gonna budge, but also Elskefe and Jesse kinda in the same boat.
Yeah, and Jean now back above 200 combo. Score advantage for China evening out around 25,000. Probably, I mean, it's just 1 miss, maybe even less than a miss of difference between these two. China needs to hold the consistency through this last chorus. Only seen a couple of misses here, but the consistency has to be strong if they want to take this first point. We're hitting the last few patterns, and Cyphos is going to find a drop right at the end here, and the lead starts to shrink. Oh, don't do it again. Don't be a last-minute victory for Belgium again.
We're gonna see if they can hold on to the end here, but it's so close.
And the lead starts going into Belgium's favor off the 1 miss right off Cyphos at the end, and a spinner battle right at the end, and it's only 2,000 points off of a last-minute miss again.
It's going to be Belgium taking the last second point once again.
2 double S's, 1 on each side. Great performance there. But, oh my goodness. So close.
I mean, it's heartbreak for China. That's 2 points out of 3 now that have been lost in the last moments.
Yeah, and that's the difference between both teams having no break points and now 2 break points in favor of Belgium.
Yeah, and Belgium get to pick into this momentum that they have, hoping to get to clutch that match point early. We're gonna see a double time 3, the UN map.
Yeah, the kind of spiky map in this DT pool has 2 main guy sections where the difficulty really picks up, but I've seen plenty of misses happening outside of those choruses, so definitely going to be interesting to see what ends up happening here. Belgium, like we mentioned, very, very strong at DP, and we saw the ban on DT2 come out from China, so Belgium looking just to not only go for their own strengths, but also potentially attack a skill area that China might not be the most comfortable with.
Yeah, I think you're entirely right about that. And are we getting a full team swap of China, or is it just going to be...
I would be surprised if we had a full team swap off of China. I would expect at least Cyphos and Dazzle to be in for this, but I don't know who the third player would be. Maybe based on qualifiers, Miyaguni Akari would probably be the player. But
Yeah, Miyaguni Akari is definitely a player I can see here. Although we do see Cornet come in. Cornet is not a player to scoff at when it comes to double time either, though. But it is like you mentioned earlier, China, very consistent team on the mods looking at qualifier results as a whole, and I do think that their team, like all of their players, can play mostly everything with some outliers here and there. So seeing a player like Cornet come in here makes sense. Dazzle and Cyphos, like you said, are going to come back in.
yeah, Desolate and Cyphos pretty much in on everything.
Yeah.
It's a weird day when we see those two not in on something. So makes sense to see them come back in. Cornet coming in as the third player for DT. And this, structurally not exactly the same as Nomad 2, but does have the same kind of stream difficulty where some of the patterns are a little bit awkward. But more specifically, I think the patterns here are just harder and more concentrated in a couple of specific areas.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree, and I do think that's why we see Aja coming back in as we get underway. Dazzle is going to find an early miss, as is Cornet. Those are very early though, so they're not going to make as much of a difference as later misses would.
Yeah, so a small lead to open up the map for Belgium in these easier sections. Everyone building up past 200 combo, and Aja going to be the first miss for the side of Belgium right after that 200 combo got hit. So China going to take a small combo lead here, and that lead pretty much fully shrinking at this point. Like you said, those two misses from China not going to be as impactful as if they were after 200, and China might actually start to take a small lead going into as we start to hit the 400 combo mark. And Jesse going to find another miss as well, so one full combo left. As we hit the first difficult section, we'll have to see how everyone holds up. Cornet gonna be a drop for China in this section, kind of like a trade with Jesse, but that lead is shrinking quite quickly. And Cornet finding another break, and Belgium's gonna take the lead coming out of this first PI section.
They are indeed. We see the two captains for each team holding on strong, but Dazzle is gonna end up falling, and that's gonna increase the lead for Belgium, as Aja has found their footing once again, getting up to almost a 600 combo mark. Jesse as well, passing 400.
Yeah, another situation similar to what we saw from Nomad 2, where Belgium had a few early breaks and China was able to take advantage of it, but once you get to the more difficult parts and the consistency of it all, China starts to fall apart a little bit more than Belgium, and for now, Belgium's going to take a small lead despite that miss from Aja, building back up to 200 combo, and now we're at a position where Belgium maybe has about one miss worth of advantage right now. So gonna still have to hold on to the consistency as we get into the second really difficult PI section.
Yeah, and if there's any more moments we can see a break, it's gonna be here. And Elskip is gonna fall.
Going to be the miss. Cyphos and Cornet are going to trade it though. But Aja's going to trade that as well, so two misses a piece is going to favor... It looks like China actually favoring that a little bit, and that lead is starting to shrink in these last few patterns, but I don't think there's going to be enough time here.
It's not Belgium going to be enough.
Going to hold on and bring it to match point.
Yeah, we almost saw Belgium doing something similar to what China did on two of the maps, but alas, we're going to hold on. And like you said, it's match point, and China, they're going to have to find a way back into this.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of heartbreaking that they're in this situation, right? They had two last-minute chokes that led to both of their picks being taken back by Belgium right at the end. And, I mean, that shows that China certainly has the capability, and especially when you're looking at something like DT3, where they were just behind and nearly took it back at the end. But it's just not been going in their favor so far.
No, it really hasn't, and I think anyone watching can agree this is not a 4-0 match based on how these teams are playing. It's much closer than what the scoreline might suggest, but the match isn't over, and they're going to go into Nomad 3.
going for the precision nomad selection, the higher circle size on this one compared to the other 3 nomads. And that does make sense in a certain sense. I don't know how strong of a pick this is, just because we don't have really much of an equivalent as far as like the qualifiers go. But they certainly do have the more gimmicky stuff on lock. There, it seems like that's more of an area where China's going to be able to put their best foot forward against a team like Belgium.
Indeed. And something that this map is going to give us is, I mean, the spacing overall is a little bit wider than what you might see, though compared to something like Nomad 2, a little bit more regular. And it's high max combo despite being a short map, up at 1265. So despite the short length, there's a lot of combo to gain.
Yeah, particularly in those stacks that are kind of everywhere in the map, but because of how densely packed some of those stacks are, if you mess it up, you're going to get a few misses and lose a lot of score from that.
Yeah, we've seen some people, I mean, most people are going to try and position each of those bursts, but we've seen 1 or 2 players stand still on those entire sections, which is scary, but it is something you can do sometimes. And we will see what these players elect to do, as Belgium are going to keep the same roster for this, and Dazzle and Cyphos, I mean, it's like you've said, we expect them to be here. They are here. Who is the third player going to be, though?
I could see Yui coming back in, but it is going to be Shinami Nansu making their match debut here as well in this Nomad 3, looking to do what they can for the side of China, trying to get themselves back in this match and trying to at least stop some of the momentum that Belgium has attained throughout this, going on a 4-0 streak.
Yeah, and seeing Shinami Natsu on this makes a lot of sense. As someone who plays a lot of converts and weird converts, I do see Shinami Natsu on those as well. Obviously, specific and convert is different, but gimmicky maps as a whole, Shinami Natsu will be there, so it does make sense.
Absolutely, and here we go. Potentially last map, but only last map if China doesn't have anything to say about it. They're going to have to put their best foot forward. Cyphos finding a miss, not the best way to put your best foot forward right at the start. Belgium going to take an early lead, but that is before 200 combo, going to be less impactful. So misses from here on out are now going to be a little bit more impactful, though that is still quite a big lead, especially with how much combo we have in this map. Like you said, 1200 plus combo and already 30,000 points of lead for the Belgian side.
Yes, indeed. And the Belgians are holding on in this early section. Dazzle and Shinami Natsu are keeping that for China, but Jesse is going to be the first Belgian player to fall. And that is something that China needs to see, as the score is about to switch for Shinami Natsu. It's going to drop, giving it back to Belgium.
And Jesse's going to trade that back again. So 1 player missing twice now for Belgium, 2 misses on the side of China. Aja going to find a drop as well, though, and going to give China immediately the lead as we get this big stack section. Jesse going to find a drop, and that lead starts skyrocketing for China. And Jesse cannot find any footing as China perfects it and gets up to a 90,000 point lead coming out of that stack.
Yeah, Jesse, with those misses there, is going to give China a sizable lead. I believe the first 6-digit lead we've seen in this match. And we're entering the last quarter of the map. We see El Skefe holding on to the full combo, which is matched by Dazile. And the early misses from Cyphos, I mean, they're not bothering them anymore as they've built up what is now a 1k combo.
Yeah, absolutely. Aja going to find a drop in this ending section. That looks like a pretty strong case for China to take their first point. Not much to happen anymore. 4 or 5 misses of difference at this point as we get into the final few patterns of the map. There's just not enough time, even if we did see a few misses. So China going to force Belgium to put away the brooms. No sweeps here. But they are going to start and get their first point of the match, keep themselves alive in the winner's bracket for now. But it is Belgium's pick coming up.
It is indeed Belgium's pick here, but the momentum is not entirely on their side anymore. So it's going to be interesting to see what direction they decide to go in here. We haven't seen a Hard Rock map be picked yet, but I don't know if that's the direction we're going to see anyone go. And I wonder if they're trusting consistency for the Nomad 1. There's also the Nomad 4 if they're trusting their convert, tight jump ability.
Yeah, I could see Nomad 1, but I think that's a little too straightforward. I think China is going to have no problem keeping up with them on something like that. I would almost go DT1 here, maybe.
DT1 does feel like a solid option for Belgium here. They definitely have the players with the mechanical and technical ability to play something like a double time 1. So I can definitely see them going that direction, but they're taking their time to decide here, and I think that's the right thing to do. You don't want to rush into a decision here, despite having what looks to be now a comfortable lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nomad 1 going to be the selection. I mentioned that China should have more than enough capability to keep up with them, but Belgium did get the 5th highest score on Nomad 1 qualifiers, so that consistency, they're looking to really bank on that consistency.
Yeah, and I do think if they are trusting their ability to stay consistent on this, it is a good pick, but it's like you were talking a little bit about earlier, that China definitely have a roster to bring on a map like this, and it can be risky. I can see very, very high FCs from many players here, or very high combos, sorry.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes, no easy feat to get full combos on. Cyphos and Cornet staying in. I mean, Cyphos, Cornet, Dazzle feels like the bread and butter today for China, so definitely maybe getting out of the lab to take a look at some of the patterns in the map just to make sure they're ready for it, but I can't imagine they don't come back in.
No, I'm definitely expecting Dazzle to be the 3rd player to come in for China. Cypher staying in, the captain, makes a lot of sense, has been playing quite well today, and Cornet as well, been a reliable piece.
And the main squad for Belgium, Jesse, Aja, and El Skefe going to be the 3-man squad for Belgium as expected. That's pretty much their team for almost any pick in this pool. I think it only changes when it comes to mixed mod and hidden.
Yes, indeed. And we do see Dazzle coming in as we kind of expected. We see the good lucks come out in chat, and we are gonna get into Lunatic Mirage by Elvin John. I mean, it's such a good song as well. I'm always happy to hear this.
Yeah, Elvin John, very nice, very nice music, just all around. But here we go, all 6 players loaded in. Belgium looking to close the door on China. China trying to stay alive in the winner's bracket, take a break point, one of 2 that they're going to need if they want to stay alive. And I mean, at this point, China literally cannot afford to give anything up anymore, or else Belgium will take the winner's bracket spot for round of 16. But here we go, early patterns, no one being caught off guard, trying to build up to that 200 combo, see what happens in this intro, but no major issues, just a few droplet misses from China, going to give Belgium a negligible lead of about 1,000 points.
Yes, indeed, and it is something to keep in mind here, going from something like a Nomad 3 to a Nomad 1. The maps are quite different, so it is a little bit of an adjustment to make, even though there's no mod difference. But every player is reaching that 300 combo mark.
Yeah, all 3 players still holding on to the full combo going into this first chorus. Still the lead from the accuracy, giving Belgium a slight amount of score. We did see a few drop misses from Jeseo as well, but it still looks like that should be a slight lead for Belgium. And through the first chorus, we have 6-way full combo across the board. and things start to slow down a little bit. But still got
Yeah.
the important patterns here. 600 combo, and no one looking to be the first to blink.
No, these players are showing why they are here at this stage today. Every player bringing it on this Nomad 1 as of right now. And we're approaching the second half of the map. People are not faltering here.
No, they are not, and everyone's staying extremely consistent. I don't know if there's been any other accuracy breaks, but still a 6-way full combo into the break, and the whole lobby can see that no one has missed yet. And this is where the nerves start kicking in. If you're on either side and you see both sides triple full comboing, I think that's gonna start spiking your nerves.
Yeah, breaks like that are killer in tournament situations like this. And we're gonna see who can hold on to their nerves the best here.
And Solo catching no one off guard, and we still no.
Oh,
The double miss!
Cornet both missed.
It looked like it was a couple misses from El Skefe though, so that's going to be slightly favoring China there, as the lead stays a little bit increasing, though not even a big lead at all, just about 2,000 points. But we've been seeing for Belgium this whole time. Oh my goodness!
I don't dare to speak. This is intense as we are approaching the end of the map. The other 4 players are holding on to their full combos.
And El Skefe finds another miss. Cornet holds on, gets above 200 combo, and China's going to take the biggest lead we've seen so far as we get into the final section of this map. Just a few patterns left, and China just has to hold their consistency, and they'll take a break point here.
It's looking like they might. As we approach the very end, the lead of 23,000 roughly. El Skefe back to the 200 combo, but we're gonna need to see miss from China, but it's not looking like it's gonna happen.
Dazzle
is gonna miss!
But it's too late, and China, fortunately for them, not going to end up with a 3rd point lost on a last-second miss. And they stay alive.
They stay alive for another map. What a match this has been so far.
And China going to get another pick of their own. They have whatever they want to go for here. But, I think it has to be Mixed Mod 1, right?
Mixed Mod 1 feels like the pick. I agree.
Combo consistency has been generally favoring China on these longer picks. And the Mixed Mod in the same zone as Mixed Mod 2. They were unlucky to have lost that Mixed Mod 2 with a miss right at the end. So I still think that general area should favor them.
Yeah, I do agree. And looking at the other picks here, nothing else feels comfortable. It's going to be Noma 4, actually.
The convert!
I was sitting here thinking, are they going to go for the the convert consistency here? And they are going to.
Listening to the people. A fan favorite for sure in this Nomad 4. But interesting to note, this is definitely the worst area for Belgium as far as Nomad goes. So, I mean, if China was able to take that Nomad 1, I have to believe that they're confident enough to take this Nomad 4. And Yui and Sheena Minatsu both going to be coming in for this as expected, I think.
I was going to say, if there's any map where we see the Dazzle Cyphos duo be broken up, it is on a convert, because China has Sheena Minatsu and Yui, just 2 players that are very, very, very skilled at converts.
Yeah,
Who the
absolutely.
3rd player is going to be the question.
Yeah, I mean, in qualifiers it was Dazzle, so I could see them coming back in, but I could see any of the main 3 Chinese players being the 3rd main squad for Belgium staying intact. Just say El Skefe Aja, and Dazzle is going to be the 3rd player for China here.
Yeah, this is the first map we see the Captain Cyphos is going to sit out, maybe going to practice some of the other maps in a case of them staying alive for another point. But we see the good lucks come out, and we are gonna get to hear Hana Ninate and see how these players are gonna do.
And here we go, China continuing their vie for life in the winner's bracket. on their own pick. Their final pick of this match going to be the Nomad 4. They got to win it to stay alive, but no doubt that this could be a strong pick for them. Belgium not the strongest at converts, and Jesse going to get an early miss, but early miss is not going to be as impactful as far as score goes.
Yeah, it's what we've seen before this match. The early misses, while they do definitely make a difference, not as much as other misses might.
Yui going to trade that miss and right around that 200 combo, but Jesse's going to trade it right back. And China's lead going to solidify right around that 6,000 to 7,000 mark.
Yes, indeed. And having talked about this map with some other players, and also from my own time playing it, I would argue that some of the harder patterns are actually at the start, the end being mostly those tighter quote-unquote convert jumps that you will see. So we'll see how these players handle that, as Aja is going to find a couple misses, and that's going to increase the lead for China.
Yeah, that lead just blowing up here for China. A few misses of advantage as Aja continues to try and build up to that 200 combo, having a little bit of consistency issues there. But all three players on China above 200 combo and taking advantage of the mistakes coming out from Belgium here.
Yes, indeed. And we're going to see the lead reach that 90k difference as Dazzle and Shiina Minato and Elskefe all holding on to the full combos.
Yeah, Aja makes it to 200 combos, so 91,000 going to be the mark as Shiina Minato finds their first miss of this map, and that lead's going to shrink just a little bit here.
Yeah, Belgium going to need to see more misses, but that is a good start for them. Hopefully for them, they can find some consistency.
Long spinner. And a little bit of a slow section. Shiina Minato building back up to that 200 combo. Looks like the lead's going to stick around 65,000. So it looks like probably 2.5 misses of difference right now in favor of China, but 2.5 misses not so much on a map like this as we approach the last chorus, where, like you said, things are maybe not as hard as some of the patterns at the beginning, but still plenty of tricky points. Aja gonna find a drop on that transition. Shiina Minato gonna trade it right back, so 2 combos to 2 right now in this last chorus as the lead stays right around that 70,000 mark.
Indeed, and we're gonna see if these players can hold on all the way to the end. But as of right now, it is in favor of China.
Aja is going to find another miss. Yui going to trade that one, though. So Aja continuing to find some issues. A couple additional breaks, but should be enough of a hold down for China to keep this alive for themselves, and making a great pick to keep themselves up. Brings it to a 4-3 mark. Belgium, with their last pick coming up, need to win this one to avoid a tiebreaker. Went up 4-0 and currently at risk of getting reverse swept. And Hard Rock won an immediate selection coming out of Belgium.
This time they are not thinking about it. They are going into the consistency Hard Rock map here. And it's an interesting pick for me, but because of how quickly they picked it, it seems like they just knew what they wanted to do in case of the situation.
Yeah, it almost seems like they're trying to bank on the consistency yet again, even though it didn't quite go as well as they might have wanted it to for Nomad 1. They still probably have the confidence to be able to work on that consistency, especially with a map as straightforward as this Hard Rock 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Cyphos coming back in, Shiina Minato staying in the lobby. I'm expecting Dazzle to come in for this.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no way it's anyone else.
And we see Belgium's core 3, Jesse, Aja, and Elskefe.
Yeah, Dazzle has just been performing out of their mind today, especially in these last couple of picks to get China back into this match. Would not make sense to not have them come in for this.
No, I completely agree. And I mean, China have to be feeling confident that those 3 points back to back, they have the momentum entirely on their side. And Belgium are gonna, they are gonna want to lock out this point here.
Yeah, and there's Dazzle. Rounding out the squad for China, Shinamatsu going to swap in for the normal three-man squad for China. Cornet not going to be a part of the squad for this Hard Rock 1 selection.
No, they're putting their faith in Shina Minatsu, who did perform very well on the convert that we saw, and one of the maps earlier, the Nomad 3. Shina Minatsu having the wrong mods, apparently.
I don't know what that means, but I think we're good.
And here we go. All of the players are opting out with the Hard Rock only. No hidden additions here. And away we go. Is Belgium gonna be able to secure the win, or are we gonna see China clutching at the tiebreaker?
We will have to see these patterns. No real spikes throughout this entire map. The streams get a little bit longer and more consistent, like towards the areas of the chorus, but I don't expect to see any major drops. It's going to be about who can hold on to the same level of difficulty for this whole time, or maybe it's going to be a spinner battle. You never know.
We could see a spinner battle on a map like this. We've seen many FCs on this round. But Shina Minatsu is going to fall, giving the lead to Belgium.
Yeah, just slightly before 200 combo, so not quite as impactful, but it is still going to give quite a nice lead for Belgium right out of the gate as we hit the first quarter mark of the map. And 25,000 points looks like where it's going to sit as Shina Minatsu hits that 200 combo again.
Yes, indeed, and it's looking good for Belgium here. All three of them holding on to the double S, but Cyphos and Dazzle doing what they can to try and get this back. And Jesse's gonna find a miss.
Yes, and that is after 200 combos, so it's going to be, I think, more impactful on score. I think China might have like a couple thousand points of lead as things shake out, but Shina Minatsu going to find another break and going to stem the bleeding for Belgium and keep them in the lead for now.
Yes, indeed. But Jesse's gonna find another miss. And right now it's the players at the top that are struggling just a little bit, which is making the difference.
Yeah, and China finding some consistency. Belgium barely in the lead as everyone in the lobby sees the break. The full row of double S's on the bottom, matched by the misses for the top two players there, as the only point of attack for anyone in this lobby to see a way in. But Shina Minatsu going to find a miss on that transition and another miss. And Belgium's going to take a little bit bigger of a lead here, 2/3 of the way into this match.
They are indeed. Those misses from Shina Minatsu are not what they want to see, as Jesse seems to have found their footing again. And Aja and Elskefe, as well as Cyphos and Dazzle, they are not budging on this.
Definitely not, but we still do have one major Kiaya section coming up, which is where we saw most of the misses come out from Jesse. Bashina going to find a preemptive miss there. Yet another one as the lead starts to really grow for Belgium before we even hit that final section. And Belgium now in a position where they have a couple of misses of room to work with. Jesse is going to trade one of those back. As we get to this final Kiaya section, lead's going to start shrinking a little bit, but still is going to hold on in favor of Belgium as long as the consistency stays strong here.
Yeah, we're going to have to see misses and quick for on the side of Belgium for China to take this back, and it's not looking like it's going to happen.
And the consistency does end up paying off in the end, despite having a little bit of a trip up on Nomad 1. Belgium is going to be able to take the Hard Rock 1 pick and take the match after quite a scary comeback coming from China there. Went from 4-0 to 4-3, and then Belgium able to avoid tiebreaker and move on in the winner's bracket.
Yes, indeed. Congratulations to Belgium to move on in the winners bracket, but very well played from China here. They should take pride in this match, pulling out some really impressive performances.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing to shake at, and I expect China to be giving a lot of losers bracket teams some issues. I think it's going to be tough to see China in the losers bracket, but Belgium going to stay alive, going to make it to at least quarterfinals in this tournament, guaranteed with them moving on in the winners bracket. But with that, the next matchup here is going to be happening in about an hour. It looks like. I believe that's the Russian Federation versus Norway.
Yes,
So
indeed. Seed 3 Russia versus Seed 30 Norway. Should be a fun match here in the early rounds. And after that, we have what would be a classic matchup of USA versus South Korea. One of the few times we'll ever see those two countries compete in round of 32, as well as some banger matches after that. But we will say thank you for watching Belgium versus China and joining us. And make sure you're back for the Russia versus Norway match.
yeah, we will see you guys then.
Bye-bye.